Imagine a land without a center, a vast territory of mountain ranges and river plains, of lush plateaus and southern forests, stretching across a subcontinent so immense that a man on horseback could ride for weeks without crossing the same dialect twice. Imagine that land carved into rival kingdoms, each one bristling with armies, each one claiming the ancient mandate that had once belonged to the Zhou kings, each one convinced that it alone deserved to bring order to the world beneath heaven. This is China in the 5th century before the Common Era, and it is a world on fire. The Zhou dynasty had once governed much of northern China through an elaborate system of feudal relationships, binding lords to a royal center through oaths of loyalty, ritual obligation, and the shared authority of a royal court at Luoyi. For centuries that arrangement held, imperfectly but recognizably, as a single political framework stretched across the central plains. But the Zhou kings had grown weak. Their court was old, their armies depleted, their moral authority more ceremonial than real. Power drained steadily outward, away from the royal center and toward the peripheral states that had once been obedient vassals. By the time historians would later call this the Warring States period, beginning around 475 BCE, the Zhou king was little more than a ritual figurehead, consulted for legitimacy by rulers who no longer feared him and no longer needed him. What remained was a world of states, and these states were learning, decade by decade, the brutal arithmetic of survival. To the north and west, the state of Qin occupied the Wei River Valley, a dry and rugged plateau sheltered by mountain barriers on 3 sides, strategically positioned where the central plains met the steppe frontier. To the east, the immense state of Chu sprawled across the middle Yangtze Basin and the Han River Valley, a southern kingdom with its own ancient culture, its own traditions, its own fierce identity that sometimes seemed more foreign than familiar to the northern states. Qi occupied the Shandong Peninsula in the northeast, a prosperous trading state with access to the sea and a tradition of philosophical cosmopolitanism. Wei and Han controlled the heart of the Central Plains, the old core of Zhou civilization, wealthy and exposed. Zhao occupied the north, a kingdom that would develop a fierce cavalry tradition born of constant contact with the nomadic peoples beyond its borders. And Yin lay in the far northeast, cold and comparatively poor, perpetually overshadowed by its more powerful neighbors but persistent enough to survive. These 7 major states, Qin, Chu, Qi, Wei, Han, Zhao, and Yin, together with a scattering of smaller polities, would define the Warring States period. But calling it a period of mere political rivalry understates what was happening. The Warring States era was one of the most consequential transformations in human history. The nature of warfare itself was changing. Armies that had once been dominated by aristocratic chariot warriors, small in number and bound by elaborate codes of ritual combat, were giving way to mass infantry formations, peasant soldiers mobilized in the tens of thousands and commanded by professional military officers whose authority came from competence rather than birth. States that could conscript more men, feed them more efficiently, arm them more cheaply, and move them more quickly would defeat states that could not. And so every aspect of administration, taxation, agriculture, and governance became an instrument of military competition. It was within this furnace of competition that the great philosophical traditions of ancient China took shape. The thinkers of the Warring States era were not idle academics. They were men searching urgently for answers to the most pressing questions of their age. How should a ruler govern? What produces order in a state? What is the relationship between the individual, the family, and political authority? How can violence be ended? The answers they proposed were remarkably diverse, and the debates between them shaped Chinese civilization for the next 2,000 years. Confucius had died in 479 BCE, just as the Warring States period was beginning, and his ideas about governance, ritual propriety, moral cultivation, and the ordering of human relationships had already attracted a devoted following. His disciples and their successors, most notably Mencius in the 4th century and Xuanzi in the 3rd, elaborated and debated his core insights. For Confucians, the foundation of good government was moral cultivation. A ruler who cultivated virtue would attract virtuous ministers. A society ordered by ritual propriety would reproduce harmony at every level, from the family to the state. The ideal was a return to the golden age of the early Zhou, when sage kings had governed through personal moral example and the world had been at peace. The Taoists looked at the same crisis and reached very different conclusions. Thinkers in the tradition associated with the legendary Laozi argued that the very act of trying to impose order through institutions and moral codes was itself the source of disorder. The natural way of things, the Tao, was a spontaneous and self-ordering process that human striving only disrupted. The wisest ruler was one who governed least, who allowed things to take their natural course, who understood that the great acts of creation and organization always generated unforeseen consequences. The Mahists, followers of the thinker Mozi, offered yet another vision. They preached universal love without distinction, a radical rejection of the preferential loyalties that Confucians placed at the center of moral life. They developed elaborate arguments against offensive warfare and became famous for their practical expertise in defensive fortification, traveling from state to state to help smaller kingdoms resist the aggression of the powerful. They also developed what amounted to early logical and empirical methods of argumentation, making them among the most analytically rigorous thinkers of the ancient world. And then there were the legalists. Where Confucians looked backward to a golden age of virtuous kings and Taoists looked inward toward the natural order, the legalists looked at the present crisis with cold, unsentimental eyes and concluded that human nature required not moral suasion, but institutional control. People behaved well when the rewards for good behavior were sufficiently attractive and the punishments for bad behavior were sufficiently severe. The ruler who understood this could transform any population into an obedient, productive, militarily powerful force. Laws must be clear, public, consistently applied, and ruthlessly enforced. Personal relationships, traditional loyalties, and moral arguments were all potential sources of corruption and inefficiency. What mattered was the impersonal mechanism of reward and punishment, administered through a rational bureaucratic state. It was legalism that would prove most immediately useful to the state of Qin. In the middle of the 4th century BCE, a minister named Shang Yang arrived at the court of Duke Xiao of Qin. He came with a program, and it was radical. Shang Yang had absorbed the most advanced administrative thinking of his age and synthesized it into a comprehensive vision of state power. He proposed to transform Qin from a relatively backward frontier state into a military and agricultural machine without equal in the known world. Duke Xiao, faced with the same existential competitive pressures as every other ruler in the warring world, gave him the authority to proceed. What followed was one of history's most deliberate and thoroughgoing social revolutions imposed from above. Shang Yang reorganized Qin society from the bottom up. The old aristocratic clans, whose inherited privileges and local power bases represented potential sources of resistance to central authority, were systematically stripped of their traditional exemptions. Henceforth, rank and privilege would be awarded by the state on the basis of a 20-degree system of merit, in which advancement came through demonstrated performance in agriculture and, above all, warfare. A soldier who presented the severed head of an enemy warrior would advance in rank. A farmer who produced an exceptional harvest would receive tax relief. A man who avoided productive labor in favor of commerce or scholarship could be demoted, his family enslaved to the state. The incentive structure was designed with a single purpose: maximize the productive and military output of every household in the kingdom. Shang Yang also reorganized the administrative geography of Qin. The old feudal territories were replaced by prefectures and counties, administrative units directly governed by officials appointed and dismissed by the central government rather than inherited by local lords. Households were grouped into mutual surveillance networks, where groups of 5 or 10 families were collectively responsible for one another's behavior. If one household committed a crime and the others failed to report it, all would share the punishment. This system of collective responsibility turned the entire population into an instrument of mutual policing, replacing the uncertain loyalty of local lords with the pervasive pressure of neighborhood surveillance. The legal code was made explicit and public. Where earlier governance had often been informal and personal, dependent on the judgment and relationships of local magnates, Shang Yang's Qin would govern through written law applied uniformly to all subjects regardless of their background. The story is told, and it may be more symbolic than strictly historical, that when the new laws were announced, Xiangyang had a large piece of wood placed at the south gate of the capital and proclaimed that whoever moved it to the north gate would receive a reward of 10 gold pieces. Incredulous, the people did nothing. He raised the reward to 50 gold pieces. Finally, someone moved the wood and received the promised reward. The message was clear. The state meant what it said. Law was not rhetoric. It was mechanism. Xiangyang's reforms transformed Qin's military capacity profoundly. By rewarding soldiers directly for battlefield performance rather than status at birth, Qin created an army whose soldiers had personal, material incentives to fight hard and fight well. By eliminating alternative routes to status and wealth, the state ensured that for most men, martial success was the primary path to advancement. And by subjecting everyone, including aristocrats, to the same legal framework, Qin eliminated the factional immunities that had weakened other states. Qin's armies became, in the judgment of contemporary observers, the most fearsome military force in the world. Xiangyang himself did not survive his own success. When Duke Xiao died and a new ruler took the throne, the old aristocratic families he had dispossessed took their revenge. He was accused of rebellion, captured, and executed by the method he had himself so enthusiastically applied to others: dismemberment by 5 horses. But the administrative system he created outlived him. Qin's rulers understood that his reforms worked, regardless of what they thought of the man. They kept the legal codes, maintained the administrative structures, continued the agricultural and military reorganization, and added to them over the following decades. Qin did not rest on its institutional achievements. It continued to learn, to adapt, and to accumulate. Through the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, Qin fought its neighbors with growing effectiveness. It expanded westward and southward, absorbing additional territory and population. It developed its agricultural base in the Wei River Valley and, crucially, undertook major hydraulic engineering projects that transformed the productivity of its farmlands. The Jingwa Canal, completed around 246 BCE under the direction of a hydraulic engineer named Zheng Gua, who was, according to a story preserved in later sources, actually a spy sent by the state of Han to distract Qin with an expensive public works project, ultimately backfired spectacularly on its sponsors. The canal irrigated hundreds of thousands of acres of previously arid land in the Guanzhong Plain, massively increasing Qin's agricultural surplus and thereby its capacity to feed armies and sustain long campaigns. It became one of the most consequential engineering projects in Chinese history, and it worked directly to Qin's advantage. In the 3 decades before unification, Qin's military campaigns grew in scale and ambition. The decisive moment came at the Battle of Chongping in 260 BCE, where Qin forces confronted the armies of the state of Zhao. It was the largest battle of the Warring States period, perhaps one of the largest in ancient world history, involving armies numbered by ancient sources in the hundreds of thousands. After a prolonged campaign of maneuver and attrition, the Qin commander Bai Qi maneuvered a Zhao army into encirclement. The Zhao forces, cut off from supply, held out for 46 days before their commander surrendered. What followed was an atrocity that ancient sources record as one of the most terrible episodes of the entire period. Bai Qi ordered the execution of the surrendered Zhao soldiers, with the exception of a small number sent home to spread the news. The ancient accounts vary in their numbers, ranging into the hundreds of thousands, and modern historians debate the precise scale, but the psychological impact on Zhao and on the wider world of the competing states was profound. Zhao never fully recovered. The military balance in the warring world had shifted irrevocably toward Qin. It was into this world, poised at the edge of transformation, that Ing Zheng was born. His birth in 259 BCE occurred in unusual circumstances. His father, Zichu, was a Qin prince of minor standing who had been sent to the state of Zhao as a diplomatic hostage, a common practice in the interstate politics of the era, in which rulers exchanged family members as guarantees of treaty compliance. In Zhao, Zichu had come to the attention of a wealthy merchant named Lu Buwei, who recognized in this obscure prince a speculative opportunity. Lu Buwei became Zichu's patron and facilitator, securing his position at the Qin court and eventually helping arrange his return to Qin when political circumstances changed. Zichu became crown prince and then, in 250 BCE, king of Qin, taking the name King Zhuangxiang. He ruled for only 3 years before dying, and in 246 BCE, his son Yingzheng came to the throne at the age of 13. The young king's minority was dominated by his mother's court and by Liu Buwei, who served as chancellor and exercised real power during the years when Yingzheng was too young to govern independently. Liu Buwei was a remarkable figure in his own right, a polymath patron who commissioned scholars at his court to produce a great compendium of philosophical and practical knowledge, the Lu Shichuanxiu, a work that attempted to synthesize the best of all the competing intellectual traditions of the age. He was a man of extraordinary ambition, and the question of his precise relationship to Yingzheng. Ancient sources circulated the story, impossible now to verify, that Yingzheng was actually his biological son, reflects the charged atmosphere of court intrigue in which the future emperor came of age. Yingzheng was not a passive inheritor of the Qin state's momentum. As he grew into adulthood and began to exercise real royal authority in the late 230s BCE, he showed himself to be a ruler of formidable intelligence, relentless energy, and a capacity for both strategic vision and decisive ruthlessness. He surrounded himself with talented advisors drawn from across the warring world. Li Si, originally from the state of Chu and a student of the philosopher Xuanzi, became one of his most influential counselors, a man who combined philosophical sophistication with administrative brilliance and a cold, clear-eyed commitment to legalist principles. Han Fei, the greatest theorist of legalism, wrote his most important works during this period, works that Yingzheng reportedly admired so much that he expressed a wish to meet their author. When Han Fei came to Qin, court politics led to his death in a Qin prison, allegedly poisoned at Li Si's instigation, but the ideas he had systematized would shape the new empire's governance for years to come. The decade of conquest began in 230 BCE. Yingzheng did not simply lead armies in the field. He directed a comprehensive strategic campaign, coordinated over years, that methodically eliminated each remaining rival. Han fell first, in 230 BCE, too small and too weakened to resist. Zhao followed in 228 BCE, its military strength still not recovered from Chongping. Wei fell in 225 BCE, its capital flooded by the deliberate diversion of the Yellow River. Chu, the largest and most formidable of the remaining opponents, required the largest Qin army and the most sustained effort. It fell in 223 BCE after a campaign commanded by the general Wang Jian, who had requested and received an unprecedented force of 600,000 men. Yin fell in 222 BCE. Qi, isolated, its leadership paralyzed by a combination of Qin diplomacy and sheer military intimidation, fell in 221 BCE without significant military resistance, its king surrendering and being exiled. In 221 BCE, for the first time in Chinese history, a single political authority controlled the territory of all the former Zhou states. Yingzheng faced a question that no ruler in Chinese history had previously confronted in quite this form. What was he? The old title of Wang, king, was associated with the rulers of the individual states. It was adequate for a regional monarch, but felt insufficient for what he had accomplished. He was something new in the world, and he required a new title to express it. His court officials proposed Huangdi, a compound drawn from the legendary sage rulers of ancient Chinese tradition, the 3 august sovereigns, and the 5 emperors of high antiquity. He accepted this title and styled himself Shi Huangdi, the 1st August sovereign. He declared that his successors would take the numbers that followed, the 2nd emperor, the 3rd emperor, and the line would continue for 10,000 generations. He was 38 years old. He had 11 years left to live. In those 11 years, he would attempt to remake the world. The administrative challenge of unification was staggering. Qin had conquered territories that had been separate political entities for centuries, each with its own legal traditions, administrative practices, weights and measures, currencies, writing conventions, and social customs. Leaving this diversity in place would mean governing a patchwork empire through the same feudal arrangements that had, in Qin's reading of history, produced the chaos of the warring states. The first emperor and his advisors chose a different path. Lic argued powerfully against restoring a feudal order. When one of the emperor's court officials proposed re-establishing feudal kingdoms for the imperial family, Li Si countered that this was precisely the arrangement that had produced the Zhou dynasty's weakness. The sons of kings became the enemies of kings. Feudal lordships multiplied through inheritance, their holders' loyalty diluted with each generation. Better to govern through a unified bureaucratic system, with officials appointed by the center, subject to the center's authority, and replaceable by the center's command. The emperor accepted this argument. The empire was divided not into kingdoms, but into 36 commanderies, later increased as additional territory was incorporated, each commanded by a civil administrator and a military officer who reported to the central government. Below the commanderies, the familiar system of counties provided local administration, with officials appointed from above rather than inheriting their positions from below. It was the Shangyang administrative model, generalized from Qin alone to the entire unified empire. Standardization followed on a breathtaking scale. The various states had used different systems of weights and measures, making commerce across borders cumbersome and tax administration inconsistent. The new empire imposed uniform standards. Weights, volumes, and lengths were standardized across the entire territory, a reform with profound practical implications for trade, administration, and the movement of armies. The multiple bronze currencies that had circulated in different forms across the warring states were replaced by a single unified coinage, round coins with square holes, the Qin Ban Liang, which would remain the basic form of Chinese coinage for centuries. Axle widths for carts were standardized, allowing goods to move more freely along roads designed for vehicles of a common gauge. Writing presented perhaps the most profound problem of all. The various states had each developed somewhat different scripts, related characters written in different styles and with different conventions, sufficiently distinct that a document written in Qi might be difficult for a reader from Chu to interpret. The first emperor's government imposed a standardized script, the small seal script, as the official writing system of the empire. Li Si himself is credited with a role in this standardization. The implications were enormous. The unified script created a common administrative and literary language that could cross the enormous diversity of spoken languages and dialects across the empire's territory. In the long run, this would prove one of the most durable and consequential of all the first emperor's reforms, binding the educated classes of a linguistically diverse empire into a single community of written communication that persisted across dynasties, conquests, and centuries. The physical integration of the empire required roads. The first emperor's government constructed an extensive network of imperial highways, the Qidao or straight roads, radiating from the capital at Xianyang. These roads were wide. Ancient sources describe widths sufficient for multiple lanes of traffic, and straight, cutting through terrain by the most direct route rather than following traditional paths. They served military purposes above all, allowing armies to move rapidly from the center to any threatened frontier. But they also facilitated communication, administration, and trade. Alongside the roads, regular posting stations provided relay horses for official messengers, creating a communications network that could move information across the empire with remarkable speed. Xianyang itself was transformed by the conquest. As each rival state fell, the emperor had the palaces of its rulers reproduced in his capital, a symbolic absorption of each kingdom's architectural identity into the imperial center. The result was a capital city of extraordinary scale and grandeur, packed with replicas of conquered royal architecture, a visible statement that everything that had once been many was now one. The population of the capital swelled, partly through forced relocations of powerful families from the conquered states, a deliberate policy of removing potential sources of resistance from their traditional power bases and transplanting them to a place where they could be watched. South of the Wei River, construction began on a new imperial palace complex of even greater ambition. The Apang Palace was conceived on a scale that defied precedent. Ancient sources describe a main hall of extraordinary dimensions, large enough to seat 10,000 people and tall enough for banners 20 meters high. It was never completed in the emperor's lifetime, and subsequent events ensured it never would be, but the ambition it embodied, the sheer will to build on a scale commensurate with the emperor's sense of his own achievement, tells us something important about Qin Shi Huang's conception of his rule. The threats to the new empire came from multiple directions, but the most acute military concern was the frontier to the north. The Great Arc of Steppe that curved across China's northern border was home to the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic pastoral peoples whose swift cavalry had long posed problems for the settled agricultural states of the Central Plains. The Xiongnu were not a new threat. The states of Zhao, Yin, and Qin had each built defensive walls along portions of their northern frontiers during the Warring States period. The first emperor's great innovation was to connect and extend these existing walls into a continuous barrier stretching across the entire northern frontier. The construction project was immense and punishing. Hundreds of thousands of workers, soldiers, convicts, conscripted peasants were mobilized for the work, laboring in terrain that ranged from the lush plateaus of the northwest to the mountains of the northeast. The death toll was terrible. Ancient sources preserve numerous stories of workers dying on the frontier and being incorporated into the wall itself. Stories almost certainly legendary, but pointing to a historical reality of mass mortality among the workforce. The wall that resulted was not the great stone structure visible in China today. The Ming-era Great Wall is a much later construction. The Qin Wall was built of rammed earth, stone where it was available, and other local materials, following ridge lines and natural contours. Sections of it survive, but as a continuous barrier connecting the existing northern defenses into a single imperial frontier, it represented an organizational and logistical achievement of the First Order. The same general who oversaw much of this northern frontier work, Meng Tian, commanded an army of perhaps 300,000 men, a force that conducted major campaigns against the Xiongnu in the Ordos region, pushing them back from the Great Bend of the Yellow River and establishing a new frontier line. Roads were built northward from Xianyang to supply and reinforce the frontier armies, the direct road north through the Ordos being one of the most impressive engineering projects of the reign. While armies labored on the northern frontier, the first emperor was also concerned with what lay beyond death. Like rulers before him and rulers after, he was drawn to the idea that death might be deferred or escaped altogether. Taoist practitioners and masters of esoteric arts promised access to herbs, substances, or practices that could confer immortality. The emperor funded expeditions to search for the legendary islands of the immortals in the Eastern Sea, where the elixir of undying life was said to exist. A man named Su Fu led an expedition of thousands of young men and women eastward into the sea in search of these islands. Ancient tradition holds that he never returned, and later Japanese tradition identified him with a legendary ancestor figure. Whether historical or legendary, these expeditions illustrate the emperor's desperate search for a personal escape from mortality, even as he constructed institutions intended to be immortal in his place. The search for immortality contributed to his death. Alchemists in the emperor's court provided substances intended to confer eternal life, and some of these preparations contained mercury, either in liquid form or as cinnabar, a mercury sulfide compound that Taoist practitioners associated with longevity and transformation. The evidence is circumstantial, but the emperor's behavior in his later years, increasing paranoia, erratic decisions, a tendency toward isolation, is consistent with the neurological effects of chronic mercury poisoning. He may have been killed, in the cruelest possible irony, by his own remedies for immortality. Before all of this, before the final journeys and the political crisis that followed, there was the tomb. The construction of the first emperor's burial complex began almost as soon as he took the Qin throne at age 13. It continued for the entire 36 years of his reign and beyond, occupying perhaps 700,000 workers at its peak. The outer enclosure, the underground palace, the elaborate systems of traps designed to kill intruders, the rivers of mercury meant to represent the waterways of the empire. All of these are described in ancient sources, and subsequent archaeological investigation has confirmed much of what ancient writers reported. The mound that covers the burial chamber, visible today near the modern city of Xi'an, has never been excavated. But beginning in 1974, a farmer digging a well discovered the first hint of what lay in the surrounding pits. The Terracotta Army is one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries in human history. In a series of pits to the east of the burial mound, thousands of life-sized ceramic warriors stand in battle formation, organized into infantry units, chariot formations, and cavalry, arranged as they would appear in a military formation facing east, the direction of the conquered states. Each figure was made individually, handcrafted rather than mass-produced, with distinguishing features of face, hairstyle, armor, and rank. In their original state, they were painted in vivid colors. They carried real weapons, bronze swords, spearheads, crossbow mechanisms, arrows. They, three, represent not merely the emperor's army in death, ready to protect him in the afterlife, but the most sophisticated statement of imperial identity and military power that the ancient world had yet produced. The terracotta army is an argument. It argues that Qin Shi Huang's power was real, physical, embodied, and eternal. That the unified empire he created was not a temporary political arrangement, but a permanent new order of the world. That he, the first emperor, stood at the center of this order not merely in life, but in death and beyond. And it argues these things with a specificity and scale that must have required years of organizational effort, enormous expense, and the labor of an army of artisans working simultaneously across multiple workshops. Whatever we think of the man who commissioned it, the terracotta army represents a civilization's most ambitious statement about the relationship between human power and mortality. In 210 BCE, the first emperor died during his fifth imperial inspection tour, on the road near the coast, in what is now Hebei province. He was 49 years old. His death was concealed by the small circle of officials who had accompanied him on the journey, because the circumstances created both danger and opportunity. The emperor had apparently intended to designate Fusu, his eldest son, as his successor. Fusu was a man of relatively moderate temperament who had incurred his father's displeasure by objecting to some of the harsher policies of the reign and had been sent to the northern frontier to serve under General Meng Tian. But accompanying the emperor on his final journey were Li Si, the chancellor, and a powerful court eunuch named Zhao Gao, who served as tutor and confidant to the emperor's youngest and most pliable son, Hu Hai. Zhao Gao saw in the emperor's death an opportunity. He persuaded Li Si that if Fusu came to the throne, their own positions would be at risk. Fusu had his own advisors and his own ideas, and Meng Tian on the frontier was powerful enough to constitute an alternative power center. Better, Zhao Gao argued, to forge an imperial edict ordering Fusu and Meng Tian to commit suicide, and to place Hu Hai on the throne as a more manageable emperor. Li Si, a man of extraordinary gifts who in this moment allowed self-interest to override his better judgment, agreed. The forged edict was sent. Fusu, receiving what he believed to be his father's command, complied. Meng Tian initially refused and was imprisoned. He too eventually died. Hu Hai came to the throne as the second Qin emperor, Shi Huangdi, and the dynasty he nominally headed began to collapse almost immediately. The new emperor was neither stupid nor powerless, but he was young, inexperienced, and entirely dominated by Zhao Gao, who used his influence over the emperor to eliminate rivals and accumulate power. Li Si, the architect of the unified empire, found himself outmaneuvered by Zhao Gao's court intrigues. He was accused of crimes, tortured, and executed in 208 BCE by the method that had been common for Qin's highest criminals. He was cut in half at the waist in the marketplace of the capital. His family was exterminated. The man who had perhaps done more than anyone other than the first emperor himself to create and shape the unified empire died in disgrace, a victim of the very system of legalized terror that he had helped construct. Meanwhile, the broader empire was coming apart. The Qin state's legitimacy had always rested substantially on its military power and administrative efficiency. The enormous public works projects of the first emperor's reign, the walls, the roads, the palaces, the tomb, had imposed immense burdens on the population in the form of labor conscription, taxation, and the displacement of communities. Qin's legal codes, applied now across the entire empire rather than just to the people of Qin who had grown up with them, struck many of the newly conquered populations as harsh and arbitrary. The promised 10,000 generations of the Qin dynasty had barely begun, and already the imperial order was generating more resentment than loyalty. In 209 BCE, a group of peasant conscripts were delayed by flooding on their way to a frontier garrison. Under Qin law, the penalty for arriving late to a military posting was death. Two of their leaders, men named Chun Shi and Wu Guang, faced with the certainty of execution if they arrived late and the possibility of escape if they rebelled, chose rebellion. They raised a force and proclaimed the restoration of the old state of Chu in the territory where Chu had once stood. The rebellion spread with alarming speed. The rapid spread of the Chun Shi and Wu Guang rebellion illustrates how thin the Qin dynasty's legitimacy had become in the newly conquered territories. The leaders of the rebellion were not aristocrats seeking to restore their former privileges. They were ordinary men from ordinary backgrounds, and the ancient sources' emphasis on their humble origins is not accidental. The message of their revolt was that ordinary people would rather die fighting than live under Qin's demands. The rebellion of 209 BCE did not directly overthrow the Qin Empire. Chun Shi's own leadership collapsed within months, and he was killed by his own followers. But it opened the door through which the dynasty's real destroyers would walk. Across the former territories of the conquered states, the fires of rebellion spread. Local strongmen, former nobles, military adventurers, and ambitious commoners raised forces and asserted authority over whatever territory they could hold. Among the figures who rose in this chaos, two would prove decisive: Xiongnu and Liu Bang. Xiongnu came from one of the great military families of the old state of Chu. His grandfather had been a Chu general, his family had served Chu for generations, and he embodied a certain tradition of aristocratic military valor. Personally enormous and ferociously brave in battle, a man who, according to tradition, could lift a bronze cauldron and whose battlefield presence was said to terrify the most hardened soldiers. He was passionate, decisive, dramatic, and capable of both extraordinary generosity and savage cruelty. He was also, in the end, constitutionally incapable of building the kind of stable, institutionalized power that could survive over time. Liu Bang was everything Xiongnu was not. He came from a family of minor local officials in the state of Chu. He was not a great warrior in the physical sense. He was not an aristocrat. He was, by the testimony of ancient sources, something of an idler and a braggart in his younger years, a man who enjoyed drinking and socializing more than diligent labor. And yet he possessed qualities that would prove, in the long run, more valuable than Xiongnu's military brilliance: the ability to inspire personal loyalty, to identify and use talented men, to absorb defeat without breaking, and to learn from his mistakes. As the anti-Qin rebellion spread, both men emerged as leaders, initially operating with some coordination in the common cause of overthrowing the Qin state. A coalition of rebel forces agreed that whoever first reached and captured the Qin capital of Xianyang would be recognized as king of the Guangzhou region, the Qin heartland, and Liu Bang's forces reached it first. By 207 BCE, the Qin court had been torn apart by further intrigue. Zhao Gao, having outlasted everyone else through treachery and manipulation, was himself assassinated by the last Qin ruler, Ding, who then surrendered to Liu Bang's approaching army. Liu Bang's behavior at the moment of victory was calculated and intelligent. He accepted Xing's surrender, protected the population of the capital from massacre, sealed the imperial storehouses to prevent looting by his own troops, and, crucially, abolished Qin's most hated laws, replacing them with a simple three-clause code: kill no one, wound no one, steal from no one. The population of the Guangzhou region, which had lived under Qin's elaborate legal restrictions for generations, reportedly wept with relief and hoped Liu Bang would remain as their king. He had won hearts where Qin had won only compliance. Xiongnu arrived with a much larger force and was furious. He felt cheated of what he considered his rightful prize. The confrontation at the Hongmen banquet, a tense dinner meeting at which Xiongnu's advisors urged him to kill Liu Bang, and Liu Bang barely escaped with his life, became one of the most celebrated episodes in Chinese historical memory, a moment when the future of China seemed to hang on whether a single man would live or die. Liu Bang survived, and the struggle between them continued. Xiongnu proceeded to do what Liu Bang had deliberately avoided. He sacked and burned Xianyang. The Apang Palace was reportedly set ablaze, and ancient sources describe a fire that burned for 3 months. He killed the surrendered Qin ruler Xing and the remaining members of the Qin imperial family. He ordered a massacre of Qin soldiers who had surrendered. Ancient sources cite numbers of around 200,000. though these figures are characteristically difficult to verify. He distributed the conquered territories among 18 kings of his own designation, taking for himself the title of hegemon king of Western Shu and claiming a kind of paramount authority among the restored states without creating a unified imperial administration. This arrangement satisfied no one and solved nothing. The states Xiongnu created were poorly drawn. The men who received them often resentful of the allocations, and Liu Bang, who had been assigned the remote and unfavorable kingdom of Han in what is now Sichuan and the Han River Valley, had no intention of remaining there. Within months of the post-Qin settlement, warfare had resumed, and what followed was 4 years of brutal struggle across the central plains that ancient Chinese historians would call the Chu-Han contention. The course of that war demonstrated exactly what distinguished Liu Bang from Xiongnu. In battlefield encounters, Xiongnu almost invariably won. He defeated Liu Bang's forces repeatedly, sometimes routing armies many times the size of his own through sheer personal military genius. He besieged cities and took them. He marched and countermarched across the central plains with energy and tactical brilliance. But he could not translate his battlefield victories into lasting political control. He lacked the administrative apparatus to govern the territory he won. He alienated allies through impetuous acts of cruelty and poor political judgment. He could not build the kind of stable coalition that would sustain a long campaign against a patient enemy. Liu Bang, by contrast, held together a coalition of advisors and generals of remarkable quality, compensating for his own military limitations through the intelligence of the men around him. His Chancellor Shao, he managed logistics and administration with extraordinary competence, ensuring that Liu Bang's armies were supplied, even in adversity. His strategist Zhang Liang provided the kind of long-term thinking that Liu Bang's own instincts sometimes lacked. And his general Han Xin proved to be a military genius of the first order, a man who had started his career as an officer in Xiongnu's forces before switching sides, and who conducted brilliant campaigns in the north and east that systematically eliminated Xiongnu's allies and closed the strategic ring around him. By 202 BCE, Xiongnu found himself isolated, his allies gone, his supply lines cut, his remaining forces surrounded at Gaixia in what is now Anhui province. The Han armies encircled his camp and, according to one of the most famous passages in Sima Qian's later historical account, the soldiers in Xiongnu's camp heard their enemies singing the folk songs of Chu from all directions in the night, the songs of their own homeland from the mouths of besieging enemies, and took it as a sign that Chu itself had fallen. Whether literally true or a literary embellishment, the image captures the psychological reality of Xiongnu's defeat, a man who had bet everything on personal military brilliance and lost to the patient, institutional, coalition-building approach of a lesser man. Xiongnu broke through the encirclement with a small escort and fled southward. Pursued to the Wujiang River, offered a boat to escape, he declined. He said, and again, these words may be Sima Qian's literary creation as much as historical record, that he had left the east with 8,000 young men and none had returned with him, and he had no face to see the elders of Jiangdong. He dismounted, fought on foot until he was surrounded, and recognized among his enemies an old acquaintance. He offered this man his head as a gift, drew his sword, and killed himself. Liu Bang was proclaimed emperor in 202 BCE, taking the title of Emperor Gaozu, the high ancestor of the Han Dynasty. He was 54 years old and had won by outlasting everyone else. The question now before him was more difficult in some ways than the wars he had just fought. How to govern an empire devastated by decades of warfare, famine, and destruction, with a population reduced, agricultural land untended, roads damaged, and the administrative structures of the Qin state now associated in popular memory with the oppression that had caused the revolts. Gaozu made a series of choices that would define the early Han dynasty. First, he rejected the Qin model of total administrative centralization, at least initially. He enfeoffed some of the most powerful men who had fought with him as kings of substantial territories, men like Han Xin, Peng Yu, and Ing Bu, while retaining direct imperial control over the Guangzhou heartland and other strategic regions. This was a pragmatic compromise, recognizing that these men had armies and could not simply be given administrative posts without risking immediate rebellion. But it was a compromise that Gaozu began reversing almost immediately. One by one, the most powerful of the non-Lu kings were eliminated on charges, real or manufactured, of disloyalty and rebellion. By the end of Gaozu's reign in 195 BCE, he had replaced all the non-Lu kings with members of his own family, creating a structure in which Lu family princes ruled the kingdoms while the central government, staffed by meritocratic officials, managed the commanderies under direct imperial control. The early Han government's philosophy toward the exhausted population was characterized by a conscious choice of lightness. Gaozu and his immediate successors, following the advice of ministers who had absorbed Taoist ideas about minimal governance, dramatically reduced taxes, relaxed the harsh legal codes of the Qin era, and gave the agricultural population time and space to recover. Tax rates were reduced to a fraction of what Qin had collected. Forced labor service was curtailed. The complex Qin legal code was simplified. The principle governing early Han policy was essentially that the state should ask as little of the people as possible while the population rebuilt what the wars had destroyed. The results were remarkable. Within a generation, the population was recovering. Agricultural output increased. Trade revived. The ancient sources preserve an image of the reign of Emperor I, who ruled from 180 to 157 BCE, and his son Emperor Jing, who ruled from 157 to 141 BCE, as a golden age of quiet prosperity and minimal government, a period when the imperial granaries were said to be so full that grain rotted because it could not be stored fast enough, and the official coffers were so flush with accumulated coin that the strings binding them had rotted away. Whatever hyperbole attaches to these descriptions, they point toward a genuine period of demographic and economic recovery. But the political structure of the early Han was not stable. The kingdoms governed by Lu family princes were large, powerful, and potentially capable of challenging imperial authority, just as the states of the Warring States era had challenged the Zhou kings. The crisis came in 154 BCE, when 7 of the Lu princes launched a coordinated revolt against Emperor Jing's government, objecting to an attempt to reduce the size of their territories. The rebellion of the 7 kingdoms was suppressed within 3 months, thanks largely to the military competence of the imperial general Zhou Yafu. In its aftermath, the imperial government used the crisis as an opportunity to systematically reduce the size and power of the kingdoms, breaking them into smaller units, reducing their administrative authority, and gradually transforming the princes into wealthy but politically neutered aristocrats rather than genuine autonomous rulers. By the reign of Emperor Wu, the kingdoms that remained were shadows of what they had been, their revenue reduced, their armies disbanded, their authority circumscribed. Emperor Wu, who came to the throne in 141 BCE at the age of 15 and would rule until 87 BCE, one of the longest reigns in Chinese imperial history, transformed the Han state into something his predecessors had barely imagined. He was not the passive, minimal governor of the early Han tradition. He was an activist emperor of extraordinary ambition and energy, a man who loved warfare, grand projects, and the expansion of imperial power into every domain he could reach. His reign was transformative and also, in the long run, deeply costly, and the tension between his achievements and the burdens he imposed would shape the history of the Han dynasty for generations after him. The most pressing military challenge Wu faced was the Xiongnu. The early Han emperors, lacking the military resources to fight the Xiongnu Confederation effectively, had pursued a policy of accommodation, offering silk, grain, and imperial princesses in marriage to the Xiongnu Shanyu, the paramount chief, in exchange for peace on the northern frontier. This policy, called Heqin, was pragmatically effective but humiliating to Chinese sensibilities, and it rankled among those at court who felt that the Han Empire should be expanding its power rather than buying temporary safety from nomadic neighbors. Emperor Wu ended the Heqin policy and began aggressive military campaigns against the Xiongnu on a scale that had no precedent in Han history. He found in Zhang Qian an extraordinary diplomatic and exploratory emissary, and in Wei Qing and Hua Zhubing 2 military commanders of brilliant competence. Zhang Qian's original mission, sent westward in 139 BCE, was diplomatic, to find an ally with the Yuezhi people who had been driven westward from their original territory by the Xiongnu and who, Chinese strategists reasoned, might be willing partners in a two-front campaign against their shared enemy. Zhang Qian was captured by the Xiongnu shortly after crossing their territory and spent 10 years as a prisoner before escaping and continuing westward. He reached the Yuezhi, now settled in the Oxus River basin of Central Asia, found them unwilling to return east and fight the Xiongnu, and spent another year exploring the regions he passed through before beginning the journey home. He was captured again and spent 3 more years as a Xiongnu prisoner before finally returning to the Han court in 126 BCE, having been absent for 13 years. The information Zhang Qian brought back was more valuable than any alliance he had sought. He described in detail the lands, peoples, products, and political situations of Central Asia, the kingdoms of Fergana, Sogdia, Bactria, and Parthia, the existence of a land far to the west called Legion, almost certainly Rome or Roman Syria, and the sophisticated civilizations and trade networks that connected these regions. He had discovered, from the Chinese perspective, that a world of wealthy, sophisticated peoples existed to the west, and that Chinese silk was already known and valued among them, having reached Central Asia through intermediaries without the Han court even being aware of it. The military campaigns against the Xiongnu, when they finally came in force in the 120s BCE, were conducted on an extraordinary scale. Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing led repeated large-scale cavalry offensives deep into the steppe, inflicting decisive defeats on Xiongnu forces and pushing the Confederation's power base northward and westward. Hua Tsubing, who died of illness at just 24 years old, conducted campaigns of breathtaking aggression deep into Xiongnu territory, reportedly killing or capturing hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu warriors and their dependents. The Xiongnu Confederation never fully recovered its earlier dominance on China's northern frontier, and while they remained a presence and periodically recovered strength, the nature of the strategic relationship between the Han Empire and the steppe peoples had fundamentally changed. The military effort against the Xiongnu was accompanied by the expansion of Han power into Central Asia in the literal sense. Garrisons were established along the corridor leading westward through the Heshi region, the narrow corridor of viable agricultural land between the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert that provided the key land route to Central Asia. A chain of watchtowers and fortified posts extended the Han administrative and military presence westward toward the Jade Gate, beyond which the routes to Central Asia began. The settlements and garrisons along this corridor became nodes of trade and communication between China and the wider world, the infrastructure through which the Silk Road, as later generations would call it, became a functioning reality. The Silk Road was not a single road but a network of routes, shifting seasonally and according to the political conditions of the regions they passed through, connecting the Han Empire at one end with the Roman world at the other through a chain of intermediaries, Sogdian merchants, Parthian traders, nomadic caravan operators, each handling goods through a limited stretch of the total distance. What moved along these routes was not silk alone, though silk was certainly the most iconic Chinese export. Chinese lacquerware, iron goods, and ceramics moved westward. Glass, linen, wool, gold and silver vessels, horses, the famous Fergana horses, tall and powerful animals quite unlike the shorter Mongolian breeds available on the steppe, and Central Asian agricultural products moved eastward. Ideas moved too. Religious traditions, artistic motifs, technical knowledge, and the simply transformative awareness that other civilizations existed at the far ends of the world. Emperor Wu also pushed Han power southward and eastward. The Minuet Kingdom along the southeastern coast was absorbed. The Nanuet Kingdom, a successor state of the old Qin order that had survived in what is now Guangdong and northern Vietnam, was conquered in 111 BCE and incorporated into the empire. Campaigns extended Han authority into what is now Yunnan in the southwest and into the Korean peninsula in the northeast, where 4 Han commanderies were established. The empire under Wu was geographically larger than it had been under any previous Han ruler, and it touched regions that had never before been under Chinese political authority. But the scale of Wu's ambitions imposed enormous costs. The military campaigns required armies of hundreds of thousands, fed, equipped, and transported over vast distances at the empire's expense. The Central Asian expeditions required logistical support that strained the state's resources severely. At one point, armies sent to capture the horses of Fergana, Those remarkable tall animals that Chinese connoisseurs called heavenly horses, worth the considerable expense of a long-distance military campaign in their own right, required an investment of men and supplies that many at court considered ruinously extravagant. Wu imposed new taxes, sold titles and offices, debased the currency, and subjected merchants to new levies in the search for additional revenue. He nationalized the salt and iron industries, transforming them from private enterprises into state monopolies whose revenues flowed directly to the imperial treasury. The salt and iron monopoly debate, recorded in a famous text called the Yantai Luan, or Discourses on Salt and Iron, compiled after Wu's death, pitted the pragmatic arguments of officials who supported the monopolies against Confucian scholars who argued that government involvement in commerce was morally corrupting and economically harmful. The debate touches questions about the proper relationship between state and economy that have never entirely gone away. The transformation of Han governance under Wu went beyond revenue policy. He established a new imperial academy, the Taixue, dedicated to the study of the Confucian classics, which became the basis of a formal examination system for selecting officials. This was an enormously consequential development. By defining mastery of the Confucian classics as the credential for imperial service, Wu created an educated elite defined not by birth alone, but by learning, a meritocratic principle, however imperfectly realized in practice, that would shape Chinese governance for the next 2 millennia. The 5 Confucian classics, the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals, became the curriculum of Chinese educated life, read, memorized, and interpreted by generations of men whose ambitions were directed toward official service. It was also during the Han Dynasty that the historian Sima Qian produced the Shiji, the Records of the Grand Historian, a work that stands as one of humanity's great literary and scholarly achievements. Sima Qian served as Grand Historian under Emperor Wu and endured a terrible personal crisis when he was convicted of defending a general who had surrendered to the Xiongnu. The normal punishment for his offense was death, but he accepted castration, the humiliating alternative, in order to complete his historical work. The Shiji covers the history of China from the legendary Yellow Emperor to Sima Qian's own time, in 130 chapters employing multiple genres: basic annals of rulers, chronological tables, treatises on topics like ritual, astronomy, and economics, and biographical accounts of individuals from generals to merchants to entertainers. It became the model for every subsequent Chinese dynastic history, and it is one of the primary sources through which we know the history of the Qin and early Han periods. The Han dynasty's administrative and intellectual achievements were embedded in a social order of considerable complexity. At its apex stood the emperor and the imperial family, surrounded by a court of officials, eunuchs, consort families, and hangers-on whose relationships were perpetually shifting under the influence of ambition, marriage politics, and imperial favor. Below the court, the empire was governed by a meritocratic officialdom recruited increasingly through the examination system, though in practice birth, connection, and local power remained important. Below the officials, a relatively small group of wealthy landowners, merchants, and local strongmen occupied the upper strata of provincial society. And below all of these, the vast majority of the population, the peasant farmers who worked the land, paid the taxes that funded the empire, and served in the armies that defended and expanded it. Peasant life in the Han Dynasty was shaped by the agricultural calendar and the demands of the state. Most farming households cultivated plots of land too small to generate significant surplus in a good year and catastrophically insufficient in a bad one. Floods, droughts, and epidemics could drive households into debt, and debt meant the progressive loss of land to wealthy creditors and the slow slide into tenancy, the most precarious form of agricultural existence. Han law permitted the sale of persons into slavery under certain circumstances, and debt servitude was a constant threat to families operating at the margin of subsistence. The staple crops varied by region. In the north, millet and wheat dominated, supplemented by soybeans and hemp. In the south and center, rice cultivation was spreading into areas where it had not previously been grown, facilitated by hydraulic works and the accumulation of local agricultural knowledge. Farmers used iron tools, One of the most important technological advances of the late Warring States and early Han periods was the widespread diffusion of iron agricultural implements, which made it possible to cultivate harder soils and increase yields significantly. Draft animals, particularly oxen, were valuable assets whose ownership substantially increased a family's agricultural capacity. The towns and cities of the Han Empire were centers of craft production, commerce, and administration. The capital, Chang'an, modern Xi'an, was rebuilt and expanded by the Han emperors into one of the largest cities in the ancient world, with a population that may have reached several hundred thousand at its peak. Its grid of streets was organized around the palace complex, with markets designated to specific locations within the city. The markets were regulated by government officials, and prices, weights, and the qualifications of traders were subject to official supervision. Beyond the official regulation, a vigorous commercial life flourished. Merchants dealing in silk, lacquerware, bronze vessels, grain, salt, iron, pottery, livestock, and the hundred other commodities that a large population required. The social status of merchants was, in official ideology, low, lower than farmers, lower than artisans, above only the most degraded categories of the social hierarchy. This Confucian hostility to commerce as a form of cunning rather than productive labor had practical legal expression. Merchants and their families were at various points in Han history subjected to legal restrictions on dress, transport, and land ownership. In practice, these restrictions were unevenly enforced and frequently circumvented through the conversion of commercial wealth into land, which carried no such stigma. The tension between official ideology and commercial reality, between the Confucian preference for agriculture as the root of the economy and the commercial dynamism that enriched everyone, including the officials who disapproved of it, was a permanent feature of Han political economy. Iron production was a major industry of the Han period. The state monopoly on iron, established under Emperor Wu, was administered through a network of state-run foundries that produced both tools and weapons on a large scale. Chinese ironworking technology was significantly more advanced than anything available in the contemporary Roman world. Chinese metallurgists had developed the ability to produce cast iron, wrought iron, and various forms of steel centuries before these techniques appeared in the West. The iron plowshare transformed Chinese agriculture, and iron weapons gave Han armies a material advantage over enemies equipped with bronze. Paper was developed during the Han Dynasty. The traditional account credits Kai Lun, a court eunuch, with the invention of paper in 105 CE. And while recent archaeological discoveries have pushed the evidence for paper back to the 2nd or 1st century BCE, suggesting the process was more gradual than the traditional account implies, the Han period was certainly when paper became a practical, widely used writing material. Before paper, Chinese texts had been written on strips of wood or bamboo, bundled together to form books that were heavy, bulky, and difficult to transport. Silk had been used as a writing surface for important documents, but it was expensive. Paper made from plant fibers was lighter, cheaper, and easier to produce in large quantities, transforming the economics of written communication and administration. Its spread across the empire over the following centuries would be among the most consequential technological diffusions in world history. The seismograph, or more precisely a device for detecting and indicating the direction of distant earthquakes, was developed by the polymath Zhang Heng in the early 2nd century CE. Zhang Heng also produced works on astronomy, mathematics, cartography, and poetry, embodying the Han ideal of the cultivated official scholar whose intellectual range extended across all domains of knowledge. His earthquake detector, a bronze vessel containing a pendulum mechanism that caused a ball to be released from a dragon's mouth in the direction of the seismic disturbance, represents an early attempt at instrumental measurement of natural phenomena. Acupuncture and the broader system of Chinese medical theory, the concepts of qi, the systematic mapping of the body through meridian pathways, the use of herbal pharmacopoeia organized according to principles of warming and cooling, tonifying and purging, developed and were systematized during the Han period. The Huangdi Neijing, or Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, the foundational text of Chinese medicine, was compiled during the Han Dynasty, drawing on earlier traditions and synthesizing them into a coherent theoretical system. Whatever we now think of the theoretical framework, The practical pharmacological knowledge accumulated in the Chinese medical tradition represented centuries of empirical observation about the effects of plants and other substances on the human body, and some of this knowledge has proven to contain genuine therapeutic insights. Buddhism began to enter China during the Han period, initially along the Silk Road routes through Central Asia. The traditional account places the first Buddhist missionaries in China during the reign of Emperor Ming of Han in the 1st century CE. And while the historical details of early Buddhist transmission are difficult to verify with precision, it is clear that by the late Han period there was a genuine Buddhist community in China, drawing converts initially from among merchants and travelers who had encountered the religion in Central Asia and India. The eventual penetration of Buddhist ideas and institutions into Chinese civilization would become one of the most consequential cultural transformations in Chinese history. But in the Han period, it was a very early beginning, a trickle of foreign influence rather than a flood. Taoism, which had begun as a philosophical tradition in the Warring States period, developed during the Han into both a more systematized philosophical school and the beginnings of an organized religious tradition. The Huanglao school, combining elements associated with the Yellow Emperor and Laozi, was particularly influential in the early Han court and provided much of the ideological justification for the minimal government policies of the early reigns. Later, the religious dimensions of Taoism developed through the elaboration of ritual practices, the seeking of physical immortality through dietary and meditative techniques, and the emergence of charismatic teachers who attracted devoted followings. By the 2nd century CE, organized Taoist religious movements were a significant social phenomenon with implications for imperial stability. The reign of Emperor Wu marked a high-water mark of Han power and expansion, but it also set in motion forces that would complicate the dynasty's future. The financial costs of his campaigns were partly met through institutional innovations, the salt and iron monopolies, new taxes, the sale of titles, that concentrated economic power in state hands and created both beneficiaries who depended on these arrangements and resentments among those who bore the burdens. Large landowners who had accumulated estates during the periods of economic growth found themselves at odds with policies that taxed commerce but could not effectively tax land. Peasant farmers who lost land to debt drifted into tenancy, reducing their tax-paying capacity and their ability to serve in the military as independent householders, the foundation on which the Han conscript army rested. The question of the frontier policy divided the Han court for generations after Wu. The aggressive expansion of his reign had been enormously costly, and some of its territorial acquisitions required permanent garrisons and ongoing expenditure to maintain. The debate between those who favored continued active engagement on the frontiers and those who preferred retrenchment and accommodation recurred in every subsequent reign, shaped always by the current fiscal situation, the particular abilities of frontier commanders, and the political alignments at court. The structure of the Han imperial court was itself a source of recurring instability. The emperor sat at the apex of a system in which power flowed through multiple channels, through the official bureaucracy, through the consort families of imperial mothers and empresses whose male relatives frequently accumulated enormous influence, and through the eunuchs who had intimate access to the emperor's inner court. When a strong adult emperor occupied the throne, these channels were subordinated to his personal authority. But when an emperor was young, or weak, or died, leaving a child successor, the consort families and eunuchs competed to fill the vacuum, each trying to control access to the throne and thereby the empire's resources. The problem of succession was structural. The Han system provided no reliable mechanism for ensuring that the most able candidate inherited the throne rather than simply the one with the most powerful maternal relatives or the best position in the succession order at the moment of a ruler's death. Infant and child emperors were a recurring feature of the later Han period, and each minority created opportunities for regents, almost always relatives of the Empress Dowager, to exercise imperial power in the emperor's name. These regents enriched their families, filled the bureaucracy with their clients, and arranged marriages that perpetuated their influence. When the emperor reached adulthood and sought to reassert independent authority, he frequently found the only available allies to be the eunuchs who staffed his inner court and whose survival depended entirely on his personal favor. The First Han Dynasty, what later historians would call the Western Han, ended in 9 CE when a regent named Wang Mang, who had accumulated power through a series of strategic marriages and political maneuvers over decades, declared that the Han dynasty had exhausted its mandate of heaven and proclaimed a new dynasty, the Xian or New Dynasty, with himself as emperor. Wang Mang was a man of genuine intellectual ambitions who proposed sweeping reforms inspired by his reading of the ancient Confucian classics, including the nationalization of land and its redistribution to peasants, the abolition of private slavery, and the reorganization of the currency system. His reforms were idealistic, impractical, and administratively catastrophic. The currency reorganization in particular created economic chaos, since he changed the monetary system so many times in so few years. That trade was disrupted across the empire. The land reforms alienated the powerful landowners who were the backbone of provincial administration. And a series of natural disasters, floods, droughts, locust infestations, and most catastrophically the change of the Yellow River's course, created mass starvation and refugee flows on a scale that made any systematic reform impossible. The Red Eyebrow Rebels, peasant armies who painted their eyebrows red to distinguish themselves from government forces, and other groups arising from the chaos brought down Wang Mang's dynasty in 23 CE. He was killed in his palace. The Liu family's claim to the imperial succession reasserted itself through Liu Xiu, a member of the Han imperial family who had survived Wang Mang's rise and now led the restoration of Han authority, establishing himself as Emperor Guangwu and founding what later historians call the Eastern Han, with its capital moved eastward to Luoyang. Emperor Guangwu was a capable ruler who managed the difficult task of reunifying an empire devastated by Wang Mang's misrule and the rebellions that overthrew him. He achieved political stability through a combination of military effectiveness and pragmatic accommodation with the powerful landholding families who had emerged as the dominant social force in the provinces. The Eastern Han settlement was in many ways a less centralized system than the Western Han had been at its peak. The great landowning families, the aristocratic clans that dominated provincial society, controlled vast estates, employed large numbers of dependent tenants, and provided the educated men who staffed the local and imperial bureaucracy, exercised a degree of social and economic power that made them de facto partners in governance rather than simply subjects of the imperial state. The Eastern Han flourished for several decades. Guangwu's successors maintained reasonable stability. The economy recovered, the frontier situation was managed, and the cultural achievements of the dynasty continued. The Silk Road trade revived, and in 97 CE a Han general named Ban Chao, who had spent decades expanding and maintaining Han influence in Central Asia, sent an envoy named Gan Ing westward on an extraordinary mission to find the Great Western Sea and the empire that lay beyond it. Gan Ing reached what appeared to have been the shores of the Persian Gulf or possibly the Black Sea, was dissuaded from continuing by Parthian merchants who had no interest in a direct Han-Roman connection that would have bypassed their profitable intermediary role, and returned to report on the lands he had seen. The Han and Roman empires never made direct contact, but they were aware of each other's existence, and the exchange of goods between them, filtered through Central Asian and Parthian intermediaries, represented the most extensive long-distance trade network the ancient world had yet seen. Ban Chao's sister, Ban Zhao, was one of the most accomplished women in Han literary history. A historian, poet, and teacher who completed her brother Ban Gu's unfinished dynastic history of the Western Han, the Han Shu, or Book of Han. She also wrote a text on female virtue and education that would be enormously influential in subsequent Chinese history. Her career exemplifies both the genuine intellectual achievements that the Han cultural tradition made possible and the gendered limits within which those achievements were contained. The Eastern Han court in the 2nd century CE was increasingly characterized by the structural problems that had troubled the dynasty from its founding. The pattern of infant and child emperors, powerful regent families, and eunuch factions alternately dominating and being purged from the court became more pronounced and more damaging. 8 of the 12 Eastern Han emperors died before the age of 36. Several were enthroned as infants. The result was a permanent crisis of adult imperial authority, in which the state's nominal head was repeatedly a child controlled by competing factions of adults. The consort family problem reached its most acute phase in the 2nd century. A series of empresses from the Deng, Liang, and other powerful families placed their male relatives in positions of extraordinary power as regents, shaping appointments, controlling access to the emperor, and accumulating private wealth and influence on a scale that drained the imperial state's resources. When Emperor Huan managed to reassert imperial authority in 159 CE, he did so by allying with eunuchs to eliminate the dominant consort family, the Liangs, in a palace coup. The resulting political landscape was one in which the eunuchs who had helped Huan were now the dominant power at court, wielding influence over appointments and policy that they used to enrich themselves and their adopted families. The scholar official class, formed by the Confucian educational tradition and increasingly self-conscious of its collective identity as the guardian of moral governance, found itself in direct conflict with the eunuchs who now dominated the court. The struggle between the Confucian scholars and the court eunuchs in the 160s and 170s CE, known to later historians as the partisan prohibitions, or Donggu, was one of the most bitter in Han history. Scholars at the Imperial Academy and throughout the empire formed networks of moral criticism, identifying the leading eunuchs and their associates as corrupt usurpers and publicly condemning them. The eunuchs struck back by persuading the emperor to ban their critics from official service, imprisoning many and executing some. The networks of scholars thus suppressed were the most articulate defenders of the traditional Han political order, and their removal from positions of influence left the court dominated by men whose primary loyalty was to the emperor's inner circle rather than to the administrative system as a whole. While the court in Luoyang consumed itself in factional struggle, the broader empire was deteriorating. The concentration of land in the hands of great families meant that more and more of the peasant population was dependent on these families as tenants rather than independent smallholders paying taxes directly to the imperial state. Tax revenues declined relative to the empire's needs. The recruitment of soldiers from the old system of universal military obligation became increasingly difficult as the independent peasant household, the unit on which the system was based, became less common. Provincial military forces came increasingly under the control of local strongmen and great families rather than the central government. The Yellow River remained an ever-present threat. Its periodic floods and course changes displaced populations, destroyed harvests, and created the conditions for the epidemics and famines that drove desperate people into the arms of anyone who promised relief. The magical and religious traditions that had been developing throughout the Han period offered both comfort and community to people whose lives the state could not protect. Zhang Ju was a healer and religious teacher who founded the Way of Great Peace, Taiping Dao, in the 170 CE. He and his brothers traveled through the empire's most distressed regions, healing the sick through faith and the distribution of water blessed with ritual incantations, teaching a doctrine of divine forgiveness and coming cosmic transformation. They attracted an extraordinary following. Ancient sources number their adherents in the hundreds of thousands, organized in regional units with their own leaders and administrative structures. Zhang Ju declared a coming new age in which heaven would replace the corrupt imperial order with a just one, and he and his brothers began planning for an armed uprising. In 184 CE, the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out across multiple provinces simultaneously. Hundreds of thousands of followers rose under the banner of Yellow Heaven, yellow being the color associated with the new age that was to replace the declining blue of the Han. The revolt spread with terrifying speed across the heart of the empire, revealing just how thoroughly the Han state's control of its own territory had eroded. Cities were captured, estates burned, officials killed or fled. For several months, large portions of the empire were effectively beyond imperial control. The Han government's response to the Yellow Turban Rebellion was effective in military terms, but disastrous in political ones. Imperial forces and the armies of loyal provincial officials suppressed the main rebellion within months, defeating the Yellow Turban armies in major engagements and killing or capturing their leaders, including Zhang Ju himself, who died during the campaigns. But the political price of this military success was enormous. The suppression of the rebellion depended heavily on local military forces raised and commanded by provincial officials and local strongmen who were not answerable to the central government in any meaningful sense. These men emerged from the crisis with enhanced military resources, established positions of local dominance, and no particular reason to relinquish either. The court in Luoyang continued to collapse from within. In 189 CE, Emperor Ling died, and the succession crisis that followed was resolved by force. A general named Dong Zhuo, commanding troops from the northwest, marched on the capital, deposed the newly enthroned young emperor, installed his own candidate on the throne, and began a reign of terror that included the murder of two emperors and the physical sacking of the capital. Luoyang was burned. The imperial library, accumulated over 2 centuries, was destroyed. The bronze vessels and silk treasuries of the Han court were looted or lost. A coalition of regional warlords formed nominally to oppose Dong Zhuo, but the coalition fell apart almost immediately under the pressure of competing ambitions. What followed was a period of rapidly accelerating fragmentation. The nominal Han emperor, a child designated as Emperor Xian, was passed from one powerful figure to another, each using the imperial authority he embodied as a tool to legitimize their own position while exercising real power themselves. Provincial governors and military commanders who had raised armies to fight the Yellow Turbans or oppose Dong Zhuo kept those armies under their own control and began fighting each other for territory and resources. The great battles of the late Han period were not struggles to restore the dynasty but competitions to succeed it, conducted by men who understood that the Han order was ending but disagreed about what should replace it and who should lead the replacement. Cao Cao emerged from this chaos as the dominant figure of the age. His origins were connected to the eunuch faction that had been so despised by Confucian scholars. His adoptive grandfather had been one of the 10 eunuchs whose power had contributed so much to the dynasty's decline. But Cao Cao himself was a man of extraordinary ability who combined military genius with administrative talent, political intelligence, and a genuine cultural sophistication. He was a poet of real accomplishment, a student of military strategy, a pragmatic and often ruthless political operator, and perhaps the most capable man of his generation. Cao Cao spent the 190 CE fighting his way to dominance in the north. He gained possession of the nominal emperor in 196 CE, moving the court to his own city of Su, and used the imperial sanction this gave him to conduct campaigns against his rivals as an authorized servant of the Han rather than as an open rebel. He defeated rival warlords systematically, absorbed their territories, reformed agriculture in the war-ravaged north through military farming colonies that settled soldiers on previously uncultivated land, and rebuilt administrative structures that the chaos of the previous decades had destroyed. By 200 CE, his victory at the Battle of Guandu against the far larger forces of Yuan Shao, the most powerful warlord in the northeast, established him as the dominant force in northern China. In 208 CE, Cao Cao moved south to complete the unification that he believed was nearly within his grasp. He was defeated at the Battle of the Red Cliffs on the Yangtze River by the combined forces of Liu Bei and Sun Quan, a defeat that ancient sources describe with vivid detail: fire ships, deception, a wind at the crucial moment, and that fixed the division of China into 3 zones of influence that would give the subsequent era its name. Cao Cao controlled the north. Sun Quan controlled the southeast. Liu Bei, the Han prince whose claim to legitimacy rested on his descent from a branch of the imperial family, would eventually carve out the southwest as his domain. Cao Cao lived until 220 CE, and in his final years his titles and honors approached those of an emperor without the name. His son, Cao Pi, was under no such restraint. In 220 CE, Cao Pi compelled the last Han emperor, Emperor Xian, to abdicate the throne in his favor, bringing the Han dynasty to its formal end and proclaiming the new state of Wei. Liu Bei, in the southwest, responded by proclaiming himself emperor of a state called Han, claiming continuity with the old dynasty. Sun Quan in the southeast eventually did the same, proclaiming the state of Wu. The 400 years of Han were over. What they had created, however, would prove more durable than the dynasty itself. The unified writing system, the Confucian educational tradition, the bureaucratic model of governance, the concept of the empire as the natural and proper political form for Chinese civilization, the agricultural technologies, the trade networks, the literary traditions, the medical knowledge. All of these survived the fall of Han and shaped everything that came after. Future rulers who conquered China would model their dynasties on the Han. Future reformers who sought to change China would argue their case in the language the Han had given them. Future scholars would look back on the Han as a golden age of culture and power, as Chinese civilization would look back on the Qin as the necessary, if terrible, first act that made unity possible. The story of imperial China did not end in 220 CE. It was, in a sense, just beginning. The Three Kingdoms era that followed would produce its own extraordinary figures, its own military campaigns and political intrigues, its own cultural achievements. Reunification would come, fracture again, come again, in a rhythm of unification and fragmentation that would. The world Qiao Pai inherited when he accepted the abdication of the last Han emperor in 220 CE was one in name unified and in reality shattered. The North, which Wei controlled, bore the deepest scars of 3 decades of continuous warfare. Ancient sources preserve estimates, impossible to verify with precision but impossible to ignore, suggesting that the population of some northern commanderies had fallen by 70 or 80% from their Han-era peaks. These numbers almost certainly reflect a combination of actual mortality from war, famine, and epidemic, displacement of surviving populations who fled to safer regions, and the collapse of the census-taking machinery that had counted them. But even allowing for exaggeration, the demographic catastrophe of the late Han collapse was real and enormous. Fields that had once fed millions lay unworked. Cities that had once been centers of trade and administration were depopulated ruins. The roads that the Han had built to move armies and communications across the empire still ran across the landscape, but the communities that had sustained them were gone. Qiao Pai was 33 years old when he became the first emperor of Wei, and he was, by any measure, a man of considerable gifts. He was a poet and literary critic of genuine accomplishment. His essay on literature, The Discourse on Literature, is one of the earliest and most important works of Chinese literary criticism, arguing for the enduring value of literary achievement over political power with a passion that suggests personal conviction rather than mere rhetorical performance. He was a capable administrator who continued the institutional work his father had begun. But he lacked Cao Cao's military genius and, perhaps more importantly, Cao Cao's personal authority, the force of personality that had held together a coalition of generals, scholars, and regional strongmen who followed Cao Cao partly out of loyalty to him as an individual. In the south, the other 2 kingdoms of what later historians would formalize as the Three Kingdoms era were consolidating their own power. Sun Quan in the southeast controlled the region around the lower Yangtze Valley and the southeastern coast, a territory that the Han dynasty had never fully developed but that possessed enormous agricultural potential, particularly in the river deltas and the lake districts of the middle Yangtze. Sun Quan was a ruler of great political intelligence, patient and calculating in a way that distinguished him from the more dramatic figures who surrounded him. He had inherited from his father and elder brother Sun Su a formidable regional power base and a talented officer corps, and he managed both with an administrator's care. He would eventually declare his own empire of Wu in 229 CE, ruling until 252 CE in a reign that saw the continued development of the southeastern economy and the beginnings of the maritime networks that would grow into one of the most important features of later Chinese civilization. Liu Bei occupied the southwest, the mountainous kingdom of Shu Han, centered on the Qingdu Plain in the Sichuan Basin, a region of extraordinary agricultural richness isolated from the north by the near-impassable Qinling and Daba mountain ranges. Liu Bei was 59 years old when he proclaimed himself Emperor of Han in 221 CE, claiming continuity with the dynasty whose collapse he had spent his entire adult life trying to prevent. His claim to Han imperial blood, a distant connection to the imperial family, had given him legitimacy throughout the long years of his struggle, and it continued to define the ideological basis of Shu Han's existence. Not a new kingdom, but the continuation of the true imperial line against usurpers. The story of Liu Bei is inseparable from the story of Zhuge Liang, and the relationship between them has become one of the most celebrated in Chinese historical memory, though separating the historical reality from the layers of literary and cultural elaboration that accumulated over the centuries requires care. Zhuge Liang was a man of exceptional administrative and strategic ability who had spent his early years in retirement in the countryside near the Middle Yangtze, studying, thinking, and acquiring a reputation for brilliance before Liu Bei sought him out around 207 CE. The account of Liu Bei visiting Zhuge Liang's cottage 3 times before the recluse agreed to an audience, the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, is one of the most famous episodes in Chinese cultural tradition, whether or not it happened precisely as later texts describe. What is historically clear is that Zhuge Liang became Liu Bei's most trusted advisor and eventually the prime minister and effective ruler of Shu Han, a man whose administrative competence held the kingdom together through repeated military crises. The military geography of the Three Kingdoms era was largely determined by terrain. Wei's domination of the north gave it the larger population, more agricultural land, and the institutional inheritance of the Cao Cao years. But the natural barriers separating the kingdoms made decisive conquest extraordinarily difficult. The Yangtze River, wide and fast-flowing, protected the southeastern kingdom of Wu from overland invasion and gave Sun Quan's forces the defensive advantage of interior lines. The mountain barriers around Sichuan made Shu Han nearly impregnable from the north, requiring any invading army to negotiate passes that a small defending force could hold against a much larger attacker. The tensions between the three kingdoms were complicated by the fluid nature of the alliances among them. The Wushu alliance that had produced the victory at Red Cliffs in 208 CE was the single most important strategic fact of the early Three Kingdoms period, but it was never stable. The two kingdoms competed for control of the Middle Yangtze region and the territories of former Jing province, and the violence of this competition produced one of the most memorable episodes of the era, the killing of Guan Yu. Guan Yu was Liu Bei's most famous general, a man of ferocious battlefield ability whose personal loyalty to Liu Bei had become legendary over the course of decades of shared hardship and shared victory. He had been left to command the Jing region, Shu Han's crucial territory in the Middle Yangtze, while Liu Bei consolidated control of Sichuan. In 219 CE, while Guan Yu was conducting a successful campaign northward against Wei positions, Sun Quan's forces struck from the east, seizing the Jing territories and cutting off Guan Yu's line of retreat. He was captured and executed. His death infuriated Liu Bei and threatened to destroy the Wushu alliance entirely. Liu Bei responded by launching what later became known as the Yiling Campaign in 222 CE, a massive invasion of Wu territory aimed at avenging Guan Yu and recapturing the lost Jing territories. It was arguably the greatest military mistake of his life. The Wu commander Lu Sun, a young general who had been underestimated by Liu Bei's advisors, conducted a brilliant defensive campaign, holding back the Shu Han forces for months before launching a devastating counterattack using fire, the same element that had decided Red Cliffs a generation earlier. Liu Bei's army was routed and destroyed. He retreated to the frontier city of Beidasheng, where he died in 223 CE, heartbroken, physically broken, and aware that the dream of restoring the Han dynasty was now more remote than ever. He left Shu Han in the hands of his son Liu Shan, a young man of limited ability who would reign for 40 years largely because Zhuge Liang ran the kingdom in his name. Zhuge Liang's position after Liu Bei's death was one of extraordinary responsibility and genuine moral complexity. He had sworn to Liu Bei on his deathbed to serve the young emperor loyally, and he fulfilled that oath with a dedication that ancient sources found almost incomprehensible in its selflessness. Whether this picture is entirely accurate or has been idealized by later tradition, Zhuge Liang's administrative record in Shu Han was genuinely impressive. He reformed the tax system, organized agricultural production, maintained the army's effectiveness, managed relations with the southwestern tribes through a combination of military force and political accommodation, and kept the kingdom functioning under conditions that might have destroyed it. He also launched a series of military campaigns northward against Wei, the famous northern expeditions that he believed were both strategically necessary and morally required by Shu Han's claim to be the legitimate continuation of the Han dynasty. 5 major expeditions were conducted between 228 and 234 CE, each one emerging from the mountain passes north of Chengdu, each one ultimately failing to achieve a decisive victory, and each one withdrawing back into Sichuan when supply problems or Wei counterstrategies made further advance impossible. The campaigns were not pointless. They kept Wei off balance, prevented any concentrated offensive against Shu Han, and demonstrated genuine strategic creativity in their planning. But they consumed resources that Shu Han, the smallest and least populous of the three kingdoms, could not afford to waste. Zhuge Liang died in his camp during the Fifth Northern Expedition in 234 CE, exhausted by years of effort and aware, perhaps, that the cause to which he had devoted his life would not be completed. He was 53 years old. The Wei commander opposing him, Sima Yi, a man who would prove to be one of the most consequential figures of the age, had adopted a strategy of simply refusing to engage, waiting for Zhuge Liang's army to exhaust its supplies and withdraw. When news came that Zhuge Liang had died, Sima Yi cautiously advanced to inspect the Shu Han positions and retreated again when he found them still orderly, unwilling to risk battle against even a leaderless but disciplined army. The story was told, and maybe more anecdote than history, that local people said of him afterward. He was afraid of the dead Zhuge Liang. Sima Yi's caution was not cowardice but calculation, and calculation was the defining quality of his career. He had served the Chao family through the reigns of Cao Cao, Cao Pai, and Cao Rui, surviving the court politics of three reigns, accumulating military experience and political trust, and managing the delicate position of a man too talented to be dispensable and too powerful to be entirely comfortable for whoever sat on the Wei throne. When Cao Rui died in 239 CE, leaving a child heir, Sima Yi became one of the two designated regents. His co-regent died, and Sima Yi was left, increasingly dominant, in the position of supreme minister of Wei. The Chao family's attempt to reassert control over its own government led to an armed confrontation in 249 CE. While Chao Shuang, the representative of Chao family power, was away from the capital accompanying the young emperor on a ritual visit to the imperial tombs, Sima Yi seized the capital, secured the Empress Dowager's support, and presented Chao Shuang with a choice between surrender and civil war. Chao Shuang surrendered, trusting Sima Yi's promises of personal safety. He was executed within days, along with his entire family. The Chao family had lost real power in their own state. From this point, the Sima family controlled Wei, and the question was not whether they would formalize this control, but when. Sima Yi died in 251 CE. His sons Sima Shi and Sima Zhao continued their father's accumulation of dynastic power with increasing openness about their intentions. In 263 CE, Sima Zhao directed the campaign that finally destroyed Shu Han, a brilliant three-pronged offensive that exploited the mountain passes Shu Han had always relied on for defense, with one column under Deng Ai, taking a route considered impassable and emerging in the Sichuan plain behind the main Shu Han defensive positions. Lu Shan, the last Han heir who had sat on the Shu Han throne for 40 years, surrendered without attempting a last defense of the Chengdu plain. He was taken to the Wei capital, given a noble title, and reportedly responded to a question about whether he missed Shu Han with the memorable and possibly calculated answer that he was perfectly happy where he was. Whether genuine contentment or political survival instinct, the response saved his life. He died of old age. In 265 CE, Sima Zhao's son Sima Yan compelled the last Wei emperor to abdicate and proclaimed a new dynasty, the Jin. The wheel had turned. The family that had served the Chao family in precisely the way the Chao family had served the Han emperors had now done to the Chao family precisely what the Chao family had done to the Han. Accumulated power until formal assumption of the imperial title was merely the acknowledgement of an existing reality. Wu, the last of the three kingdoms, fell in 280 CE after a Jin military campaign that crossed the Yangtze, a feat considered nearly impossible, by deploying a chain across the river to block the Wu fleet and sending troops downriver on large warboats constructed years in advance. The last Wu emperor, a ruler of notable incompetence, was captured and treated generously. China was, for the first time in 60 years, unified under a single dynasty. The reunification should have been a turning point toward stability. It was, instead, the prelude to catastrophe. The problem was structural and became visible almost immediately. Sima Yan, who ruled as Emperor Wu of Jin, made a decision that would haunt his dynasty. He reversed the Qin and Han trend toward administrative centralization and enfeoffed his relatives as kings of territories across the empire. His reasoning was understandable, if mistaken. The lesson he drew from the fall of Wei was that the imperial family had been too weak to resist a powerful minister's family. The solution seemed to be to give the imperial family its own territorial power base, its own armies, its own resources. He gave the Sima princes kingdoms large enough to constitute genuine power, with the right to appoint their own officials and command their own military forces. The result, when Emperor Wu died in 290 CE, leaving a weak and intellectually limited successor, was exactly what historical precedent should have predicted: a civil war among the imperial princes for control of the regency and the court. The conflict known as the War of the Eight Princes lasted from 291 to 306 CE, consuming 16 years of violence that involved the eight most powerful Jin princes in a shifting, murderous series of alliances and betrayals. Princes fought princes, each seeking to control the emperor and thereby the empire, each pulling in whatever military forces they could command, including increasingly the non-Chinese peoples who had been settling within the empire's northern territories for generations. This last point requires elaboration, because it is one of the most important developments of the period and one of the least well understood in broad historical memory outside China. For centuries, various non-Chinese peoples had been moving into the territories of the Chinese Empire, sometimes as refugees fleeing steppe conflicts, sometimes as conquered peoples settled within Chinese borders, sometimes as allied military forces recruited to supplement Chinese armies. The Xiongnu, whom the Han had fought so extensively, had fragmented over the centuries into multiple groups, some of whom had settled within the northern frontier regions. The Xianbei, a people from the eastern steppe who had become dominant in the aftermath of the Xiongnu's decline, had similarly settled in large numbers in the northern borderlands. The Di, the Jie, the Chang. These were peoples with their own languages, customs, military traditions, and political structures who now lived within what was formerly the Jin Empire, but whose integration into Chinese society was incomplete and whose loyalty to Chinese imperial authority was contingent rather than certain. When the War of the Eight Princes gave these peoples the opportunity, and often the invitation, to intervene in Chinese internal affairs, the consequences were transformative. Princes who needed more soldiers turned to the Xiongnu cavalry and the Xianbei fighters who were available and willing. Once these forces had demonstrated their effectiveness in the Civil War, and once the Civil War had exhausted the Jin dynasty's own military resources, the non-Chinese military commanders who had been fighting for various Jin factions found themselves in possession of armies, territories, and ambitions that no weakened Jin emperor could any longer constrain. In 304 CE, a Xiongnu leader named Lu Yuan declared a restoration of the Han dynasty, claiming legitimacy through his family's historical connection to the Han imperial house through the Haqin marriage alliances of the Han period. He was, by Chinese cultural standards of the time, a man of genuine Confucian education. He had been educated at the Imperial Academy in the Jin capital, and his proclamation was framed in entirely Chinese political terms. But his military power rested on the Xiongnu cavalry that he commanded, and when his forces swept southward toward the Jin capital of Luoyang, they did so with a devastating effectiveness that the depleted Jin armies could not match. Luoyang fell in 311 CE. The reigning Jin emperor was captured, paraded before Lu Yuan's successor in humiliating circumstances, and eventually executed. A second Jin emperor made a desperate stand at the secondary capital of Chang'an, but it too fell in 316 CE. The Western Jin dynasty was over. What followed in the north of China for the next century and a half was one of the most tumultuous periods in Chinese history, the era of the 16 Kingdoms, a designation that later historians applied to the succession of short-lived states established across northern China by various non-Chinese peoples and Chinese leaders between 304 and 439 CE. The number 16 is somewhat conventional. The traditional count includes some states and excludes others on criteria that were partly political, but it captures the essential reality of the period, a succession of conquest states, none of them able to unify the North for more than a generation, each one replacing its predecessor through violence, each one drawing on some combination of steppe military power and Chinese administrative tradition. The violence of this period was extreme. Cities were sacked repeatedly. Populations that had already been devastated by the civil wars of the Eight Princes suffered successive waves of conquest and reconquest. The great families of the northern elite, the aristocratic clans that had dominated Chinese social and political life since the Han Dynasty, faced a choice between fleeing south, accommodating themselves to the new rulers, or dying. Many fled south. The movement of northern elite families across the Yangtze into the territories still controlled by Jin remnant forces was one of the defining migrations of Chinese history, carrying with them their books, their cultural traditions, their social networks, and their intense awareness of themselves as the bearers of a civilization temporarily displaced but not destroyed. In the south, a Jin court had reconstituted itself. A prince of the Jin family, Sima Rui, had escaped the fall of the north and established a new capital at Jiankong, modern Nanjing, on the southern bank of the lower Yangtze. He proclaimed himself emperor in 317 CE, founding what later historians call the Eastern Jin dynasty. It was a government of refugees and survivors, dependent for its military power on a combination of the great southern families who had been established in the Yangtze region before the northern catastrophe and the wave of northern aristocrats who arrived carrying their cultural prestige but lacking the landed resources they had held in the north. The southern court was perpetually unstable, its politics shaped by the tension between the emperor's family and the great aristocratic clans, both northern émigrés and southern originals, that provided the military commanders, the senior officials, and the social framework within which the court operated. The emperor was often weak, the great families often dominant, and the history of the Eastern Jin is marked by a succession of military strongmen who came close to seizing the throne for themselves, but were typically blocked by coalitions of other great families unwilling to see any single clan become too powerful. For the vast majority of people living through this era, north and south, the experience of the Three Kingdoms and the subsequent half-century of division before the brief Jin reunification, followed by the new catastrophe of the northern conquest states, was one of grinding, seemingly endless suffering. Peasant households that had survived the late Han Wars were caught again in the civil wars of the Jin princes. Those who survived those emerged into a world where the non-Chinese conquest states of the north imposed new tax burdens, new labor demands, and new forms of social dislocation. Flight from the land was continuous. People moved to find safety, food, and some semblance of the social order they had known. The great estates of powerful families offered a kind of protection. Peasants who attached themselves to an aristocratic patron gave up some degree of freedom, but gained access to the patron's private army and stored food reserves. The result was a gradual shift in the countryside from the Han model of independent smallholders paying taxes to the state toward a landscape dominated by private estates with dependent peasant populations, a structural change with profound implications for how subsequent dynasties would try to govern. It was in this context of prolonged crisis that Buddhism's transformation of Chinese civilization accelerated from a trickle into a flood. Buddhism had been present in China since the late Han period, arriving along the Silk Road networks through Central Asia. But for its first 2 centuries in China, it had remained a minority religion, practiced primarily among merchant communities and a limited number of Chinese converts. The collapse of the Han order and the subsequent centuries of warfare and instability changed the conditions profoundly. The old certainties of the Confucian social order, the educated officials serving a stable dynasty, the family maintaining its rituals, the community organized by the rhythms of agricultural life regulated by state ceremony, had been shattered. Buddhism offered things that Confucianism and Taoism in their classical forms did not: a systematic explanation for suffering, a path toward personal liberation from the cycle of birth and death, a monastic institution that provided community and material support independent of any particular political arrangement, and a soteriology, a theory of salvation, that spoke directly to people whose lives were defined by loss. The non-Chinese rulers of the North were in many ways more receptive to Buddhism than Chinese aristocrats had been. They had no deep investment in the Confucian tradition that had served as the legitimizing ideology of Chinese imperial rule, and they found in Buddhism a sophisticated religious tradition that came with institutions, texts, and teachers already developed. The great monk Fo Tuding, who operated under the patronage of the later Zhao ruler Shi Lu and his successor Shi, who in the first half of the 4th century demonstrated the model. A religious figure of extraordinary ability who translated Buddhist principles into practical terms, healing the sick, predicting military outcomes, and providing both personal counsel and political legitimacy to rulers who needed all three. Fo Tuding reportedly converted tens of thousands and established hundreds of monasteries across the later Zhao territories. The Chinese intellectual response to Buddhism was more complex and gradual. Educated Chinese found Buddhism fascinating but also difficult. Its metaphysical framework was alien to the Chinese intellectual tradition, and the earliest translations of Buddhist texts into Chinese often used Taoist vocabulary to approximate Buddhist concepts, creating a hybrid understanding that scholars today call matching concepts. Gaoi, a productive, ultimately imprecise bridge between two very different worldviews. The great translators who followed, above all Kumarajiva, who arrived in Chang'an in 401 CE after decades of travel and captivity, and produced translations of Buddhist scriptures whose literary elegance and philosophical precision transformed Chinese Buddhism, addressed these problems with extraordinary skill. Kumarajiva's translations of the Diamond Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Vimalakirti Sutra, and dozens of other texts gave Chinese Buddhism its canonical literary form. Works so beautifully rendered that they shaped the Chinese language itself, introducing new vocabulary, new conceptual frameworks, and new literary structures that permeated Chinese culture well beyond explicitly religious contexts. The same period saw the emergence of distinctively Chinese forms of Buddhist practice. Pure Land Buddhism, which focused devotion on the figure of Amitabha Buddha and the aspiration to be reborn in his Western Pure Land, a paradise free from suffering where enlightenment could be pursued without the distractions of ordinary human life, developed a mass following because it offered salvation through sincere devotion rather than through the demanding intellectual and meditative practices that other forms of Buddhism required. Chan Buddhism, which would later be known in Japan as Zen, was developing its own distinctive emphasis on direct meditative experience and the transmission of insight from teacher to student outside the texts, a tradition that drew on both Indian Buddhist meditation practice and the Chinese philosophical appreciation for intuitive rather than discursive understanding. Monasteries became economic as well as religious institutions. They accumulated land donated by pious laypeople, managed agricultural production, operated mills and oil presses, provided credit, and offered hospitality to travelers. In a world where state institutions had collapsed or become unreliable, the monastery offered a form of institutional stability that communities desperately needed. The Buddhist Sangha, the monastic community, was in some ways the most effective large institution in China during the centuries of division, capable of maintaining coherent organizational structures, preserving texts, transmitting knowledge, and providing social services across political boundaries that constantly disrupted everything else. Not everyone welcomed this. Confucian scholars saw Buddhism as a foreign intrusion that undermined the family loyalties and state obligations on which Chinese society depended. Monks, after all, abandoned their families, refused to perform ancestor rites, shaved their heads in violation of the Confucian principle that the body should not be harmed, and claimed a loyalty to their religious community that superseded their loyalty to the emperor and the state. There were periodic persecutions of Buddhism, motivated by a mixture of genuine ideological hostility and practical fiscal concern. Monasteries that were exempt from taxation and whose monks were exempt from conscription represented a significant drain on state resources. The most severe of these persecutions occurred in the north during periods when Confucian and Taoist advisors to non-Chinese rulers succeeded in portraying Buddhism as an alien and destructive force. But Buddhism's popular roots were too deep, its institutional base too well established, and its philosophical resources too rich for any persecution to permanently suppress it. Each time the restrictions were lifted, the religion recovered its strength. The South, meanwhile, was developing its own distinctive cultural character. The aristocratic families who had fled south from the north in the early 4th century carried with them a literary and philosophical tradition centered on the movement known as Xuanxue, dark learning or profound learning, which had been developing in the late Han and early Wei periods. Xuanqua drew on the Confucian classics but combined them with the Taoist texts, the Laozi and the Zhuangzi, in a synthesis that emphasized metaphysical speculation, aesthetic cultivation, and the value of natural spontaneity over the rigid observance of social ritual. The gentry gatherings of the Eastern Jin period, where educated men drank wine and discussed the deep principles of the cosmos with a deliberately cultivated air of elegant indifference to worldly affairs, became the defining image of Southern aristocratic culture. Wang Shiji, the 4th century calligrapher who is still revered as the greatest master of the art in Chinese history, exemplified this Southern aristocratic ideal. His preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, composed at a famous gathering of literati in 353 CE to commemorate a poetry contest beside a mountain stream, is one of the most celebrated pieces of prose in the Chinese literary tradition, a meditation on beauty, friendship, and the inevitability of death, that managed to be simultaneously personal, universal, and exquisitely crafted. Wang Shiji's calligraphy, particularly his running script, defined a standard of beauty that subsequent generations of calligraphers measured themselves against. His work existed at the intersection of aesthetic practice, moral cultivation, and personal expression in a way that was distinctively Chinese and distinctively Southern, a culture that had turned inward from the violent world outside the aristocratic study and made art a way of maintaining civilized identity under pressure. But the South was not immune to violence, and the Eastern Jin dynasty eventually succumbed to the same structural pressures that had destroyed so many of its predecessors. In 420 CE, a military strongman named Liu Yu, who had won fame through a series of successful campaigns against both northern enemies and internal rivals, compelled the last Eastern Jin emperor to abdicate and founded a new dynasty, the Liu Song, the first of 4 successive dynasties that would rule the south from Jiankong before the eventual reunification. These 4 dynasties, Liu Song, Southern Qi, Liang, and Shun, are collectively called the Southern Dynasties, and they represent both the continuation of Chinese imperial tradition in the south and the progressive weakening of the southern states' ability to resist the growing power of the north. The north, in the decades after the chaos of the 16 kingdoms, was being transformed by a very different process. In 386 CE, a Xianbei clan called the Tuoba established a state they called Wei, which historians call the Northern Wei to distinguish it from the earlier dynasty of that name. Through a combination of military effectiveness, political intelligence, and a systematic embrace of Chinese administrative institutions, the Northern Wei gradually unified the North, completing its conquest of the last of the 16 kingdom states with the absorption of northern Liang in 439 CE. For the first time since the fall of Western Jin, all of northern China was under a single political authority. The Northern Wei rulers faced the same challenge that every non-Chinese conquest dynasty faced: how to govern a predominantly Chinese population with the Chinese administrative traditions that made large-scale governance possible, without losing the military effectiveness that had made conquest possible in the first place. The Tuoba clan had begun as steppe warriors, and the Xianbei military tradition was the foundation of their power. But governing a territory as large and complex as northern China required bureaucrats, tax collectors, legal systems, and the accumulated knowledge of Chinese governance that only educated Chinese could provide. The tension between these two requirements, military Xianbei identity on one hand and Chinese administrative necessity on the other, shaped Northern Wei politics for the entire duration of the dynasty. The most dramatic attempt to resolve this tension came under the reign of Emperor Xiaowen, who ruled from 471 to 499 CE and undertook a program of deliberate Sinicization, the systematic adoption of Chinese culture, language, and institutions by the Tuoba elite, of breathtaking scope. He moved the capital southward from its position near the northern frontier to Luoyang, the old Han and Jin capital that carried enormous symbolic weight as the heart of Chinese civilization. He decreed that Xianbei clothing styles would be replaced by Chinese dress. He decreed that the Xianbei language would no longer be used at court and that Chinese would be the sole official language. He decreed that the Tuoba clan would adopt the Chinese surname Yuan. He arranged marriages between his own family and the great Chinese aristocratic clans, creating a new mixed elite that bridged the Xianbei and Chinese worlds. These reforms were genuinely transformative, but they were also deeply destabilizing. The Xinbei military aristocracy that had maintained its steppe traditions in the northern garrisons, tough, martial, culturally distinctive from the Sinicized elite that was forming around the relocated court, felt marginalized and betrayed by a dynasty that seemed to be abandoning the military identity from which it had drawn its power. The tension between the Sinicized court and the frontier garrison troops eventually exploded in the uprising of the Six Garrisons in 523 CE, a rebellion by northern garrison forces that shattered the Northern Wei state and led to its eventual partition into the Eastern Wei and Western Wei, each controlled by a powerful military strongman. This partition produced, through further internal competition, the two states that would be most consequential for China's next chapter: Northern Qi in the east and Northern Zhou in the west. The rulers of both were non-Chinese in origin but governed through Chinese institutions, with varying degrees of embrace of Chinese cultural identity. Northern Zhou, under the influence of a Chinese reformer named Su Chua and subsequently under a series of capable rulers, developed a system of government that consciously evoked the Zhou dynasty of antiquity, a deliberate ideological project aimed at legitimizing Northern Zhou rule through association with the golden age of Chinese political tradition. The Fubing system, or Fubing system, that Northern Zhou developed and systematized organized military service around agricultural household units, attempting to reconstruct the connection between farming and fighting that had been the basis of Han military power, adapted to the very different social and political conditions of the 6th century. It was out of the Northern Zhou system that the Sui dynasty emerged. Yang Jian was a Chinese official who had served the Northern Zhou government and had accumulated enormous power through a combination of ability, ambition, and advantageous marriage. His daughter was the empress of the Northern Zhou emperor. When that emperor died in 580 CE, leaving a child heir, Yang Jian assumed the regency, systematically eliminated potential rivals within the imperial family, and in 581 CE compelled the abdication of the last Northern Zhou emperor, proclaiming the Sui dynasty with himself as Emperor 1. Within a decade, in 589 CE, his armies crossed the Yangtze and conquered the last of the southern dynasties, the Qin, reunifying China for the first time since the fall of Western Jin almost 3 centuries earlier. The speed of Sui reunification was remarkable. The Qin dynasty, governing a territory and population a fraction of the North's, collapsed within months once the Sui invasion began in earnest. The last Qin emperor was taken prisoner, treated with reasonable generosity, a pattern that several Chinese dynasties followed with captured last emperors, perhaps recognizing that excessive cruelty toward a surrendered ruler set a troubling precedent. And the Sui administration moved quickly to integrate the southern territories into the unified state. Emperor Wen of Sui was a ruler of extraordinary administrative energy. He centralized government more thoroughly than any ruler since the Qin, abolishing the 9-rank system that had governed the selection of officials since the early Wei period, a system that had entrenched the power of the great aristocratic families by making birth and social connection the primary criterion for advancement, and replacing it with an examination system that selected officials on the basis of tested knowledge of the Confucian classics and practical administrative subjects. This examination system was not fully developed by Wen himself, but the direction he set would be completed by his successors and would ultimately evolve into the most consequential meritocratic institution in pre-modern world history. He also undertook a major administrative reorganization, reducing the number of government offices and official positions, cutting unnecessary expenditures, and attempting to create a leaner, more efficient central government. The logistics of governing a reunified empire required physical infrastructure on a massive scale, and the project that defined Sui imperial ambition more than any other was the Grand Canal. Emperor Wen began the work, and his son and successor, Emperor Yang, completed and extended it. The Grand Canal was not a single channel but a network of connected waterways, some of them pre-existing and others newly excavated, that eventually linked the Yellow River in the north with the Yangtze Valley and the southeastern coast. Its primary purpose was strategic and economic, to allow the grain surplus of the fertile south to be transported northward to feed the capital and supply the armies that operated on the northern frontier. The North had always been China's political and military heartland. The South was increasingly its agricultural and commercial engine. The Grand Canal was the infrastructure that made these two realities into a single functioning system. The human cost of canal construction was enormous and became one of the defining resentments of the Sui period. Millions of laborers were conscripted for the work, and the conditions under which they labored, inadequate food, exposure to weather, brutal supervision, produced mass mortality. Ancient sources record figures that are almost certainly exaggerated, but that point toward a genuine catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands dead from disease, exhaustion, and violence. Families that had barely stabilized their lives after centuries of warfare were subjected to new demands that many could not survive. Emperor Yang of Sui, who came to the throne in 604 CE after what later sources strongly imply was the murder of his father, was a man of genuine intellectual gifts and catastrophically poor political judgment. He was a poet, an aesthete, a man who appreciated art, literature, and the pleasures of civilized life. And he was also a ruler whose grandiose vision of imperial power led him to impose demands on his population that the dynasty's resources and the population's resilience could not sustain. He maintained three capitals, Luoyang, Chang'an, and Jiangdu in the south, moving between them in processions of theatrical magnificence. He undertook the construction of Luoyang as a new capital on a scale that required millions of laborers working under brutal conditions. He launched a series of campaigns against the Tuyuan people of the northwest and against the kingdoms of the Korean peninsula, campaigns that were expensive, logistically demanding, and in the Korean case, disastrously unsuccessful. The Korean campaigns were the breaking point. The kingdom of Goguryeo, which controlled much of the Korean peninsula and part of Manchuria, had refused to submit to Sui overlordship and had successfully resisted an initial campaign. Emperor Yang launched three successive massive invasions of Goguryeo in 612, 613, and 614 CE, mobilizing armies that ancient sources number in the millions, almost certainly exaggerated, but pointing toward an unprecedented military mobilization that stripped the farming population of working-age men and consumed material resources on a scale the empire could not absorb. The first campaign ended in catastrophic defeat when a large Sui force was ambushed during a river crossing and destroyed. The second was aborted when a general named Yang Xingan mutinied against the emperor and had to be suppressed at home before the campaign could continue. The third achieved a nominal Goguryeo submission that dissolved almost immediately. By 614 CE, the Sui Empire was consuming itself. Peasants who had been conscripted repeatedly, who had seen their sons and brothers die on the Korean frontier, who had been taxed to fund campaigns that achieved nothing, and who had been worked on canal construction until they died, had nothing left to lose. Rebellions broke out across the empire, initially scattered and local, but increasingly organized and geographically connected as successful rebel leaders attracted the desperate and the dispossessed. By 617 CE, much of northern China was effectively outside Sui government control, with rebel forces holding large territories and fighting both the imperial government and each other. It was in this context that Li Yuan, the governor of Taiyuan in the north, made his move. Li Yuan was a cousin of Emperor Yang, an aristocrat of mixed Chinese and Xinbei descent from the northwestern military elite that had been the backbone of northern Zhou and subsequently Sui military power. He was 50 years old in 617 CE, an experienced administrator and military commander who had watched the empire coming apart around him and had been warned by at least one advisor that the Sui was finished and that whoever struck first stood the best chance of establishing the next dynasty. Accompanied by his sons, above all his second son, Li Shimin, who was 18 years old and already displaying the military gifts that would define his career, Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan and marched southwest toward Chang'an. The campaign was remarkably swift. Li Yuan's forces reached Chang'an within months, captured it, and established a new regime in the name of a Sui prince. A fig leaf of legitimacy that fooled no one but provided political cover during the period of consolidation. In 618 CE, news arrived that Emperor Yang had been murdered by one of his own officials in Jiangdu, where he had retreated as the empire fell apart around him. He reportedly spent his final days drinking and looking in mirrors, contemplating the face that his enemies would soon be severing from his body. Li Yuan removed the fig leaf and proclaimed the Tang dynasty, taking the throne as Emperor Gaozu. But it was Li Shimin, the second son, the young general, who would make the Tang dynasty what it became. Li Shimin spent the years from 618 to 626 CE fighting the series of wars that completed the Tang consolidation. The rebels and regional warlords who had carved up the dying Sui Empire did not simply stand aside for the new dynasty. Lu Wuzhou in the north, Wang Shichong in the east, Dou Jianda who led the most formidable peasant rebel army, Xiao Xian in the south, and a dozen lesser regional powers all had to be defeated in succession, and it was Li Shimin who defeated them. His campaigns demonstrated a consistent pattern: strategic boldness combined with tactical patience, the ability to recognize when to attack aggressively and when to hold back and let the enemy make the mistakes. He was also unusually attentive to his soldiers' welfare, sharing hardships with them in ways that earned fierce personal loyalty. By 626 CE, the major military threats to Tang rule had been eliminated. The political crisis within the Li family came to a head in the same year. Emperor Gaozu's succession arrangements were complicated by the fact that his eldest son, Li Jiansheng, held the formal position of crown prince, while his second son, Li Shimin, had won the military glory on which the dynasty's power actually rested. The two brothers, and their supporters at court, were in increasingly open competition. The conflict culminated in the Xuanwu Gate incident of 626 CE, in which Li Shimin ambushed and killed both his elder brother the crown prince and his younger brother Prince Yuanji at the northern gate of the Chang'an Palace complex, then confronted his father Emperor Gaozu with the news. Gaozu, who had perhaps been maneuvered into a position where he had no realistic choice, designated Li Shimin as crown prince within days and abdicated in his favor within months. Li Shimin became Emperor Taizong, the second Tang emperor, and one of the most celebrated rulers in Chinese history. The violence by which Taizong took power, the murder of his brothers, the effective coercion of his own father, was acknowledged openly in the historical sources, because the historical sources were largely written under Taizong's supervision and he had the confidence to allow the record to stand, perhaps calculating that his subsequent achievements would outweigh the manner of his rise. Whatever one thinks of the Xuanwu Gate incident on moral grounds, its political consequences were to place on the throne a man of extraordinary ability at the moment when the dynasty's consolidation required precisely that. Taizong ruled from 626 to 649 CE, a reign that Chinese historical tradition would call Jingguan, the era of perfect governance, and commemorate as a golden age of wise rulership. The tradition is partly idealization, as such traditions always are, but it rests on genuine achievement. Taizong was a ruler who understood something that many emperors did not, that the quality of advice he received was directly dependent on whether his officials believed they could tell him unpleasant truths without being punished for doing so. He deliberately cultivated an atmosphere of frank counsel, rewarding officials who remonstrated with him even when the remonstrations were critical of his own decisions. The relationship between Taizong and his great remonstrating official Wei Zhong, who reportedly told the emperor things no other official dared say, with a bluntness that made Taizong furious and then grateful in approximately equal measure, became the defining image of the ideal relationship between a good emperor and a good minister, celebrated in subsequent Chinese political culture as the standard against which all ruler-minister relationships should be measured. His military achievements were commensurate with his administrative ones. In 630 CE, Tang forces destroyed the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, the most powerful steppe confederation on China's northern frontier, in a campaign that exploited internal Turkic divisions with masterly political intelligence. The Turkic Khan was captured and brought to the Tang capital, and Taizong received the submission of the steppe peoples with a ceremony that led the Turkic chiefs to confer on him the title of Heavenly Khan, recognizing him as the paramount ruler not just of China, but of the steppe peoples as well. This was an extraordinary achievement, a Chinese emperor recognized by steppe nomads as their own supreme leader, a title that expressed a new kind of imperial authority that transcended the old boundary between the settled Chinese world and the nomadic world beyond. Chang'an under the Tang dynasty was one of the most remarkable cities in the history of the world. Laid out on a grid of extraordinary regularity, enclosed within massive walls that formed a rectangle roughly 10 kilometers from east to west and 8 from north to south. It was home to perhaps 1 million people within its walls and more in the surrounding suburbs, comparable to Constantinople and significantly larger than any city in contemporary Europe. Its central axis ran from the southern gate northward to the Imperial Palace complex, flanked by the residential wards into which the city was divided, each ward enclosed by its own walls and gates that were locked at night. The two great markets, the eastern and western, operated under official supervision and hosted merchants from across the known world. And it was genuinely the known world. Chang'an in the 7th and 8th centuries was a cosmopolitan city of a kind that was rare in any era. Persian nobles fleeing the Arab conquest of the Sassanid Empire arrived at the Tang court and were given titles and positions. Nestorian Christians from Syria and Mesopotamia established a church in Chang'an and eventually received an imperial edict acknowledging their right to practice their faith. Zoroastrian temples served the Persian and Sogdian communities. Manichaean missionaries sought converts. Jewish merchants settled and traded. Islamic merchants from the new Arab Empire arrived along the Silk Road and by sea. Korean and Japanese students came to study Chinese governance, Buddhism, literature, and the arts at the most sophisticated court in the Eastern world. Scholars from Central Asian kingdoms taught music, dance, and the instruments of the steppe. The music of the Tang court incorporated instruments, scales, and performance traditions from across Central Asia. The pipa, a lute-like instrument of Central Asian origin, became one of the defining instruments of Tang music and poetry. Tang dynasty paintings, pottery figures, and surviving textual descriptions record a world of extraordinary cultural mixing. Women in Central Asian dress performing Sogdian whirling dances, polo matches, a Persian sport, played in the imperial parks, camels and exotic animals from distant lands given as diplomatic gifts. Foreign fashions influencing the clothing and hairstyles of Tang aristocratic women. The Silk Road trade that sustained this cosmopolitanism operated through a network of merchants, above all the Sogdians, and Iranian-speaking people from the cities of Central Asia, particularly Samarkand and Bokhara, who served as the primary commercial intermediaries of the Silk Road for centuries. Sogdian merchant communities existed in every major city along the route, connected by family networks, shared language, and commercial trust that allowed goods to flow reliably across thousands of kilometers. Chinese silk, porcelain, and paper moved westward. Horses, glass, gold and silver, aromatics, spices, and dyes moved eastward. But perhaps more consequentially than any physical commodity, ideas moved. Buddhist texts and images, mathematical knowledge, astronomical methods, agricultural techniques, and artistic motifs that transformed the cultures at both ends of the network and all the cultures in between. Buddhism reached its greatest influence in China during the Tang dynasty. The pilgrimage of the monk Xuanzang, who left China without official permission in 629 CE, traveled through Central Asia to India, spent 15 years studying at Buddhist monasteries and universities, and returned in 645 CE, carrying hundreds of Buddhist texts that he spent the rest of his life translating. Became one of the most celebrated journeys in Chinese cultural memory. The historical core around which the later fantastical novel Journey to the West would be constructed. Xuanzang's translations were technically superior to earlier efforts, benefiting from his profound knowledge of both Sanskrit and Chinese, and his accounts of the lands he had visited, preserved in the Great Tang records on the Western regions, became a primary source for understanding Central Asian and Indian geography and history. Emperor Taizong received him with honor, though he was a Buddhist patron rather than a devoted believer, and the imperial support for Xuanzang's translation project gave Tang Buddhism an imperial imprimatur that further accelerated its spread. The Buddhist presence in Tang China was not only intellectual and spiritual. The great monasteries were major economic institutions, their landholdings rivaling those of the largest aristocratic families. The production of Buddhist art, sculpture, painting, embroidery, metalwork, employed thousands of artisans and shaped the aesthetic language of the age. The cave temples at Dunhuang, Longmen, and Yungang, where generations of patrons funded the carving of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas into living rock and the painting of vast mural programs on cave walls, represent the accumulated artistic investment of centuries, and the Tang dynasty contributed some of the finest work. The Dunhuang caves in particular contain not only the extraordinary paintings that have made them famous, but also a vast library of manuscripts, texts in Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, and other languages that were sealed in a cave around 1000 CE and rediscovered in 1900, providing modern scholars with an irreplaceable window into the literary and religious world of the Tang. The Tang government's relationship with the diverse religions present in the empire was generally one of tolerant superintendence. The state regulated religious institutions, collected information about monks and nuns, and periodically intervened when it believed religious institutions were becoming economically too powerful or politically too influential. But it did not generally persecute. The principle, articulated by several Tang emperors, was that the various religious traditions each served some people's spiritual needs, and that the wise ruler accommodated this diversity while maintaining his own ritual supremacy as the Son of Heaven. This relatively tolerant approach was partly temperamental and partly practical. Persecuting Buddhism, in particular, would have been massively disruptive given how deeply embedded it was in Chinese society. The reigns of Taizong's successors extended Tang power to its greatest geographical reach. Emperor Gaozong, who ruled from 649 to 683 CE, presided over the final defeat and absorption of the Western Turkic Khaganate in Central Asia and the campaigns against Goguryeo on the Korean peninsula that Sui had attempted and failed to accomplish. An expensive but eventually successful effort that brought Tang influence to the borders of the Korean kingdoms and produced a kind of tributary relationship with the unified Korean state that emerged from the subsequent peninsula struggles. Tang power at its peak extended from the Korean peninsula in the east to the borders of Persia in the west, from the Mongolian steppe in the north to northern Vietnam in the south, a geographical reach that no Chinese dynasty had previously achieved and that none would subsequently surpass. But the most remarkable political development of the Gaozong reign was not military, but personal. Empress Wu Zetian, is one of the most extraordinary figures in Chinese history and in world history, the only woman in Chinese history to rule as emperor in her own name. Her rise was extraordinary in every sense. She had entered the imperial palace as a junior concubine of Emperor Taizong, a status that should have ended with his death. Concubines of deceased emperors typically entered Buddhist monasteries. Instead, she caught the attention of the new Emperor Gaozong and was recalled to court, eventually becoming his empress in 655 CE after a court struggle that she largely orchestrated herself. For the remaining decades of Gaozong's reign, as his health declined, Wu increasingly exercised the actual authority of the throne. After his death in 683 CE, she deposed two of her own sons in succession, ruling formally as regent, and then, in 690 CE, proclaiming herself emperor of a new dynasty she called Zhou. She ruled until 705 CE, when a palace coup organized by loyal Tang officials forced her abdication in favor of her son, who restored the Tang dynasty. She died the same year at approximately 80 years old. Wu Zetian's reign was long, consequential, and deeply contested in Chinese historical memory. Subsequent dynasties found her uncomfortable. A woman ruling as emperor violated the Confucian ordering of things, and the historical accounts of her reign contain both genuine information and substantial hostile embellishment, particularly regarding alleged cruelties and crimes in her personal behavior. What is clear from the record is that she was an administrator of genuine ability, who continued and in some respects deepened the examination system as a route to official recruitment, reducing the dominance of the old aristocratic families and expanding opportunities for talented men from less exalted backgrounds. She was an active patron of Buddhism, which offered more accommodating frameworks for female religious and political authority than Confucianism did. And she was effective at managing the court politics and frontier challenges of her era, maintaining the general territorial integrity of the Tang Empire through decades of rule. The subsequent Tang rulers included some of remarkable ability. Emperor Xuanzong, who ruled from 712 to 756 CE, presided over what Tang cultural tradition celebrates as the dynasty's artistic and literary golden age, the High Tang. a period of extraordinary literary achievement associated above all with the poets Du Fu and Li Bai, two figures of such towering importance in Chinese literary history that their work defined what Chinese poetry could be. Li Bai combined Taoist aesthetics, ecstatic imagination, and technical mastery in a body of work that made him, for subsequent generations, the exemplar of the romantic, spontaneous, wine-drinking genius. A man for whom poetry was as natural as breathing and whose imagination ranged from the mountains of his native Sichuan to the moon reflected in every river he crossed. His contemporary Du Fu took a very different approach, more disciplined in form, more politically engaged, more attentive to the suffering of ordinary people. Du Fu lived through the great catastrophe of the Tang period, the Lushan Rebellion, and his poetry of that era, observing the devastation of war, lamenting the displacement of refugees, mourning friends separated by conflict, captures historical experience with an immediacy and humanity that makes it indispensable both as literature and as historical document. The two men represent complementary rather than competing visions of what Chinese poetry could do, Li Bai showing its power of transcendence, Du Fu showing its power of witness. The Tang examination system under Xuanzong produced a large class of educated men who had mastered the Confucian classics, the histories, and the literary forms required for success in the examinations. The examination itself tested not only knowledge but literary performance. Candidates were required to compose poems, essays, and rhapsodies according to strict formal requirements, demonstrating both learning and aesthetic sensitivity. Success in the examinations opened the door to official service and the social prestige that came with it. The system was far from perfectly meritocratic. Wealthy families could afford the years of study required, and local examination officials were susceptible to the influence of established networks. But it was significantly more open than the aristocratic systems it was gradually displacing, and it created a culture in which literary and intellectual achievement was the most valued form of status. The cosmopolitan cultural life of Chang'an at its Tang peak extended into every domain. Tang painting developed a tradition of landscape representation that would influence Chinese and East Asian art for a millennium. Ceramics of extraordinary quality, above all the three-color glazed pottery known as Tang Sankai, with its rich combinations of amber, green, and cream, were produced for both domestic use and export. The bronze mirrors of the Tang period, often decorated with intricate patterns drawn from Central Asian and Chinese traditions, represent another form of material culture in which the dynasty expressed its aesthetic confidence. Agriculture and commerce sustained this cultural efflorescence. The Tang government's land allocation system, the equal field system, distributed land to peasant households according to the number of able-bodied adult males, with the land reverting to the state on the holder's death for reallocation. This system, inherited from the northern Zhou and Sui predecessors, worked reasonably well in the early Tang when there was sufficient land to distribute, but it became increasingly unworkable as population grew, as families accumulated land across generations despite the formal restrictions, and as the great aristocratic families and Buddhist monasteries absorbed land that should have been available for reallocation. By the mid-Tang period, the equal field system was largely a legal fiction, replaced in practice by a landscape of large private estates and landless tenants. Commerce, officially subordinate to agriculture in the Confucian hierarchy of social value, was in practice a vital and dynamic component of the Tang economy. The great markets of Chang'an and Luoyang, the river ports of the Yangtze and its tributaries, the coastal cities of the southeast, and the caravan routes of the northwest all sustained commercial networks of remarkable extent and sophistication. The Grand Canal, completed by the Sui and maintained by the Tang, allowed the grain surplus of the lower Yangtze to feed the populations of the north, making the political and military center of the empire dependent on the commercial and agricultural south in a relationship that would grow more important with every passing century. The structural pressures beneath this prosperity were genuine and growing. The equal field system's breakdown meant that the tax base the system was designed to maintain was eroding. The phubbing military system, which had organized soldiers as farming households who served in rotation and supplied their own equipment, was becoming unworkable as the land base it depended on disappeared. Frontier defense increasingly required permanent professional soldiers rather than rotating farmer soldiers, and permanent soldiers required regular pay from the imperial treasury rather than the self-sufficient land allocation that had made the old system affordable. Emperor Xuanzong's court responded to the military problem in part by delegating greater authority to frontier commanders. The military governors, called Jidushi, who commanded the frontier regions, were given increasing control not only over their military forces, but over the civil administration and tax revenues of their regions, allowing them to maintain large professional armies without constant recourse to the central government. This delegation was pragmatically effective in the short term. The frontier was defended, the armies were maintained. But it created concentrations of military power in the hands of regional commanders that were structurally dangerous, as events would demonstrate with devastating force. And Lushan was the son of a Sogdian father and a Turkic mother, a product of the ethnic mixing that characterized the Tang frontier world. He had risen through military service on the northeastern frontier to command 3 military governorships simultaneously, an unprecedented concentration of military power that he had achieved through a combination of genuine military ability, political manipulation of court factions, and the cultivation of a personal relationship with Xuanzong that shielded him from court rivals who distrusted him. He was also closely connected to the Xuanzong court through his relationship with Yang Guifei, the famous beauty who was Xuanzong's favorite consort and whose relatives, above all her cousin Yang Guozhong, dominated the court politics of the 750 CE. And Lushan was reportedly adopted by Yang Guifei in a ceremony of deliberately ambiguous implications, and the whole arrangement. The northeastern frontier commander, the imperial consort, her politically dominant relatives, and the aging emperor who trusted them all, represented exactly the kind of concentrated personal relationship and confused institutional accountability that sound governance required to prevent. In 755 CE, and Lushan raised his northeastern armies in rebellion, proclaiming himself emperor of a new dynasty he called Yan. His forces, battle-hardened frontier troops, many of them Sogdian, Khitan, and other non-Chinese cavalry, moved with terrifying speed down from the northeast, sweeping through the flat plains of Hebei and Hunan. The Tang armies in the path of the advance were either defeated or simply melted away. Luoyang fell within weeks. Chang'an fell within months. Xuanzong fled southwest along the road towards Sichuan, and at a place called Mawei, his own soldiers refused to proceed further. They demanded the death of Yang Guozhong, whom they blamed for the catastrophe, and Yang Guozhong was killed. Then they demanded the death of Yang Guifei herself. Xuanzong, 71 years old and broken, ordered her strangulation. The court poet Bai Juyi, writing decades later, would compose in the Song of Everlasting Regret one of the great elegies of Chinese literature, transforming the historical tragedy into a meditation on love, power, and loss. But the historical reality was not romantic. It was the collapse of imperial authority, the flight of the court, and the beginning of 8 years of devastating civil war. The rebellion was ultimately suppressed, but only through a combination of military effort, diplomatic maneuver, and the assistance of foreign powers that left the Tang dynasty permanently weakened in ways that could never be fully repaired. And Lushan himself was murdered by his own son in 757 CE. The rebellion continued under his successors, but with diminishing coherence. Tang forces, reinforced by Uyghur cavalry obtained through agreements that cost the Tang enormous amounts of silk and commercial privileges, recaptured both Chang'an and Luoyang. But the recapture was accomplished with Uyghur help, and the Uyghurs extracted a heavy price, not only in material terms, but in the implied acknowledgement that Tang military power alone was insufficient to defeat the rebellion. And the rebellion's final suppression in 763 CE was achieved not through Tang military victory, but through an accommodation with the surviving rebel commanders, who were allowed to keep their military governorships in the northeast in exchange for nominal submission to Tang authority. The consequences of this accommodation were profound and enduring. The northeastern commanders who had been in rebellion now governed their territories as essentially autonomous rulers, paying formal acknowledgement to the Tang court, but setting their own taxes, maintaining their own armies, appointing their own subordinates, and passing their positions to their own sons. The principle of central imperial appointment and dismissal of regional commanders, the institutional basis of the unified imperial state, was broken in the Northeast. And because the Northeastern precedent existed, other military governors across the empire began to assert similar degrees of autonomy, calculating correctly that the central government lacked both the military power and the fiscal resources to impose discipline on recalcitrant regions. The human cost of the Inlushan years was staggering. The census of 754 CE, taken just before the rebellion, recorded approximately 52 million registered households. The census of 764 CE, taken shortly after the main fighting ended, recorded approximately 17 million. Even accounting for census disruption, people hiding from tax collectors, and the breakdown of registration systems, these numbers reflect a genuine demographic catastrophe of enormous scale. Mortality from battle, famine, epidemic, and the violence that accompanies the collapse of social order on a massive scale, combined with flight and displacement. Du Fu's poems of these years are the literature of this catastrophe. Families separated, cities destroyed, farms abandoned, the roads full of refugees and soldiers. He wrote of hearing the sound of weeping everywhere, of seeing bones bleaching in the fields, of a world in which the normal rhythms of agricultural life, planting and harvest, family gathering, the seasonal ceremonies that organized collective existence, had simply stopped. The Tang dynasty survived the Inlushan rebellion, but it was fundamentally different afterward. The emperor was still the son of heaven, the legitimate ruler of all under heaven, and the ritual, literary, and philosophical frameworks of Tang governance maintained their form. But the substance of imperial power, the ability to command, to tax, to appoint and dismiss, to raise and direct armies, had been permanently compromised. The military governors, the Jadushi, who had been the solution to the dynasty's defense problem, had become the dynasty's primary domestic challenge. Managing them required constant attention, political skill, and the careful use of patronage, flattery, and manipulation rather than the straightforward exercise of imperial authority. The eunuchs, who had already been a significant court presence in the Tang as they had been in the Han, emerged from the Inlushan rebellion with enhanced power. When the court had fled Chang'an in 755 CE, the eunuch supervisors of the palace armies had remained with the emperor and provided crucial physical protection at the moment of maximum vulnerability. Xuanzong's successor, Emperor Suzong, rewarded this loyalty by giving eunuchs command positions within the palace armies, positions that grew in importance as the palace armies themselves grew in importance as the only military force the central government could reliably control. By the 9th century, it was the eunuchs who effectively controlled access to the imperial throne, the only power in the Tang system that remained at the center rather than in the regions. The late Tang emperors, rulers of the 9th century, each presiding over a state whose authority was more ceremonial than real in large portions of its nominal territory, faced a compounding series of crises that their structural situation made it nearly impossible to address. The tax system, based on registration of households and assessment of their land and capacity, was increasingly disconnected from the actual distribution of wealth. The great estates that had absorbed so much agricultural land over the preceding centuries paid little tax. The poor paid disproportionately. Reform was repeatedly proposed, and one significant reform, the Liangshui, or twice-a-year tax system of 780 CE, which replaced the old household-based system with a simpler assessment based on property and income, was implemented under the brilliant minister Yang Yan. It was a rational improvement, but the fiscal crisis was deeper than any single reform could address, and the structural problems of regional autonomy remained untouched. The Buddhist persecution of 842 to 845 CE, known as the Huichang suppression after the reign era of the emperor who ordered it, was the most severe attack on Chinese Buddhism in its history. Emperor Wuzong, a devout Taoist who had developed a genuine ideological hostility to Buddhism, was also facing severe fiscal pressures, and the vast wealth of the Buddhist monasteries, their landholdings, their tax exemptions, their large dependent populations of monks and nuns, presented an obvious solution to both concerns simultaneously. Over 3 years, tens of thousands of monasteries and temples were destroyed or seized, Hundreds of thousands of monks and nuns were forcibly returned to lay life, and the accumulated wealth of centuries of Buddhist institutional development was confiscated by the state. The suppression was reversed after Wuzong's death, when his successor restored Buddhism's legal standing, but the damage was lasting. Buddhism never fully recovered the institutional dominance it had exercised in the centuries before 845 CE, and the Huichong suppression accelerated a broader cultural shift in which Confucianism reasserted itself as the primary intellectual and ethical framework of Chinese civilization. The rebellions of the late 9th century were different from the Lushan rebellion in one crucial way. They arose from below rather than from within the military establishment. Peasant uprisings driven by genuine desperation, harvest failures, crushing tax burdens, the widening gap between the wealthy who held land and paid little tax and the landless poor who paid heavily for the privilege of surviving, had been a feature of the late Tang landscape for decades. The rebellion led by Huang Chao from 874 to 884 CE was the one that shattered whatever remained of the Tang imperial order. Huang Chao was a salt merchant who had repeatedly failed the imperial examinations, a detail that later writers found symbolically rich. A man who had tried to enter the official order through merit and been rejected, who then destroyed that order by force. Whether or not the examination failures explained the rebellion, Huang Chao proved an extraordinarily effective military leader of the most terrible kind. His forces moved across the empire in a great destructive arc, capturing Guangzhou in the south in 879 CE, where ancient sources record a massacre of foreign merchants, and eventually capturing Chang'an itself in 880 CE. The emperor fled. Huang Chao occupied the Tang capital and declared a new dynasty. He was driven out of Chang'an in 883 CE by a combination of Tang loyalist forces and, critically, the Shanghai Turkic cavalry of a commander named Li Qiang, whose ferocious military effectiveness was purchased at the price of giving yet another semi-autonomous regional power a dominant role in the central politics of the empire. Huang Chao was killed in 884 CE. But the empire he had ravaged was not the empire that had existed before him. Chang'an never recovered. The population of the great metropolis had fallen catastrophically. Its buildings had been burned, its markets emptied, its social fabric destroyed. The Tang court returned to find ruins where one of the world's great cities had stood. Subsequent Tang emperors operated in a capital that was a shadow of what it had been, smaller, poorer, physically diminished, and politically irrelevant, since the real power lay with the regional military governors who had their own cities, their own armies, and their own resources. In 907 CE, the military governor Zhu I, who had controlled the court for the final years of the dynasty, compelled the last Tang emperor to abdicate. The Tang dynasty, which had produced Chang'an, the poetry of Li Bai and Du Fu, the translations of Xuanzang, the reigns of Taizong and Wu Zetian, the cosmopolitan traffic of the Silk Road, and 3 centuries of cultural achievement that would define Chinese civilization for the next 1,000 years, was over. Zhu Wen proclaimed a new dynasty, later Liang, and China entered a period that would later be called the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, another age of fragmentation, another succession of short-lived states competing for the right to claim the mandate of heaven. But this fragmentation would not last 3 centuries, as the earlier one had. Out of it, within 50 years, would emerge a new dynasty, the Song, that would unify most of China, transform its economy in ways the Tang had only begun, and face across its northern frontiers a set of challenges that would ultimately bring to China the most devastating conquests it had ever known. The armies of the Mongols, who would turn the entire world upside down. The story of imperial China was not ending. It was gathering itself for its next great transformation. And the world that transformation would produce would be almost unrecognizable to the scholars who had walked Chang'an's great boulevards, the monks who had copied scriptures by lamplight in the Dunhuang caves, and the ordinary farmers who had looked up from their fields to watch armies pass and wondered which dynasty, this time, would win. 5 dynasties would rise and fall in the north before that transformation could begin to take shape, and each one would leave its mark not in monuments, but in the habits of survival that a people under pressure learned to carry inside themselves. The generals who had held the Tang together at its edges did not disappear when the dynasty collapsed. They simply stopped pretending to serve an emperor who no longer existed in any meaningful sense. Zhu Wan, who had once been a rebel himself before surrendering to Tang authority and rising through its military ranks, was the first to formalize what had already become obvious. In 907, he deposed the last Tang child emperor, declared himself son of heaven, and named his new state the later Liang. But Zhu Wan was not a man whom other powerful men respected. He was brutal in a way that inspired fear without inspiring loyalty, and the aristocratic military culture of the late Tang regarded him as an upstart of the worst kind. He had, after all, been a bandit's subordinate before he was anything else. His court was a court of suspicion, and his reign ended not in battle but in assassination, killed by his own son in 912. What followed across the northern heartland for the next half-century was not chaos in the simple sense. It was something more disorienting than chaos. It was a world in which the structures of political life remained perfectly legible, in which emperors were crowned and officials were appointed and armies were reviewed and decrees were issued, while the actual substance behind all of those forms grew thinner and thinner. A man could be appointed to govern a prefecture whose population had scattered into the hills. An emperor could receive tribute from territories whose local strongmen had already decided their loyalty would be sold again at the next opportunity. The ritual forms of Chinese imperial government continued because no one had yet found a convincing replacement for them, and because the rituals themselves, whatever their emptiness, still carried enough residual authority to be worth performing. The Northern Plain, the great agricultural heartland that had made Tang wealth possible, suffered terribly during these decades. Warfare moved across it in ways that made sustained farming extraordinarily dangerous. Armies requisitioned grain, conscripted men, burned what they could not carry. The Yellow River, never a gentle neighbor, flooded repeatedly, and without a functioning imperial hydraulic administration to manage its dikes and channels, the floods went uncontrolled for years at a time, swallowing entire districts and redirecting the river's course in ways that would shape the landscape for centuries. The population of the north declined. Villages emptied. The elaborate field systems and irrigation networks that Tang administrators had maintained with such bureaucratic care began to deteriorate back into wetland and scrub. And yet the south was different. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about the period that later historians would call the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, because it was not uniformly a time of destruction. South of the Huai River, below the great geographic boundary that had always separated the northern wheat lands from the southern rice paddies, a different political reality was taking shape. The kingdoms that established themselves across the south during this period varied enormously in character, in stability, and in cultural ambition. The kingdom of Wu, which would eventually become the Southern Tang, controlled the rich Yangtze Delta region and supported a court that patronized poetry, painting, and learning with a seriousness that the northern military dynasties could not match. The last ruler of the Southern Tang, Liu, would become one of the most celebrated poets in the entire Chinese tradition, a man so absorbed in the aesthetics of grief and longing that he seemed almost constitutionally unsuited for the political survival his situation demanded. But his inadequacy as a ruler and the eventual destruction of his kingdom should not obscure what his court represented. Proof that the cultural vitality of Chinese civilization did not depend on the survival of any particular dynasty. Farther south still, the kingdom of Min in what is now Fujian province built its prosperity on maritime trade. The coastline that the Tang had somewhat neglected as peripheral was beginning to reveal its possibilities to rulers who had no choice but to turn toward the sea. Ships moved out of Min ports carrying silk and ceramics to markets in Southeast Asia and beyond. The tea culture that was already deeply embedded in Chinese life found new commercial channels. Merchants who operated in this southern maritime world developed financial instruments and commercial relationships that would eventually contribute to one of the most sophisticated market economies the medieval world had ever seen. The political fragmentation of the North was, paradoxically, one of the conditions that allowed this commercial energy to develop, because the great centralizing bureaucracies of unified empires tend to tax and regulate commerce heavily while directing resources toward military and administrative priorities. The kingdom of Shu, in the western basin that is now Sichuan, was separated from the north by some of the most dramatic mountain terrain in all of East Asia, and that separation gave it a security that the exposed northern plain could not provide. Shu's rulers invested in agriculture, managed the complex irrigation systems of the Qingdu Plain, and maintained a degree of political stability that allowed a sophisticated regional culture to flourish. Block printing technology, which had developed during the Tang, spread and advanced in Shu's relatively protected environment. The reproduction of texts, of Buddhist scriptures and Confucian classics and practical agricultural manuals accelerated in ways that would eventually transform how knowledge moved through Chinese society. The Kingdom of Wuyue, controlling the coastal region around what is now Hangzhou and Suzhou, pursued a policy that later historians have sometimes described as deliberate self-preservation through strategic submission. Its rulers were intelligent enough to recognize that they could not defeat every larger neighbor, and so they chose instead to cultivate diplomatic relationships with whoever was powerful in the north, offering nominal acknowledgement of northern suzerainty in exchange for being left alone to govern their prosperous coastal territory. This policy required constant calibration and occasional humiliation, but it worked. Wuyue survived longer than most of the competing kingdoms, and when it finally submitted to the reunified Chinese state toward the end of the 10th century, it did so intact and with its cultural achievements largely undamaged. In the far south, the Kingdom of Nanhan controlled what is now Guangdong and parts of what would become Vietnam, and it maintained connections to maritime trade networks that stretched deep into Southeast Asia. Its rulers accumulated considerable wealth from this commerce and built a court culture that drew on both Chinese and more southerly aesthetic traditions. The ethnic and cultural complexity of this far southern region, where Han Chinese settlers had been intermingling with indigenous populations for centuries, meant that the political culture of Nanhan was different in texture from anything in the north, more syncretic, more commercially minded, more oriented toward the sea. Back in the north, the dynasties that succeeded one another on the imperial throne shared certain structural characteristics that made each transition feel both shocking and inevitable. They were all, in essence, military regimes in which the emperor's authority depended directly on his ability to maintain the loyalty of his generals, and in which the loyalty of generals depended on the emperor's ability to continue rewarding them with lands, titles, and opportunities for enrichment. This was a deeply unstable equilibrium, because a successful general who accumulated enough military resources would inevitably begin to look like a potential emperor himself, either to others or to himself or to both simultaneously. The Shadawa Turks, a Turkic people who had served in Tang armies and settled in the frontier zones between the northern plain and the steppe, played a role in this northern political world that was difficult for contemporaries to categorize and has remained somewhat difficult for historians to categorize ever since. They were, in the most straightforward sense, a military people who had become deeply embedded in the Chinese political and social landscape without fully becoming Chinese. They spoke Chinese, they participated in Chinese court culture, they understood the Confucian political vocabulary that provided the dominant framework for discussing legitimacy and governance, but they also maintained a separate ethnic identity and a military culture that was rooted in steppe traditions of mounted warfare and the bonds between a war leader and his followers. Three of the 5 northern dynasties of this period, the later Tang, the later Jin, and the later Han, had rulers of Shada origin, which tells us something important about how porous the boundaries of Chinese imperial identity actually were during this period, and about how thoroughly the Tang military system had transformed the ethnic composition of the northern Chinese political world. The later Tang, which overthrew the later Liang in 923, was established by Li Kongsu, whose father Li Qiang had been one of the most powerful military governors of the late Tang period. Li Qiang had famously worn black garments and commanded an army known as the Black Crows, and he had maintained his independence from Zhu Wen through a combination of military capability and geographical advantage, operating from a power base in the frontier zone where the northern plain meets the mountains and the steppe. His son Li Kongsu was a more brilliant military commander than his father and also a man of genuine cultural sophistication, deeply interested in music and theatrical performance in ways that would later cause his officials considerable anxiety. He took the Tang dynastic name, positioning himself as a restorer of the legitimate imperial line rather than a usurper, a claim that required some creative genealogical reasoning, but that carried real political weight in a world where Tang legitimacy remained the gold standard against which all other imperial claims were measured. But the later Tang was destroyed by one of its own generals in 936, and the dynasty that replaced it, the later Jin, was established with Khitan assistance, which created a debt that would prove impossible to repay. The Khitan people, who inhabited the steppes and forests north and east of China, had been consolidating their own power during the decades of Chinese fragmentation with remarkable speed and organizational sophistication. Their ruler Abaoji had founded what would become the Liao dynasty in 916, and he had done something that no previous steppe ruler had quite managed in the same systematic way. He had created a dual administrative structure that allowed the Khitan to govern their own nomadic population according to traditional steppe customs, while simultaneously administering the sedentary Chinese, Bohai, and other populations under their control according to something approximating Chinese bureaucratic practice. This was not a perfect solution, and the tensions between the two systems would run through Liao political life for the entirety of its two-century existence. But it was a sophisticated and pragmatic response to the challenge of ruling a diverse empire that straddled the fundamental ecological boundary between the steppe and the Song. The founder of the later Jin, Shi Jingtang, had purchased Khitan military support for his rebellion against the later Tang by promising to cede the 16 prefectures, a strategically critical strip of territory along the northern frontier that included the mountains and passes through which the major routes between the North China Plain and the steppe ran. This was an enormous concession, because those passes and their controlling heights were the defensive keys to the northern plain. Without them, the northern Chinese heartland was permanently exposed to cavalry raids from the steppe, and no amount of military effort along the flat terrain of the plain could compensate for the absence of defensible high ground. The later Jin rulers quickly discovered that what had seemed like a necessary price for survival had actually mortgaged their military security in a way they could never redeem, and the dynasty barely outlasted its founder before being destroyed by the Khitan themselves in 947. The later Han that followed was the shortest of all the 5 northern dynasties, lasting less than 4 years before internal rebellion destroyed it. The later Zhou that replaced it in 951 was something genuinely different. Its second emperor, Shizong, was one of the most impressive rulers of the entire period, a man who combined military capability with genuine administrative intelligence, and who understood that the cycle of dynasty founding and dynasty destroying that had consumed the North for the past 4 decades would continue indefinitely unless someone broke the structural conditions that made it possible. Shizong campaigned vigorously to recover territory and reassert Chinese control over the agricultural heartland. He undertook serious administrative and economic reforms, attempting to reconstruct the tax base that endless warfare had eroded. He began campaigns to recover the 16 prefectures from the Liao. He suppressed Buddhism in the north in ways that shocked the pious, but also had the practical effect of returning enormous amounts of wealth, land, and labor that monasteries had accumulated back into the taxable economy. And then he died in 959, at approximately 38 years of age, leaving the later Zhou throne to a 7-year-old child, and leaving his ambitious and capable generals in an extremely interesting position. Zhao Kuangyin had risen through the military hierarchy of the later Zhou with a speed that reflected genuine ability. He was, by the accounts that survive, a physically imposing man, skilled at both military command and the cultivation of personal loyalty among his subordinates. He had served Shizong faithfully and effectively, participating in the emperor's campaigns with distinction, and he had accumulated exactly the kind of military resources and personal following that the structural logic of the period demanded would eventually produce. Either an emperor or a corpse. When the news of Shizong's death spread through the court and the camps, and when the question of who would actually exercise power during the minority of the 7-year-old emperor became the question on every general's mind, Zhao Kuangyin was positioned at the center of that question in ways that he had not entirely arranged himself, but had certainly not prevented. The episode that unfolded at Chun Bridge, a post station on the road leading northeast from the later Zhou capital of Kaifeng, in early 960 has the quality of a scene that was both genuinely spontaneous and also somehow overdetermined by everything that had come before it. The army was moving out on campaign against a reported incursion from the north when, in the night, certain officers among Zhao Kuangyin's subordinates began to discuss the situation. The child emperor could not lead armies. The court was in confusion. Here was a commander who had the respect of the troops and the ability to actually govern. The soldiers knew whom they wanted to follow into battle and whom they wanted to see sitting on the throne, and those two things had converged in a single person. When morning came and Zhao Kuangyin emerged from his tent, perhaps genuinely surprised, and perhaps performing a surprise he had anticipated, soldiers placed an emperor's yellow robe around his shoulders and acclaimed him son of heaven. He accepted, with what his biographers describe as reluctance, but with a speed that suggests his reluctance had its limits. He returned to Kaifeng at the head of his army, received the submission of the court, and arranged for the child emperor and his mother to be treated with honorable care rather than the summary execution that had ended so many previous dynasties. This was a deliberate choice and a significant one. It announced something about the kind of ruler he intended to be and the kind of state he intended to build, a state in which the transfer of power would be managed rather than merely seized, in which the legitimizing forms of Chinese governance would be honored rather than simply appropriated as costume. He named his dynasty the Song. The problem that Zhao Kuangyin, now Emperor Taizu of Song, faced with perfect clarity was the problem that had destroyed every dynasty since the Tang's decline: how to prevent his own generals from doing to him what he had just done to the later Zhou. He had risen to power by exactly the mechanisms he now needed to dismantle, and he was intelligent enough to understand that the only way to secure his dynasty was to make sure that no general after him could accumulate the combination of personal loyalty, military resources, and geographic power base that had made his own rise possible. The story of how he accomplished this, of the famous dinner he is said to have hosted for his most powerful military subordinates where he essentially invited them to exchange their commands for comfortable retirement, lands, and generous imperial generosity, has become one of the great set pieces of Chinese historical memory. Whether the conversation at that dinner happened exactly as the sources describe, it matters less than what it represents: a fundamental reorientation of the relationship between military power and civilian authority in Chinese political culture. The men who had made Taizu emperor were pensioned off with honor and genuine generosity, and in their place, the Song would build something that had never quite existed in China in this form before: a state in which the examination-trained civilian official was the dominant figure in government, in which military commanders served under civilian supervision, and in which the emperor's authority was mediated through a sophisticated bureaucratic apparatus rather than through personal bonds of military loyalty. This was not simply a political choice. It was a civilizational wager, a bet that the stability and sophistication of civilian governance could provide a more durable foundation for imperial power than the military aristocracy that had dominated Chinese political life for the past 3 centuries. And to a remarkable degree, the bet paid off. The Song dynasty that Taizu founded and that his successors would rule for the next 3.5 centuries would become one of the most culturally productive, economically innovative, and administratively sophisticated states in the history of the world. It would also, not coincidentally, be persistently vulnerable to military pressure from the north, and that vulnerability would eventually destroy it. The same civilian orientation that produced the examination system and the merchant economy and the great cities of Song China also produced a military culture that tended to subordinate commanders to civilian oversight in ways that sometimes hamstrung effective military response. These two things, the cultural brilliance and the military vulnerability, were not coincidental. They grew from the same root. Taizu spent the first decades of his reign completing the reunification of the Chinese heartland, absorbing the southern kingdoms one by one with a combination of military pressure and diplomatic inducement. The kingdom of Jingnan fell in 963. Shu followed in 965. The southern Han was absorbed in 971. The southern Tang, with its poet King Liu, fell in 975, and Liu was brought to the Song capital as a cultural trophy, a man whose verse had already made him immortal and whose political failure had made him a captive. He died in Song captivity in 978, allegedly poisoned, and his final poems, written in the voice of a man looking back across a catastrophic rupture in his life, achieved an emotional depth that only the experience of total loss seems to make possible. The kingdom of Wuyue, true to the policy of strategic submission that had defined its survival strategy for decades, surrendered peacefully in 978, its rulers having correctly calculated that the Song would be more generous to a state that came willingly than to one that required conquest. Even after this remarkable run of reunification, the Song never recovered the 16 prefectures from the Liao, and the northern frontier zone remained a wound in the empire's geographic body that refused to close. The civil service examination system that the Song inherited from the Tang and then transformed almost beyond recognition was the institutional backbone of the new political order. The Tang examinations had been real and consequential, but they had coexisted with other routes to official power, particularly aristocratic connections and military service, and the exam itself had served a somewhat smaller proportion of the actual bureaucracy. The Song made the examinations the primary legitimate pathway to official status in a way that was genuinely revolutionary. Taizu and his successors expanded the number of successful candidates dramatically, worked to prevent the kind of patron-client networks that had allowed aristocratic families to dominate Tang official life from re-establishing themselves, and created a bureaucratic culture in which mastery of the classical texts and the ability to write in the prescribed examination formats were the fundamental credentials of political legitimacy. The implications of this transformation were enormous and moved in multiple directions simultaneously. On the one hand, it created a degree of social mobility that was genuinely remarkable by the standards of the medieval world. A farmer's son who could afford schooling, who had the intellectual ability and the discipline to master the enormous body of classical knowledge the examinations required, could in principle rise through the examination system to the highest positions in the empire. This was not a complete meritocracy. The costs of education meant that wealthy families had enormous advantages, and connections and patronage never disappeared entirely. But the principle was real, and the cases of men from modest origins who rose through examination success to high office were sufficiently numerous to sustain the system's legitimating ideology. On the other hand, the examination system created a cultural homogeneity among the official class that was both a source of cohesion and a potential source of intellectual rigidity. The same texts were read in the same way by officials across the empire, creating a shared frame of reference and a common vocabulary for political and ethical discussion that facilitated communication and coordination across enormous distances, but also tending to privilege established interpretations of those texts over more adventurous thinking. The cities that the Song examination system and the Song commercial economy together produced were unlike anything that had existed before in China, and arguably unlike anything that had existed anywhere in the medieval world. Kaifeng, the northern Song capital, is the best documented, and what the documents reveal is staggering in its density and complexity. By the mid-11th century, Kaifeng may have had a population of somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million people, making it one of the largest cities on Earth. It was not a ceremonial capital in the way that Tangchongan had been, with its carefully planned grid of wards enclosed behind walls that were locked at night to keep the population contained within residential zones. Kaifeng was a commercial city, a living organism of markets and workshops and restaurants and tea houses and entertainment venues that operated around the clock in ways that would have been formally prohibited in Tang urban governance. The night markets that the Tang had explicitly forbidden had become one of the defining features of Song urban life, and the economic energy that flowed through them was a sign of something fundamental. Chinese commercial capitalism was developing at a pace and scale that had no precedent. The famous scroll painting known as Along the River during the Qingming Festival, attributed to the northern Song painter Zhang Ziduan, gives us something approaching a visual census of Kaifeng at its peak. Boats of every size move along the river. Bridges are crowded with pedestrians, vendors, and vehicles. Shops of every conceivable type open their fronts onto the street. Restaurants, several stories tall, serve customers in chambers visible from the road. Inns accommodate travelers arriving from every direction. Workshops produce textiles, ceramics, metalwork, lacquer, paper, and 1,000 other goods that will be distributed through the city's commercial networks or loaded onto boats and barges for transport to markets elsewhere. The painting is not a realistic document in the modern photographic sense. but it captures something true about the texture of northern Song urban life. Its density, its commercial vitality, its extraordinary diversity of people and occupations and transactions. The economic systems that supported this urban complexity were themselves remarkable innovations. Paper money, which the Tang had known in primitive form as certificates of deposit used by merchants to avoid the risks of transporting heavy copper coins over long distances, became under the Song a genuine currency issued by the state and circulating in enormous quantities. The Song government, recognizing both the practical advantages of paper currency and the enormous revenues that could be generated from controlling its issuance, went through several generations of institutional experimentation with monetary policy, developing in the process an understanding of the relationship between money supply and economic activity that was practically sophisticated even if not yet theoretically articulated in recognizably modern terms. Credit instruments of various kinds, letters of exchange, promissory notes, and various forms of commercial paper allowed merchants to conduct transactions across vast distances without the physical movement of coin. Pawnshops and moneylenders provided capital to small businesses and poor households. The beginnings of something recognizable as a banking system were emerging in the commercial districts of Song cities. The tax system that financed Song government was correspondingly sophisticated and correspondingly burdensome. The land tax remained fundamental, as it had been in every Chinese dynasty, but the Song supplemented it with an elaborate array of commercial taxes, transit duties, monopoly revenues from salt, tea, alcohol, and other goods, and various levies on specific occupations and activities. The Song state's fiscal needs were large, driven partly by the enormous cost of maintaining the large armies that border defense and internal security required, and partly by the expense of the bureaucratic apparatus itself, which employed officials at every level from the capital down to the county. The tension between fiscal demands and the economy's capacity to sustain them would be a recurring source of political conflict throughout the dynasty, and it was this tension that would produce one of the most dramatic political confrontations of the Northern Song period. Wang Engshi, who became the Emperor Shenzong's chief minister in 1069, was one of the most consequential and most controversial figures in Chinese political history. His new policies, the reforms he implemented during the following decade with imperial support and against fierce opposition from the established official class, represented an attempt to solve the Song state's chronic financial difficulties by restructuring the relationship between government, rural communities, and the commercial economy in ways that would simultaneously increase state revenues and reduce the burdens on ordinary people. The Green Sprouts measure provided government loans to farmers at interest rates lower than what private moneylenders charged, theoretically helping farmers survive the hungry period before harvest while providing the government with interest income. The militia system attempted to shift some of the burden of local defense from the professional army to locally organized and locally funded militia units. Various measures tried to rationalize the labor service obligations that weighed heavily on rural households. The underlying intellectual ambition was coherent and in many respects admirable. Wang Engshi was trying to use state capacity to improve economic efficiency in ways that would benefit ordinary people while also solving government fiscal problems. But the opposition that his reforms provoked was intense, sustained, and came from men of genuine ability and genuine principle. Su Shi, known to later generations as Su Dongpa, was one of the greatest literary figures in Chinese history, a poet of extraordinary range and inventiveness, an essayist of elegance and wit, and a government official of long experience and deep conviction. He opposed Wang Engshi's reforms not from simple conservatism, but from a specific concern about implementation, that the bureaucratic apparatus charged with carrying out the new policies would do so in ways that created new burdens rather than alleviating old ones, that the theory was better than the practice would turn out to be, and that the damage done to established relationships and expectations would outweigh whatever efficiencies were gained. The argument between Wang Engshi and his critics was, in this sense, an argument about the relationship between good intentions and institutional capacity that has lost none of its relevance in the centuries since. The reforms were implemented, modified, and eventually abandoned as political winds shifted, and the intellectual culture that surrounded the debate about them produced some of the most sophisticated political writing in Chinese history. But while the court argued about fiscal policy and the proper relationship between government and the market, the world beyond China's northern frontier was changing in ways that would eventually make all of these debates irrelevant. The Khitan Liao dynasty had been China's dominant northern neighbor since the early 10th century, and the relationship between Song China and Liao had developed into something considerably more complex than simple hostility. The early Song had made serious military attempts to recover the 16 prefectures, launching campaigns in 979 and 986 that both ended in failure and humiliation. The 986 campaign in particular had been a disaster, with Song armies overextended and poorly coordinated, suffering severe defeats that shattered whatever confidence the new dynasty had in its ability to recover the lost northern territory by force. A generation of Song strategists and officials had to make peace with the reality that the Liao, with its cavalry superiority and its control of the strategic high ground of the 16 prefectures, could not be dislodged by the military resources the Song was willing or able to commit. The Chanyuan Treaty of 1005 formalized this recognition. Song China agreed to pay an annual tribute to the Liao, described in the official documents as gifts rather than tribute, because the diplomatic fiction of Chinese superiority had to be maintained even when the practical reality was one of parity or even Liao advantage. The sums involved were substantial: 100,000 taels of silver and 200,000 bolts of silk annually. For the Song government, this was a manageable expense given the extraordinary productivity of the Song economy, and it was far cheaper than maintaining a major military campaign along the northern frontier. The treaty bought peace along the northern border that lasted for more than a century, and that century of peace was one of the conditions that allowed Song civilization to reach the heights it achieved. But it also committed the Song to a posture of strategic passivity in the north that would prove difficult to abandon when circumstances changed. The Liao state that sat across this border from Song China was itself a fascinating hybrid civilization. The Khitan imperial family and ruling class maintained their steppe identity, their traditional hunting and pastoral practices, their tribal political structures, and their Buddhist religious commitments alongside an administrative apparatus that drew heavily on Chinese models. The Liao court was physically mobile in ways that Chinese courts were not, following the seasonal patterns of the steppe across different camps and palaces, but it was also capable of producing sophisticated poetry in Chinese, patronizing Chinese-style painting and calligraphy, and debating the fine points of Confucian political philosophy. The boundary between steppe and sedentary cultures ran not along a clear geographic line, but through the middle of the Liao ruling class itself. South of the Khitan, the Xixia state in the northwest presented a different kind of challenge to the Song. The Tangut people who founded Xixia were also nomadic pastoralists who had created a hybrid state drawing on multiple cultural traditions, and their territory sat athwart the major trade routes that connected China to Central Asia. The Song fought repeated and exhausting wars with Xixia throughout the 11th century, wars that consumed enormous military resources and produced no decisive outcome. The frontier with Xixia was a chronic drain on Song finances and military manpower, and it was one of the major pressures that drove Wang Engxi's reform program. Far to the northeast, beyond the Liao territory, lived a people who had been subjects of the Liao for generations and who would shatter the existing geopolitical order of northern East Asia with a speed that seemed almost incomprehensible to those who witnessed it. The Jurchen tribes of the Manchurian forests and plains had their own complex internal hierarchies and their own cultural traditions, and they had long experience as Liao subjects, providing tribute and military service in a relationship that combined genuine integration into the Liao system with persistent resentments about their subordinate position. Agutta, who emerged as the dominant leader among the Jurchen tribes in the early 12th century, was a man of extraordinary military ability and political vision. He began open rebellion against the Liao in 1114, and the campaign that followed demonstrated something that the Liao, and after them the Song, and eventually much of the rest of the world, would learn about steppe and forest peoples who had been underestimated: that military effectiveness does not require bureaucratic sophistication, and that a highly motivated, well-led force fighting for something it genuinely cares about can defeat a larger, better-equipped army that has become comfortable with the routines of power. The Jurchens defeated the Liao armies repeatedly and with an efficiency that stunned observers. In 1115, Aguda declared a new dynasty, the Jin, meaning gold, and the momentum of his campaigns did not slow. The Liao state, which had seemed so durable and so powerful from the southern side of the border, began to collapse under the Jurchen pressure with a speed that revealed how much of its apparent strength had been institutional inertia rather than genuine military vitality. The Song court, watching this from a cautious distance, saw what seemed like an extraordinary opportunity. The Liao had been their most dangerous neighbor for more than a century. The Jin were weakening the Liao rapidly. If Song China could ally with the Jin to destroy the Liao, perhaps the 16 prefectures could finally be recovered. The wound in the empire's northern frontier could be healed, and the humiliation of the Chanyuan Treaty could be reversed. It was a tempting calculation, and it was catastrophically wrong. The alliance between Song and Jin against the Liao was negotiated and implemented through a series of communications and campaigns beginning around 1120. The Song agreed to stop paying tribute to the Liao and to attack the Liao from the south, while the Jin attacked from the north and east. But when Song armies moved against the Liao in fulfillment of this agreement, their performance was dismal. The Liao, even in its weakened state, was able to resist Song military pressure far more effectively than Song commanders expected, and it became clear that the Song armies, which had been kept subordinate to civilian authority and had not fought serious offensive campaigns in decades, had lost much of their operational effectiveness. The Jin completed the destruction of the Liao essentially on their own, and when the 16 prefectures were redistributed after Liao's fall, the Jin proved distinctly reluctant to honor the provisions of the alliance that would have returned the prefectures to Song control. The Liao fell in 1125, and a remnant court fled west to eventually establish what historians call the Western Liao, but the Liao as a power in the east was finished. And now the Song found itself face to face with the Jin across a border that was far more dangerous than any the Song had previously faced, because the Jin had demonstrated military capabilities that the Liao had never possessed, and because the Jin's leadership understood something about the Song that the Liao had never needed to fully engage with, that behind its sophisticated civilization, the Song state had serious military vulnerabilities. The Jin invasion of northern China in 1125 and 1126 was unlike anything the Song had experienced. Jin cavalry moved with a speed and operational coherence that the Song military was not equipped to counter. The defenses of the northern frontier, already compromised by the decades of strategic accommodation that had followed the failed campaigns of the 980s, crumbled before the advance. Jin forces penetrated deep into the northern plain, and in the winter of 1125 to 1126, they reached Kaifeng itself. What followed over the next year was one of the most traumatic episodes in Chinese historical memory, an event so catastrophic in its combination of military humiliation and human suffering that it would be invoked for centuries afterward as the defining example of what happens when a state fails in its fundamental obligation to protect its people. The Emperor Huizong, who was one of the greatest artist emperors in Chinese history, a painter and calligrapher of extraordinary refinement, a man who had devoted enormous energy and imperial resources to the creation of beautiful things, a man who was almost constitutionally unsuited for the crisis that was now descending on his dynasty, abdicated in favor of his son Qinzong in an attempt to manage the political situation. It did not help. The Jin forces besieged Kaifeng twice. The city held for a time, negotiating, paying enormous ransoms, desperately trying to find some combination of tribute and diplomacy that would make the Jin go away. The Jin did not go away. In the winter of 1127, Kaifeng fell. The Jin forces entered the city, and what they did next was systematic and thorough. They took everything they could move. The imperial treasury, the imperial library, the imperial art collection, the bronze vessels and jade objects and silk textiles and gold and silver that represented centuries of accumulated imperial wealth. And they took people. Emperor Huizong, who had abdicated and hoped thereby to save himself and his dynasty, was taken. Emperor Qinzong, who had briefly held the throne and had been completely overwhelmed by the events of his reign, was taken. Members of the imperial family numbering in the thousands were taken. Officials, artisans, doctors, musicians, and many others were taken. The entire court, or what remained of it after those who had fled earliest had escaped, was loaded onto carts and marched north into Jurchen territory. This event, which the Chinese historical tradition calls the Jingkong catastrophe, using the reign name of Qinzong's brief rule, would haunt Chinese political culture for generations. Huizong died in Jin captivity in 1135, far from everything he had loved and created. The ordinary people of Kaifeng experienced the disaster in ways that the official records capture only partially and obliquely. A city of perhaps 1 million people was suddenly without its government, without its economic networks, without the security of walls and soldiers that had made urban life possible. The markets that had been the heartbeat of the city, the restaurants and tea houses and workshops and schools and printing establishments that had made Kaifeng the wonder of the medieval world, collapsed overnight. People fled in every direction. The roads south were crowded with refugees, men and women carrying whatever they could, trying to put distance between themselves and the Jin forces, trying to find somewhere that the war had not yet reached. The great riverine commercial network that had made the northern plain rich fell into disuse as the economic relationships that had sustained it dissolved. Fields were abandoned. The hydraulic systems that had required constant administrative attention to maintain fell into disrepair again, and the Yellow River, as if sensing the disappearance of the human hands that had attempted to control it, shifted its course in ways that added flooding to all the other disasters the region was already suffering. A prince of the Song imperial family, Zhao Go, had escaped the fall of Kaifeng because he had been sent on a diplomatic mission to the Jin forces before the final collapse. He was effectively the last adult male member of the Song imperial family outside Jin captivity, and in 1127 he was proclaimed emperor by officials and military commanders who had gathered around him south of the Huai River. He would reign as Emperor Gaozong for 35 years, and the dynasty he re-established would endure for another century and a half, but it would endure in the south, below the Yangtze River, with its capital eventually fixed at Linnan, which we now call Hangzhou. The northern Song was over. The southern Song had begun. The re-establishment of Song imperial authority in the south was not a smooth or simple process. The early years of Gaozong's reign were characterized by near-constant military pressure from the Jin, who were not content to hold the north and repeatedly probed south of the Yangtze in the years immediately following the fall of Kaifeng. Gaozong himself, a man of considerable personal courage in some respects and considerable political calculation in others, was forced to flee repeatedly, at one point taking to ships in the estuary south of Hangzhou to escape approaching Jin forces. The court was a government in motion, moving between temporary capitals as military pressure shifted, trying to maintain the administrative functions that kept tax revenue flowing and soldiers paid, and the whole fragile structure of state authority intact. The military commanders who emerged during this period of crisis were men who operated in conditions that were fundamentally different from the civilian-dominated framework that the Northern Song had so carefully constructed. The Jin threat was immediate, overwhelming, and required military responses that simply could not wait for the deliberations of civilian officials who had passed their examinations in classical literature and spent their careers managing civil administration. Men like Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Zhang Jun became the dominant figures of the early Southern Song, building armies around their personal charisma and military effectiveness and developing operational capacities that the Jin forces found genuinely challenging. Yu Fei in particular became one of the great heroic figures of Chinese historical memory, a commander of extraordinary ability who drove his forces north with a momentum that at moments seemed to threaten actual recovery of the lost northern territories. His armies developed tactical formations and fighting techniques that were effective against the Jin cavalry in ways that earlier Song military efforts had not been, and his campaigns of 1140 achieved successes that seemed to vindicate the argument that the North could be recovered if only the political will existed to sustain the effort. But the political will did not exist, or more precisely, it existed in Yu Fei and certain others, but not in the imperial court itself, where Gaozong and his chief minister Qin Gui were calculating that the costs and risks of continued military effort outweighed the benefits, and that a negotiated peace with the Jin that left the south intact was preferable to a war for reunification that might fail catastrophically. The peace of 1141 ended the immediate military conflict and fixed the boundary between Song and Jin roughly along the Huai River. Song acknowledged Jin's suzerainty, which was diplomatically humiliating, and agreed to pay annual tribute. The military commanders who had built their careers and their men's loyalty on the project of northern recovery were recalled, their armies reorganized under greater imperial control. Yu Fei was arrested on fabricated charges, imprisoned, and killed in 1142. The circumstances of his death, which even contemporaries regarded as profoundly unjust, and the manner in which the emperor and his ministers sacrificed a genuine hero to the requirements of their peace policy, made Yu Fei a martyr whose memory would be invoked for centuries by those who felt that China had betrayed its own best aspirations. But the Southern Song that emerged from this painful recalibration was itself a remarkable civilization, in some respects even more dynamically innovative than the Northern Song it replaced. Linen, the new capital, became one of the greatest cities in the world. The estimates of its peak population range from 1 to 2 million or more, which would make it the largest city on Earth in its era. It was built on and around a beautiful lake and a series of hills that gave it a very different character from the flat, grid plan of Kaifeng. Its markets and pleasure quarters and religious establishments and government offices spread across the landscape in a pattern that was more organic and less formally planned than the great Tang capitals had been, and this organic density gave it an energy and a variety that travelers found extraordinary. Marco Polo, who visited the city after it had already fallen to the Mongols, but while its physical fabric was still largely intact, described it with superlatives that his contemporaries in Europe found difficult to credit. He was not simply exaggerating. The density of commercial activity, the quality and variety of food available in the markets and restaurants, the sophistication of the entertainment district with its tea houses and theatrical performances and storytelling halls, the scale and beauty of the West Lake that formed the city's aesthetic centerpiece, the precision and efficiency of the municipal systems that kept a city of this size functioning. All of these things genuinely exceeded what any European city of the period could offer. The Southern Song was not a civilization in decline. It was a civilization that had survived a catastrophe, adapted to new circumstances, and in some respects accelerated the innovative tendencies that had already distinguished the Northern Song. Maritime trade became even more important to the Southern Song than it had been to the Northern Song, partly because the loss of the northern territories and their overland trade routes made sea routes more valuable, and partly because the extraordinary expansion of Chinese shipbuilding technology during this period made the sea routes more accessible than they had ever been before. Song shipbuilders developed watertight compartments that made their vessels far safer than anything sailing the Indian Ocean at the same time. The magnetic compass, which Chinese navigators were using for maritime navigation by the 11th century, made blue water sailing more reliable. Song merchant ships traveled to Southeast Asia, to India, to the Persian Gulf, and to the east coast of Africa, carrying Chinese silk and ceramics and returning with spices, aromatic woods, precious stones, and the luxuries that Song consumers desired with a passion that amounted to a market force of enormous power. The ports of the southeast Chinese coast, Quanzhou, Guangzhou, and others, became cosmopolitan entrepôts where merchants from across the Islamic world, from India, from Southeast Asia, and from the Chinese interior all met and traded. The Muslim merchant community in Quanzhou was large enough and established enough to build mosques and maintain its own religious and legal institutions while integrating into the Chinese commercial system at every level. The diversity of these port cities, their everyday contact with people and goods and ideas from distant places, gave the southern Chinese commercial culture a cosmopolitan quality that would later become one of the distinguishing features of the entire southeastern Chinese cultural tradition. The intellectual life of the Southern Song was as rich as its commercial life. The Neo-Confucian synthesis that Zhu Xi systematized in the 12th century became the dominant philosophical framework for Chinese elite culture for the next 7 centuries, eventually spreading to Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, where it shaped political philosophy and educational practice with a depth of influence that rivaled the original Chinese impact. Zhu Xi's achievement was to take the various streams of Confucian revival that had been flowing since the early Tang and to organize them into a comprehensive philosophical system that could address both the metaphysical questions that Buddhism and Taoism had made central to Chinese intellectual life and the practical, ethical, and political questions that Confucianism had always been most concerned with. His commentaries on the four books became the canonical texts of the examination curriculum, meaning that his interpretation of the classical tradition was what Chinese officials read and absorbed through the entirety of the late imperial period. But the intellectual life of the Southern Song was not simply a matter of official philosophy. The spread of printing technology, which had been advancing since the Tang, had by the 12th century created a book market of extraordinary vitality. Titles of every kind, classical texts, histories, encyclopedias, poetry collections, fiction, practical manuals on agriculture and medicine and mathematics and navigation, were printed and sold in quantities that would have been unimaginable in earlier periods. Literacy rates, while impossible to measure with precision, were clearly rising among the urban population. The tea houses and entertainment establishments of Linen offered storytelling performances, theatrical productions, and other forms of entertainment that depended on and reinforced a broadly literate urban culture. The Song was not a fully literate society in the modern sense, but it was developing something like the cultural infrastructure of one. Institutions of popular entertainment and commercial information diffusion that reached audiences far beyond the classical educated official class. The sciences and technologies in which Song China led the world were not incidental achievements but expressions of a civilization that valued practical knowledge and had the commercial and institutional structures to develop and apply it. Gunpowder, which the Tang had known as a curiosity, became under the Song a genuine military technology, incorporated into weapons systems of increasing sophistication. Fire arrows, explosive bombs, early proto-guns using bamboo and then metal barrels, and sophisticated incendiary devices all appeared in Song military arsenals. Iron production reached levels that would not be equaled in Europe until the 18th century, with complex blast furnace technologies producing standardized products for markets and armies across the empire. Agricultural technology continued to advance, with new rice varieties from Kampa in Southeast Asia being introduced that ripened faster and allowed double cropping in the south, dramatically increasing food production and supporting the population growth that made the great Song cities possible. The Song state itself, for all its civilian sophistication, faced the geopolitical challenge of being surrounded by states that were militarily more effective on the battlefield. The peace with the Jin that Gaozong and Qin Gui had negotiated in 1141 held, roughly, for several decades, interrupted by periodic military clashes that neither side allowed to escalate into full-scale war. The boundaries between Song and Jin remained roughly stable through the second half of the 12th century, and during this period both states experienced something approaching internal development and consolidation. The Jin actually adopted considerable elements of Chinese administrative culture, conducting Chinese-style civil service examinations, producing literature in Chinese, and developing a hybrid civilization that was neither purely Jurchen nor purely Chinese, but something genuinely new. The Southern Song state, for its part, developed the administrative and fiscal systems that allowed it to maintain a military establishment adequate for defensive purposes while also sustaining the extraordinary commercial and cultural vitality of its cities. The tension between these requirements, the pressure to spend enough on defense to survive while not taxing so heavily as to undermine the commercial economy that generated the revenue, was a permanent feature of Southern Song governance. Officials debated it constantly. Reformers proposed solutions, and the dynasty managed to navigate it, imperfectly but successfully, for a century and a half after the disastrous events of 1127. But beyond the northern horizon of the Jin territories, on the great Eurasian steppe that stretched from Manchuria to the shores of the Caspian Sea, forces were gathering that would eventually make the Song-Jin frontier irrelevant by destroying one of the parties to it, and then the other. The steppe is not simply a geographic feature. It is an environment that shapes the people who live in it in ways as profound as any other ecosystem shapes its inhabitants. The vast grasslands that roll across the center of the Eurasian continent are simultaneously generous and brutal. Generous in their capacity to support enormous herds of horses and cattle and sheep, brutal in their winters and their droughts, and their absolute dependence on the continued movement of those herds to fresh pasture. The people who lived on the steppe were mobile by necessity, organized around the requirements of pastoral herding, and that mobility gave them a military capability that sedentary civilizations found deeply difficult to counter. A steppe army was already mounted. Every man who could herd animals could ride and, with additional training, could fight from horseback. The logistics that constrained the armies of agricultural civilizations, the need to feed large numbers of men who were not themselves food producers, were partially alleviated by the steppe army's ability to travel with its own food supply in the form of herds and the dried provisions that horsemen carried. The political organization of steppe peoples was tribal and highly competitive. Confederacies formed around powerful leaders and dissolved when those leaders died or were defeated. Allegiances were personal and instrumental rather than institutional. A man who could demonstrate military success and the ability to reward his followers with plunder, livestock, and land would attract followers rapidly. A man who failed to deliver would see his followers drift away with equal speed. This was a political culture that selected for martial ability and personal charisma in ways that Chinese Confucian bureaucracy explicitly did not, and in moments of crisis, the steppe political system could produce leaders of extraordinary military and organizational genius. The Mongolian plateau in the late 12th century was a world of chronic warfare between competing tribal confederacies: the Mongols, the Tatars, the Karait, the Naiman, the Merkid, and others. These groups raided each other, stole each other's horses and women and livestock, formed alliances that shifted with the military situation, and killed each other in the casual violence that was the normal texture of steppe political life. It was into this world that Temujin was born, probably in the 1160s, into a family of the Mongol tribal nobility. His father Yasujii was a chief of middling status, and his early death left the family in a position of extreme vulnerability. The rival Tatar tribe had poisoned Yasujii, and in the aftermath of his death, Temujin's family was abandoned by the followers who had owed Yasujii loyalty. They survived for years on the margins of the steppe, eating rodents and roots and anything else they could find, a period of deprivation and hardship that left marks on Temujin that his later career never quite erased. The young Temujin was captured and enslaved by a rival clan, escaped, and began the slow process of building his own following from nothing. He was at this point a young man with nothing to offer prospective followers except personal qualities, physical courage, a memory for loyalty and betrayal that never forgot either, an ability to inspire trust, and an intelligence about human motivation that was almost preternatural in its accuracy. He sought out alliances, cultivated friendships with men who would eventually become his most important generals, and began to win the small-scale military successes that attracted followers on the steppe. He avenged himself on the Tatars who had killed his father with a methodical thoroughness that announced something about his character. He was not interested in raids and plunder as ends in themselves, but in the elimination of threats and the accumulation of power. The decade or so of warfare that followed, roughly from the 1190s to the first decade of the 13th century, saw Temujin systematically defeat, absorb, or destroy the major competing confederacies of the Mongolian plateau. His methods were varied and sophisticated. Against enemies who would not submit, he was ruthless beyond conventional steppe standards, massacring enemy combatants and even, in some cases, entire communities. Against enemies who submitted before the final engagement, he was often surprisingly generous, incorporating their warriors into his own forces and promoting their leaders according to ability rather than origin. This combination of extreme ruthlessness toward resistance and genuine generosity toward submission was not inconsistent. It was a carefully calibrated system designed to maximize the speed of conquest by making the alternatives to submission as costly as possible while making submission itself as attractive as possible. In 1206, on the banks of the Onan River, a great assembly of the Mongolian tribes convened to formally recognize what had already become obvious through the preceding decade of warfare, that Temujin had unified the Mongolian plateau under his authority. He received the title Genghis Khan, which historians have translated variously as universal ruler, oceanic ruler, or fierce ruler, a title that announced not just current dominance, but a claim to a kind of cosmic authority that transcended normal tribal politics. The assembly was not simply a celebration. It was the founding act of a new political order, and the organizational decisions that accompanied it gave that order a structure that would prove extraordinarily durable and effective. Genghis Khan reorganized the Mongol army and stayed around a decimal system in which units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 men provided the basic organizational framework. Commanders at each level were assigned not just military authority, but administrative responsibility for the families and herds of the men under their command, creating a system in which military and civil government were fused in a single hierarchy. Crucially, the assignments of these commands deliberately broke up existing tribal loyalties by mixing men from different tribal backgrounds within units, creating a new Mongol identity that transcended tribe and was based instead on loyalty to the person of Genghis Khan and the imperial structure he had created. This was a political revolution as well as a military one. The chronic tribalism that had kept the steppe in perpetual conflict was being replaced by a unified imperial identity. The Mongol military system that emerged from this reorganization was not simply a larger version of what had come before. It incorporated genuine doctrinal and tactical innovations that gave it advantages over opponents who were larger or better equipped. The use of feigned retreat to draw cavalry opponents into prepared killing zones was a tactic Mongol commanders used with devastating effect throughout their campaigns. The integration of siege engineering expertise, initially acquired by attaching Chinese and Central Asian specialists to Mongol armies, eventually made the Mongols as effective at taking fortified cities as they were at the open-field cavalry battles where their advantages were most obvious. The intelligence and logistical systems that Genghis Khan developed allowed Mongol armies to conduct coordinated campaigns across distances that would have been impossible to sustain for most contemporary military organizations. Scouting was systematic and thorough. Communication between separated columns was maintained through relay systems. Campaigns were planned at strategic scales that required coordinating the movements of multiple armies months in advance. The campaigns that followed the 1206 Kuriltai, the assembly, were directed in the first instance against the states on the Mongols' immediate flanks. The Xia, the Tangut state in the northwest, was raided repeatedly and forced into tributary status. The Jin dynasty was attacked beginning in 1211, and the campaign against the Jin, whose territory included not just the grasslands of the north, but the densely populated agricultural heartland of northern China, lasted for more than 2 decades, outliving Genghis Khan himself. The early campaigns against the Jin demonstrated something important. The Mongols could defeat Jin armies in the field, but taking fortified Chinese cities required capabilities they had not yet fully developed. They raided, ravaged, and extracted tribute in the early phases, but the reduction of Jin power was a slower process than conquest of the open steppe had been. The campaigns in Central Asia, beginning in 1219, were triggered by the execution of Mongol trade envoys by the Khwarezmian Empire, a large and powerful Islamic state centered in what is now Uzbekistan and Iran. Genghis Khan's response was one of the most destructive military campaigns in history. The great cities of Central Asia, Samarkand, Bokhara, Merv, Nishapur, cities that had been among the wealthiest and most culturally sophisticated in the Islamic world, were taken and in many cases largely destroyed, their populations killed or enslaved, their irrigation systems wrecked in ways that would take centuries to partially repair. The scale of the destruction was so vast that contemporary Islamic historians described it in apocalyptic terms, and they were not wrong to do so. The agricultural and commercial civilization of Central Asia was fundamentally damaged in ways that would affect the region for generations. News of these events spread through the trade and diplomatic networks that connected the medieval world with something approaching the speed of rumor, which is to say slowly, but with the exponential amplification that comes when shocking information passes through many hands. In the Song court, in the Jin court, in courts and markets from India to Europe, people began to hear about a conqueror from the north who moved with incomprehensible speed, whose armies appeared to be invincible, and who dealt with resistance in ways that violated all conventional expectations about the limits of warfare. The responses varied from denial to panic to strategic calculation, but the underlying reality was the same everywhere. Something unprecedented was moving through the world. Genghis Khan died in 1227, reportedly after a fall from a horse during the final campaign against the Xixia. The empire he had created was the largest land empire in history up to that point, stretching from the Pacific coast of China to the Caspian Sea, and it faced the fundamental challenge that all conquest empires face: how to maintain coherence across distances that strain every form of communication and administration available. Genghis Khan had anticipated this problem, at least partially, through the system of inheritance he established, dividing the empire among his sons in a way that gave each a portion while maintaining the theoretical unity of the whole under the authority of a great Khan elected by the family assembly. His son Ogdi was elected Great Khan in 1229, and under his rule the Mongol conquests continued and accelerated. The campaign against the Jin was completed under Ogdi's direction, and the Jin dynasty finally fell in 1234, its last emperor dying as his state was destroyed by the combined pressure of Mongol military campaigns and the betrayal that had begun when the Song had allied with the Mongols to eliminate this common enemy. History was repeating its own cruel patterns. The Song had helped destroy the Jin for the same reasons they had helped destroy the Liao, and the result was the same. The neighbor they had helped to eliminate was replaced by a neighbor who was far more dangerous. Ogdi's campaigns extended Mongol power westward in ways that no one in Europe or the Middle East had imagined possible. The campaign of 1236 to 1242 sent Mongol armies under Bada Khan and the brilliant commander Subutai deep into Russia and Eastern Europe, destroying the major Russian principalities, defeating Polish and Hungarian armies at the battles of Legnica and Mohi in 1241, and reaching the Adriatic coast before withdrawing on news of Ogdi's death. The withdrawal was not a military decision. It was a political one, required by the custom of assembling to elect a new Great Khan, and it gave Western Europe a reprieve that it did not fully understand and could not have predicted. What Europe experienced as miraculous deliverance was simply Mongol imperial succession politics. Ogdi died in 1241. His successor Gayuk Khan, elected after a period of regency and political maneuvering that lasted several years, died in 1248 after a reign of less than 2 years. The Mongol Empire was entering a period in which the sheer size of the territories it controlled and the growing differences in interest among the branches of the Chinggisid family that ruled different portions of it were beginning to create centrifugal pressures that the system of unified imperial authority was struggling to contain. Monk Khan, elected in 1251 from the Toluid branch of the family rather than the branch that had produced Ogdi and Gayuk, was one of the most capable of Genghis Khan's grandsons, a man who combined military seriousness with genuine administrative intelligence. His reign saw Mongol power pushed further in multiple directions simultaneously. His brother Hulagu led campaigns into the Middle East that destroyed the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad in 1258, killing the last Abbasid caliph and ending an institution that had been the symbolic center of Sunni Islam for 5 centuries. His other brother Kublai was given authority over Chinese territories and instructed to complete the conquest of the southern Song, which remained the one major power in East Asia that had not yet been brought under Mongol control. Kublai Khan is one of the most complex and fascinating figures in the entire Mongol imperial story. He was Genghis Khan's grandson, fully legitimate by every standard of Chinggisid inheritance, but he was also deeply shaped by Chinese culture in ways that many of his relatives regarded with suspicion. He had spent years in northern China, had taken Chinese advisors into his service and learned to value their expertise, and had developed an understanding of Chinese governance and cultural life that went far beyond what most Mongol leaders bothered to acquire. He was not, in any simple sense, becoming Chinese civilization on its own terms while remaining fundamentally a Mongol in his political identity and his relationship with the empire. The campaigns against the southern Song that Kublai directed were not the lightning strikes that had characterized earlier Mongol campaigns in less fortified and less geographically complex territories. The Song south was protected by the Yangtze River and its tributaries, by the wet, complex terrain of the southern landscape, and by a population that had been fighting for its survival for the better part of a century and had developed considerable defensive expertise. The Song navy was formidable, and Mongol forces, whatever their effectiveness on land, had no tradition of naval warfare. The campaigns of the late 1250s and early 1260s made some progress, but did not achieve the kind of decisive breakthrough that Monk had hoped for. When Monk died in 1259 during the campaign against the Song in Sichuan, probably of dysentery according to most sources, the entire Mongol world was plunged into succession uncertainty. Kublai was in the field with his own army when he heard of his brother's death, and he faced an immediate political crisis. His younger brother Erik Bok was moving to claim the title of Great Khan with the support of Mongol traditionalists who were deeply suspicious of Kublai's Chinese orientation and who wanted to maintain the empire's center in the Mongolian heartland rather than allow it to shift toward China. The ensuing civil war between Kublai and Erik Bok lasted until 1264 and ended in Kublai's victory, but the political cost was significant. It accelerated the de facto fragmentation of the Mongol Empire into separate khanates that acknowledged Kublai's nominal supremacy, but increasingly operated as independent polities. Kublai now faced the question of how to consolidate his authority over China while managing the political realities of a Mongol empire that was dividing into distinct successor states. His solution was characteristically synthetic. In 1271, he declared a new Chinese-style dynasty, the Yuan, taking a name from the classical Chinese tradition that signaled to Chinese subjects that he was not simply a foreign conqueror ruling China from the outside, but was adopting the full framework of Chinese imperial legitimacy. He moved his capital from the Mongolian heartland to Dadu, the city we now know as Beijing, constructed on the northern edge of the North China Plain, a location that spoke to his dual identity as both Mongol Khan and Chinese emperor. He maintained Karakorum in Mongolia as a secondary capital, a physical acknowledgement that he had not abandoned his steppe heritage. The campaigns to actually complete the conquest of the southern Song continued through the 1260s and into the 1270s with a steady, grinding pressure that reflected both the difficulty of the military problem and the organizational determination of the Mongol command structure. Kublai had learned from earlier failures in the south and invested heavily in developing the naval capability that the conquest required. He recruited Chinese and Korean shipbuilders and sailors, developed river flotillas capable of supporting land operations in the complex waterway environments of southern China, and cultivated commanders who understood amphibious warfare. The siege of Xiangyang and Fanding, twin cities on the Han River that controlled one of the main invasion routes into the south, lasted from 1267 to 1273, an extraordinary six-year siege that demonstrated both the tenacity of Song resistance and the eventual overwhelming weight of Mongol resources. When Xiangyang finally fell in 1273, the strategic situation of the southern Song became untenable. The main defensive barrier had been breached, and Kublai's General Bayan, one of the most capable commanders in the Mongol military tradition, led forces south with a relentless efficiency that the remnant Song military could not effectively counter. City after city either fell or surrendered as Bayan's armies moved through the Yangtze Valley and into the southern territories. The Song Prime Minister Jia Sadao, who had dominated the court for years with a combination of political skill and military incompetence, was finally removed and killed as the political consequences of his failures became impossible to ignore. A child emperor was enthroned, and then another as the succession of crises overwhelmed each regime before it could stabilize. The court fractured into factions debating between continued resistance and negotiated submission, and the debate became increasingly academic as fewer and fewer options remained available. The last Song emperor's court, by the late 1270s, had become something almost heartbreaking in its determination to maintain the forms of legitimate imperial governance under conditions that made governance of any kind nearly impossible. Loyalist officials and commanders continued to resist with whatever resource remained to them, moving the court repeatedly by sea along the southern coast as Mongol and Yuan forces tightened their control of the mainland. The population that had been living under Song rule for generations faced the terrifying uncertainty of life during the transition between dynasties, not knowing what the new rulers would demand, whether their property and lives would be protected, whether the commercial and agricultural systems that had sustained them would survive the change of power. The final act came in early 1279 at Yamen, a narrow strait off the coast of what is now Guangdong province, where the remnant Song fleet had gathered for a last stand. The loyalist commander Zhang Shiji had assembled a fleet of more than 1,000 ships around which the remaining Song court, including the last emperor, a child of 7, had taken refuge. The opposing force, commanded by Zhang Hongfan, had both naval and land components and was not dramatically larger, but it was better positioned and better coordinated. The Battle of Yamen was a genuine naval engagement, fought over several days, and the outcome was not predetermined in the way that retrospective inevitability can make it seem. But when the end came, it came completely. The Loyalist fleet was broken. Zhang Shiji tried to escape with some ships, but died in a typhoon shortly after. The Prime Minister Liu Xiufu, who had been one of the most devoted servants of the dying dynasty, took the 7-year-old Emperor Bing in his arms and jumped into the sea. They drowned together. The chronicles record that in the aftermath of the battle, the bodies of more than 100,000 people floated on the water around Yamen, though this number has the quality of a figure meant to convey total catastrophe rather than a precise census. The Song dynasty, which had ruled China in one form or another for more than 3 centuries, which had presided over the most economically and technologically advanced civilization in the medieval world, which had survived the loss of its northern territories and the capture of its emperors and the destruction of its capital to rebuild itself and flourish again south of the Yangtze, was finished. The world that now confronted China was unlike anything in its previous history. Dynasties had changed before. The North had been lost and recovered, or not recovered. Foreign peoples had settled within the borders and risen to power. But never before had the entirety of China, North and South together, been incorporated into a single foreign conquest state that was itself part of a vast multinational empire. The Yuan dynasty that Kublai Khan had declared in 1271 controlled, or was closely connected to, territories that stretched from the Korean peninsula to the Danube, from the Arctic forests of Siberia to the tropical shores of the Persian Gulf. China was not simply a country with a new ruling family. It was now a province, however the most important province, of the largest empire the world had ever seen. The scholars who had prepared for the civil service examinations that were now suspended would spend a generation finding other ways to use their learning. The merchants who had traded under the sophisticated commercial framework of Song fiscal policy would negotiate the very different economic priorities of the new rulers. The monks and nuns of the Buddhist and Taoist institutions that had survived the transition would learn which patrons to cultivate in the new court. The farmers who had paid their taxes and paper money to Song officials would discover what the yuan required of them and how to survive it. The sailors and shipbuilders of the southern ports would find that the new rulers were deeply interested in maritime expansion and would eventually send enormous fleets in directions that Song merchants had only visited as private traders. And somewhere in the vast agricultural landscape of the Huai River Valley, in the region between north and south where the wars of the 13th century had fallen most heavily, a world was growing up that the Yuan dynasty would attempt to govern, and that would eventually exhaust and outlast and overthrow it. In the rubble of Song civilization, in the memory of what China had been and the aspiration for what it might again become, the next transformation was already gathering itself, invisibly, in the lives of ordinary people who did not know they were living at the beginning of another of history's long chapters. The Yuan would rule China, but ruling China and mastering it were different things. And the difference between them would write the next 4 centuries of history in characters of fire and jade and blood and silk, from the establishment of a new Chinese dynasty that would build the most famous palace complex in the world to the fleets that would sail to the edge of the known ocean, from the centuries of Manchu rule that would expand China's borders to their greatest extent to the opium ships that would arrive from the West, carrying not merely trade, but the assertion that the world's oldest continuous civilization could be made to bend to the will of distant strangers. And through all of that, to the final unraveling of the imperial system itself, the long thread that had been woven since the first emperor unified the warring states suddenly going slack after 2,000 years, and a world that no dynasty could claim coming into, being in its place. Kublai's government organized Chinese society into a hierarchy of ethnic categories that historians have debated in their precise legal application, but that clearly shaped social and political life. Mongols occupied the top tier, holding the most senior military and administrative positions as a matter of structural privilege. Below them were the so-called color-eyed peoples, a broad category encompassing Central Asian Muslims, Persians, Tibetans, and other non-Chinese, non-Mongol subjects of the empire, many of whom served the Yuan state as financial administrators, tax collectors, and intermediaries precisely because their lack of local roots made them, in Mongol calculation, less likely to develop competing loyalties to Chinese regional interests. Below them were the northern Chinese, the former subjects of the Jin dynasty, who had submitted earlier and were treated with somewhat greater trust than the final category. The southern Chinese, former subjects of the Song, who had resisted longest and were regarded with the deepest suspicion, excluded most thoroughly from the senior ranks of government despite representing the most populous, wealthy, and culturally accomplished portion of the empire's subjects. This arrangement had practical consequences that rippled through every aspect of governance. The examination system, the institution that had defined the path to office and social status since the Song dynasty, was suspended for the first decades of Yuan rule and only partially restored in 1313 CE, and even then it operated through a quota system that disadvantaged southern Chinese candidates relative to their numbers and historical dominance of examination success. Educated southern Chinese men who under the Song would have anticipated careers in the imperial bureaucracy found those careers closed to them or radically narrowed, and many turned instead to other vocations: medicine, commerce, religious life, and, in a development of extraordinary cultural consequence, the theater. The flowering of Yuan drama, the Zaju musical theater that produced masterpieces like The Orphan of Zhao and The Romance of the Western Chamber, drew much of its creative energy from precisely this pool of literate men who had been displaced from the official career path and who found in vernacular dramatic writing an outlet for talents that the examination system would otherwise have absorbed. Religious life under the Yuan was characterized by an official pluralism that reflected both Mongol tradition and pragmatic governance. Kublai patronized Tibetan Buddhism in particular, elevating the Sakya Lama Phagpa to a position of high honor and commissioning him to devise a new script intended to render all the languages of the empire in a single writing system, a project of ambitious but limited practical success. Taoism, Confucianism, Nestorian Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism in its Chinese forms all continued to operate, generally without systematic persecution, the Mongol approach being one of accommodating whatever religious traditions might secure the loyalty or at least the acquiescence of subject populations rather than enforcing ideological uniformity. It was during this period that contact between China and the wider world reached a degree of openness that would not be matched again for centuries. The Mongol peace, the Pax Mongolica, as later historians would call it, the relative security that Mongol control of the overland routes provided to merchants and travelers crossing the breadth of Eurasia, allowed a volume of long-distance exchange that the political fragmentation of previous centuries had made difficult. The Venetian merchant Marco Polo, who arrived at Kublai's court in the 1270s and remained in Mongol service for years afterward, left an account of his travels that, whatever liberties it may take with precise accuracy, testifies to the genuine accessibility of China to a European traveler in a way that would have been unthinkable a century before or after. Persian and Arab merchants operated trading communities in the southern Chinese ports. Nestorian Christian clergy traveled between Mongol courts in China, Persia, and the Mongol homeland. Chinese administrative and engineering techniques traveled westward with Mongol armies and administrators. Persian astronomical and mathematical knowledge traveled eastward, finding its way into the Yuan Imperial Observatory. The cost of this openness, and of the empire that made it possible, became apparent as Kublai's reign extended into its later decades. His campaigns to extend Mongol authority beyond China's traditional borders met increasing failure. Two massive seaborne invasions of Japan, in 1274 and again in 1281, were destroyed substantially by typhoons that Japanese tradition would remember as the kamikaze, the divine winds, alongside fierce Japanese resistance on the beaches. Campaigns into Vietnam and Java similarly failed to produce lasting conquest, draining resources and prestige without compensating gain. Kublai's later years were marked by personal grief, the death of his favorite wife Chabi, and of his chosen heir Zhenjin. and by a retreat into less effective governance than the vigorous consolidation of his earlier decades had shown. His successors struggled to maintain what he had built. The fundamental problem was structural, a ruling system in which Mongol elites retained pasture lands, military privileges, and a cultural identity separate from the Chinese population they governed, while depending for fiscal sustenance on a Chinese agricultural and commercial economy whose productive capacity required Chinese administrative expertise to manage effectively. Successive Yuan emperors after Kublai's death in 1294 oscillated between favoring deeper integration with Chinese institutions, restoring and expanding the examination system, patronizing Confucian scholarship, governing through Chinese-style bureaucratic channels, and reasserting Mongol prerogatives in ways that alienated the Chinese administrative class whose cooperation the regime needed. The court itself became a theater of succession crises and factional violence. Between 1320 and 1333, no fewer than 8 different emperors occupied the Yuan throne, several of them ruling for only months before assassination, deposition, or sudden death removed them. This instability at the center coincided with, and accelerated, a broader unraveling of the fiscal and administrative machinery that had sustained Yuan rule. The government's response to chronic revenue shortfalls was to issue paper currency in quantities far exceeding what the economy could absorb, producing inflation that eroded the value of official salaries, disrupted commercial transactions, and undermined popular confidence in the basic instruments of exchange. Corruption among provincial officials, many of whom purchased their positions or held them through ethnic privilege rather than demonstrated competence, compounded the damage, as did a sequence of natural disasters that struck with particular severity in the 1340s and 1350s. The Yellow River, never a reliable neighbor, shifted its course catastrophically in 1344, flooding vast tracts of the North China Plain, destroying the agricultural base of entire regions, and displacing populations who had no government capable of managing relief on the scale the disaster required. Plague, very possibly connected to the same disease that was simultaneously devastating Europe and the Middle East along the same trade and military routes that had carried Mongol soldiers and merchants across the continent, struck Chinese populations already weakened by famine and flood. Religious and millenarian movements found fertile ground in this accumulating misery. The White Lotus tradition, a strand of popular Buddhism that had circulated for centuries with periodic associations to rebellion, attracted followers who believed that the suffering of the age presaged the imminent arrival of the Buddha Maitreya and a transformed world. Rebel bands organized around these beliefs, identifiable by the red headscarves many of their fighters wore, multiplied across central and southern China in the 1350s, fighting both Yuan garrison forces and each other for territorial control as the dynasty's authority disintegrated province by province. Among the men who rose from this chaos to lead one of these rebel movements was Zhu Yuanzhang, whose origins were as humble as any in the long history of Chinese dynastic founders. Born in 1328 to a desperately poor peasant family in what is now Anhui province, he lost his parents and most of his siblings to famine and plague while still a teenager, and survived for a period as a wandering Buddhist novice monk, begging for food across a countryside ravaged by the same disasters that had killed his family. He joined a Red Turban rebel band in his early 20s, and his rise within its ranks, through demonstrated military competence, personal magnetism, and a capacity for political calculation that distinguished him from the numerous other rebel leaders competing for territory and followers across the collapsing Yuan landscape, was rapid. By the 1360s, he had eliminated his most serious rivals among the southern rebel commanders, including the formidable Chen Yuliang, defeated in a massive naval battle on Lake Poyang in 1363 that historians count among the largest freshwater naval engagements in world history. In 1368, with Yuan authority collapsed across most of China and his own forces dominant in the south, Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed a new dynasty, taking the name Ming, meaning bright or brilliant, and styling his reign Hongwu, abundantly martial. His armies marched north and took Dadu the same year. The last Yuan emperor fled to the Mongolian steppe with his court, and Mongol rule over China, which had begun with Kublai Khan's proclamation in 1271, came to an end after less than a century. The Hongwu Emperor governed for 30 years with an energy and a suspicion that were, in equal measure, products of his extraordinary rise and of his determination that no minister, general, or institutional rival would ever again threaten the dynasty's foundations as the regional military commanders of the late Tang and the alien overlords of the Yuan had threatened previous regimes. He abolished the position of chief minister entirely after a purge in 1380 that he justified by alleging a conspiracy, taking on personally the administrative burden that had previously been delegated to a prime ministerial office, a decision that concentrated executive power in the emperor's own hands to a degree unprecedented in Chinese imperial history and that committed his successors, many of them temperamentally unsuited to the task, to an impossible workload of direct administrative supervision. He restored and reformed the examination system on Confucian and increasingly Neo-Confucian lines, drawing heavily on Zhu Xi's commentaries as the orthodox curriculum. He reorganized the empire's military forces around hereditary military households settled on state land, intended to make the army self-sufficient and reduce the fiscal burden of a standing professional force. And he conducted purges of the officials and generals who had helped him to power with a thoroughness. Tens of thousands executed in successive waves of prosecution through the 1380s and 1390s that left the surviving bureaucracy thoroughly intimidated and the imperial clan dramatically reduced in the ranks of men capable of contesting succession. That succession nonetheless produced a civil war. Hongwu's chosen heir, his eldest son, had died before him, and the throne passed to a grandson, the Jiangwen emperor, whose attempts to curb the power of his uncles, the Ming princes who had been granted substantial military authority on the northern frontiers as part of Hongwu's defensive strategy, provoked rebellion from the most formidable of them, the Prince of Yan, stationed at the old Yuan capital. The Prince of Yan's campaign succeeded by 1402. Jiangwen disappeared in the chaos of the fall of the Ming capital at Nanjing, his ultimate fate never definitively established, and his uncle ascended the throne as the Yongle Emperor. Yongle's reign, lasting until 1424, was one of the most consequential in Chinese imperial history, defined above all by two extraordinary undertakings: the relocation of the capital and the dispatch of the treasure fleets. The decision to move the capital from Nanjing to Beijing, Yongle's own power base as Prince of Yan, and a location that placed the imperial court close to the northern frontier where Mongol successor states remained a persistent military concern, required the construction of an entirely new imperial city. Beginning around 1406 and continuing for over a decade, hundreds of thousands of laborers and craftsmen built what would become the Forbidden City, a vast walled palace complex of nearly 1,000 buildings, organized along the same north-south cosmological axis that Chinese imperial architecture had employed since antiquity, its halls roofed in golden yellow imperial tile, its layout encoding in stone and timber the entire Confucian cosmology of hierarchy, ritual, and the emperor's position as the pivot between heaven and the human world. Timber for its great halls was hauled from forests in the distant southwest. Stone carving of extraordinary scale, including marble ramps weighing hundreds of tons, was transported across hundreds of miles using winter ice roads built specifically for the purpose. The court formally relocated to Beijing in 1421, and the city has remained, in one form or another, the political heart of China for most of the 6 centuries since. Simultaneously, Yongle commissioned a series of 7 naval expeditions, commanded by the Muslim eunuch Admiral Zheng He, that constitute one of the most remarkable maritime undertakings in pre-modern history. The fleets that set out beginning in 1405 were enormous by any standard of their era or for centuries afterward. Some accounts describe flagship treasure ships over 100 meters in length, accompanied by hundreds of smaller vessels and crews numbering in the tens of thousands, dwarfing in scale anything that European maritime powers would assemble for generations to come. The voyages carried Chinese silk, porcelain, and other manufactured goods, and they returned with spices, exotic animals, including giraffes that astonished the Ming court, mistaken by some observers for the mythical qilin, precious woods, and gems, but their purpose was less narrowly commercial than diplomatic and political, to project Ming imperial authority and prestige across the Indian Ocean world. to draw distant kingdoms into the tribute system that legitimized Chinese claims to centrality in the world order, and to gather intelligence and establish relationships across a maritime network stretching from Southeast Asia through India to the Persian Gulf and the eastern coast of Africa. Zheng He's fleets called at Kampa, Java, Sumatra, Malacca, Ceylon, Calicut, Hormuz, Aden, and Malindi on the Swahili coast, among dozens of other ports, conducting diplomacy, suppressing piracy, and on occasion intervening militarily in local political disputes to install rulers favorable to Ming interests. The voyages ended after the seventh expedition returned in 1433, and they were not resumed. The reasons were several and interlocking. The extraordinary cost of building and provisioning the fleets strained a treasury already burdened by the expense of the Beijing construction project and by costly, largely unsuccessful campaigns against Vietnam and against Mongol successor groups on the northern frontier. The Confucian scholar officials who dominated the bureaucracy viewed the voyages with the same suspicion they extended generally toward commerce, toward the eunuch establishment that had organized and commanded the expeditions, and toward expenditure on projects that brought tribute-bearing curiosities rather than the kind of agricultural and fiscal stability that Confucian governance prized. And as the security threat from the Mongol steppe reemerged as the dynasty's most pressing strategic concern, resources and attention shifted decisively toward the northern land frontier. A shift confirmed catastrophically in 1449 when the Ming Emperor himself, Jingtong, was captured in battle by Mongol forces at Timu, a humiliation that reoriented Ming's strategic priorities toward frontier fortification, including the extensive rebuilding and extension of the Great Wall in the brick and stone form most visible today for the remainder of the dynasty's existence. Ming China in the centuries that followed Zheng He's voyages developed into one of the most populous, productive, and commercially sophisticated societies on Earth, even as its government turned its formal attention inward and northward. Population, after recovering from the devastation of the Yuan collapse, grew to perhaps 150 million by the dynasty's later years, sustained by the spread of New World crops, maize and sweet potatoes, arriving through trade networks that connected China indirectly to the Spanish Empire's American possessions, that allowed cultivation of marginal hill lands previously unsuited to traditional grain agriculture. Commercial agriculture and craft production for both domestic and export markets flourished. The porcelain kilns of Jingdezhen produced blue and white wares that were shipped in vast quantities to Europe, the Islamic world, and Japan. Silk production expanded around the cities of the lower Yangtze Delta. Cotton cultivation and textile manufacture transformed the rural economy of regions like the Jiangnan Delta into something approaching a proto-industrial landscape of specialized household production feeding regional and international markets. It was silver, arriving in enormous quantities from Spanish-American mines via the Philippines and from Japanese mines via coastal trade, that lubricated this commercial expansion and tied the Ming economy into an emerging global system of exchange more tightly than any previous period of Chinese history. Chinese demand for silver as the preferred medium of taxation and large transaction, formalized through reforms that converted various labor and grain obligations into silver-denominated payments, drew a substantial share of the world's newly mined silver toward China across the 16th and early 17th centuries. A flow of bullion that historians now recognize as one of the foundational currents of early modern global trade. European traders and missionaries arrived along this same current. Portuguese merchants established a foothold at Macau by the 1550s, the first permanent European settlement on Chinese soil, functioning as a licensed point of controlled commercial contact that the Ming government, wary of unregulated foreign presence along its coasts after decades of conflict with Japanese-based pirates and smugglers, found preferable to broader access. Jesuit missionaries, most famously Matteo Ricci, who reached Beijing in 1601 and remained until his death in 1610, pursued a strategy of cultural accommodation, mastering classical Chinese, adopting the dress and manner of Confucian scholars, and presenting Christian theology alongside European mathematics, astronomy, and cartography in ways calculated to appeal to the intellectual curiosity of the scholar-official class. Ricci's world map, His collaboration with Chinese scholars on translations of Euclidean geometry and his small but genuine circle of literati converts represented a moment of intellectual exchange between Chinese and European civilizations whose long-term consequences would unfold over centuries. The later Ming court, however, was beset by problems that no amount of commercial dynamism could resolve. A succession of emperors after the mid-16th century showed declining capacity or inclination for the demanding personal administrative role that Hongwu's abolition of the chief ministership had assigned to the throne. The Wanli Emperor, who reigned from 1572 to 1620, famously withdrew from regular court audiences for decades amid disputes with his officials over the succession, leaving senior administrative posts unfilled and routine government business badly neglected. Eunuch factions, exploiting their physical proximity to an often absent or disengaged emperor, accumulated dangerous influence over palace and provincial administration alike, most notoriously under the eunuch Wei Zhongxian in the 1620s, whose purges of Confucian scholar officials associated with the reformist Donglin faction poisoned court politics for a generation. Fiscal pressures mounted relentlessly. The cost of suppressing rebellions, of military campaigns against Japanese invasion forces in Korea in the 1590s, and of frontier defense against an increasingly assertive Manchu Confederation in the Northeast outpaced a tax system riddled with evasion by wealthy landholding families and corruption among the officials charged with its collection. Climate compounded the crisis. The 17th century brought the coldest, driest conditions of what climatologists now term the Little Ice Age to much of China, shortening growing seasons, triggering repeated harvest failures across the already heavily taxed northern provinces, and producing famine conditions that coincided disastrously with the fiscal exhaustion of the central government's capacity to provide relief. Peasant rebellions, smoldering for years in the famine-stricken Northwest, coalesced in the 1630s and early 1640s under leaders like Li Zicheng into forces capable of capturing major cities and threatening the dynasty's survival outright. Beyond the northeastern frontier, meanwhile, a Jurchen-descended people who had taken the name Manchu had been unifying under the leadership first of Nurhaci and then his son Hong Taiji, building a military and administrative system that drew deliberately on both steppe cavalry tradition and Chinese bureaucratic models, organizing their forces into the banner system that would remain the foundational military institution of their rule for centuries. By the early 1640s, with Ming defenses on the northeastern frontier weakening and the dynasty's resources consumed by simultaneous internal rebellion and external pressure, the stage was set for catastrophe. It came in 1644. Li Zicheng's rebel forces captured Beijing in April. The last Ming emperor, Chongzhen, hanged himself in a garden behind the Forbidden City rather than face capture, bringing the Ming dynasty's direct imperial line to its end after 276 years. The Ming general Wu Sangui, commanding forces at the critical frontier pass of Shanhaiguan, and faced with the choice of resisting the rebel advance alone or accepting Manchu assistance, opened the gates to the Manchu armies under the regent Dorgan. The combined force defeated Li Zicheng's army outside Beijing, and the Manchus, rather than withdrawing as Wu Sangui may have anticipated, occupied the capital themselves and proclaimed the beginning of Qing rule over China. The conquest that followed took decades to complete fully, as Ming loyalist resistance persisted in the south under a succession of pretender courts, finally extinguished with the death of the last claimant in 1662, and as a major rebellion by three formerly Qing-allied southern military governors. The revolt of the three feudatories was suppressed only after 8 years of warfare in the 1670s and early 1680s. But by the time the young Kangxi emperor reached full personal authority in the 1680s, Qing control over China proper was secure, and the dynasty entered the long period of consolidation and expansion that would make it, in territorial extent, the largest empire in Chinese history. Kangxi's reign, from 1661 to 1722, alongside those of his son Yongzheng, from 1722 to 1735, and grandson Qianlong, from 1735 to 1796, constitute what historians often describe as the High Qing, a century and a half of relative stability, demographic growth, and territorial expansion that brought Tibet, Xinjiang, Mongolia, and Taiwan under direct or tributary Qing control, established the borders that modern China would substantially inherit and oversaw a population growth from perhaps 150 million to over 300 million by the end of the 18th century. Kangxi personally led campaigns against the remaining Mongol confederations and negotiated the Treaty of Nerchinsk with Russia in 1689, establishing a stable northern frontier. With the expanding Russian Empire through formal diplomatic negotiation rather than war alone, a notable departure from the tribute system diplomacy China had traditionally extended toward foreign powers, reflecting Russia's status as a genuine peer power on the Qing's own frontier. Qianlong's reign saw the empire's territorial expansion reach its furthest extent, commemorated in his own proud accounting as the 10 Great Campaigns. Even as the fiscal and administrative strains of governing so vast a territory began, by the reign's later decades, to generate the corruption and institutional decay, epitomized by the notorious favorite minister Hushan, whose embezzlement reached staggering proportions that would trouble the dynasty's 19th-century successors. The Manchu rulers governed their overwhelmingly Han Chinese population through institutions that combined continuity and distinction. The examination system and Confucian bureaucratic administration continued largely as the Ming had organized them, staffed predominantly by Han Chinese officials, while the banner system maintained a separate Manchu and allied Mongol military and social structure, and policies requiring Han Chinese men to adopt the Q hairstyle while prohibiting Han Manchu. Intermarriage maintained visible markers of ethnic distinction between rulers and ruled. Han Chinese cultural and intellectual life flourished nonetheless. The 18th century produced the great vernacular novel Dream of the Red Chamber, monumental scholarly compilation projects sponsored by the imperial court, including the vast complete library of the Four Treasuries, and continued sophistication in painting, poetry, and craft production for both domestic consumption and, increasingly, a growing export trade in tea, silk, and porcelain that drew European merchants to the southern port of Canton in expanding numbers across the 18th century. It was precisely this trade, and the terms on which it was conducted, that produced the crisis from which Qing decline would accelerate irreversibly. The British East India Company and independent British merchants operating through the restrictive Canton trading system found themselves running a persistent and worsening trade deficit, paying silver for Chinese tea, silk, and porcelain, while finding little demand within China for the manufactured goods Britain wished to sell in return. The solution merchants increasingly turned to from the late 18th century onward was opium, grown in British-controlled Bengal and smuggled into China in steadily mounting quantities despite explicit imperial prohibition, reversing the silver flow and creating, by the 1830s, both a serious balance of payments crisis for the Qing state and a public health and social catastrophe as opium addiction spread through Chinese coastal society. The imperial commissioner Lin Zexu, dispatched to Canton in 1839 to enforce suppression of the trade, confiscated and destroyed over 1,000 tons of British opium stocks, an action the British government treated as grounds for war, framing the conflict that followed in terms of free trade and diplomatic insult, even as opium itself remained the proximate commercial cause. The First Opium War, fought from 1839 to 1842, exposed with brutal clarity the technological and military gap that had opened between Qing forces, still organized substantially around traditional weapons and tactics, and a British military employing steam-powered gunboats, modern artillery, and disciplined professional infantry. British forces seized coastal positions, blockaded major ports, and ultimately threatened the Yangtze River approaches to Nanjing itself before the Qing court accepted terms. The Treaty of Nanjing, signed in 1842, ceded Hong Kong to British sovereignty, opened 5 treaty ports to British trade and residence under terms that exempted British subjects from Chinese legal jurisdiction, and imposed an indemnity payment, the first in what would become a long sequence of so-called unequal treaties that progressively eroded Qing's sovereignty over its own coastal trade, legal jurisdiction, and tariff policy across the following decades. Domestic catastrophe followed close behind foreign humiliation. The Taiping Rebellion, erupting in 1850 in the southern province of Guangxi under the leadership of Hong Xiuquan, a failed examination candidate who had come to believe, following a feverish illness and exposure to Christian missionary tracts, that he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ charged with a divine mission to overthrow the Qing and establish a heavenly kingdom of great peace, grew within years into the most destructive civil conflict of the 19th century anywhere in the world. Taiping forces, drawing on millenarian religious fervor, genuine grievances over land distribution and ethnic Manchu privilege, and disciplined military organization, swept up the Yangtze Valley and captured Nanjing in 1853, establishing it as their capital and holding substantial territory across central China for over a decade. The conflict, complicated further by simultaneous and sometimes overlapping rebellions including the Nian Rebellion in the north, was finally suppressed only in 1864 through a combination of regional Qing military forces reorganized and modernized under capable officials like Zheng Guofan and Li Hongzhang, and limited Western military assistance at a human cost. Estimates range from 20 to 30 million dead from violence, famine, and disease across the affected provinces. That ranks among the most catastrophic conflicts in human history. Even as the Taiping War raged, a second Opium War, fought from 1856 to 1860 against a joint British and French expeditionary force responding to renewed disputes over trade access and diplomatic representation, ended in further humiliation. An Anglo-French force advanced on Beijing itself in 1860, and in retaliation for the torture and killing of a diplomatic delegation, looted and burned the Yuan Mingyuan, the magnificent old summer palace complex outside the capital, an act of cultural destruction whose memory remains deeply painful in Chinese historical consciousness. The subsequent treaties opened further ports, legalized the opium trade outright, permitted foreign legations to reside in Beijing, and granted Christian missionaries expanded rights to proselytize throughout the interior of the empire. The decades that followed saw genuine, if ultimately insufficient, efforts at reform and modernization. The self-strengthening movement, led by reform-minded officials including Zheng Guofan and Li Hongzhang in the wake of the Taiping catastrophe, established arsenals and shipyards employing Western technical methods, sent students abroad to study Western science and engineering, and built a modernized Beiyang fleet intended to defend China's coasts on something approaching equal technological terms with the Western and increasingly the Japanese naval powers operating in Asian waters. These efforts, however, operated within a political and fiscal system that remained resistant to the deeper institutional transformation that effective modernization required, hampered by court conservatism, regional rivalries among the reforming officials themselves, and the simple difficulty of grafting Western technical capacity onto administrative and educational structures that remained largely unchanged. The inadequacy of these efforts was exposed decisively in the First Sino-Japanese War of 1894 and 1895, fought ostensibly over influence in Korea, but revealing in its course and outcome the scale of the power transformation underway in East Asia. Japan, which had undertaken its own comprehensive modernization following the Meiji Restoration of 1868, defeated Qing forces on land and at sea with startling thoroughness, destroying much of the painstakingly built Beiyang fleet and forcing a humiliating peace settlement. The Treaty of Shimonoseki, that ceded Taiwan to Japan, recognized Korean independence from Chinese suzerainty, and imposed a further crushing indemnity. That China, the civilization that had for centuries regarded Japan as a peripheral cultural dependent, had been so comprehensively defeated by it sent a shock through Chinese political consciousness more profound in some ways than the earlier defeats by Western powers, triggering an intensified scramble among European powers and Japan for further territorial concessions and spheres of influence along the Chinese coast, and accelerating reformist and revolutionary sentiment among Chinese intellectuals and officials alike. A brief, dramatic attempt at sweeping institutional reform, the 100 Days Reform of 1898, in which the young Guangxu emperor, advised by reformist scholars including Kang Yue, issued a rapid succession of edicts aimed at modernizing education, administration, and the military along constitutional and technical lines, was crushed within months by a conservative court coup orchestrated by the formidable Empress Dowager Cixi, who had dominated Qing politics from behind the throne for decades and who placed the emperor under effective house arrest for the remainder of his life. The violent backlash against foreign encroachment that followed, the Boxer Rebellion of 1899 to 1901, drew on the same volatile mixture of genuine popular grievance against missionary privilege, foreign economic penetration, and the social dislocation of repeated famine and military defeat that had fueled earlier 19th century upheavals. Organized this time around a movement of martial arts practitioners who believed ritual practice rendered them invulnerable to foreign weapons. The Boxers, with the eventual tacit and then open support of the Qing court itself under Cixi's direction, besieged the foreign legations in Beijing for 55 weeks in the summer of 1900, killing missionaries and Chinese Christian converts across northern China before an eight-nation alliance of foreign military forces, British, French, Russian, American, Japanese, German, Italian, and Austro-Hungarian troops acting in unusual, if temporary coordination, relieved the siege, occupied Beijing, and imposed yet another punitive settlement, the Boxer Protocol, with an indemnity so vast it would not be fully paid off for decades, and that required the stationing of foreign troops permanently within the Chinese capital itself. In the aftermath of this catastrophe, even Cixi's court accepted that fundamental reform could no longer be deferred. The new policies reforms of the early 20th century abolished the millennium-old imperial examination system in 1905, replacing it with modern schools teaching Western-influenced curricula, established provincial assemblies as steps toward eventual constitutional government, and reorganized the military along modern lines, creating in the process the new army units, trained partly by officers educated in Japan, that would prove decisive in the dynasty's final crisis. These reforms, however, came too late and moved too cautiously to satisfy a generation of Chinese intellectuals, students, and overseas Chinese communities who had increasingly concluded, following decades of humiliation, defeat, and the court's evident inability to govern effectively, that the entire imperial system rather than any particular dynasty was the obstacle to China's survival as an independent nation. Revolutionary organizations, most prominently those associated with Sun Yat-sen, a physician educated partly in Hawaii and Hong Kong, who had spent years organizing among overseas Chinese communities and attempting armed uprisings against Qing rule, articulated a Republican alternative grounded in nationalist, democratic, and social reform principles that found growing resonance among students, soldiers, and the emerging urban middle class. The spark that finally brought down 2,000 years of imperial governance proved almost incidental to its ultimate scale. In October 1911, an accidental explosion at a Revolutionary Cells bomb-making operation in the city of Wuchang exposed a planned uprising to Qing authorities, forcing local revolutionary sympathizers within the new army garrison to act immediately rather than face arrest. And their successful seizure of the city ignited a cascade of provincial declarations of independence from Qing rule across southern and central China within weeks. The Qing court, lacking reliable military forces capable of suppressing so widespread a revolt, was compelled to recall the General Yuan Shikai, architect of the new army and a figure of formidable, if self-interested political skill, who used his position commanding the dynasty's only effective remaining military force to negotiate simultaneously with the revolutionary provisional government forming under Sun Yat-sen in Nanjing and with the desperate Qing court itself, ultimately securing for himself the presidency of a new Chinese republic in exchange for arranging the abdication of the throne. On February 12, 1912, the abdication edict was issued in the name of the 6-year-old Xiantong emperor, known by his personal name Puyi, formally ending Qing rule and, with it, the dynastic system of imperial governance that had organized Chinese political life, in one form or another, since Qin Shi Huang had first proclaimed himself emperor of a unified China more than 2,000 years before. Puyi himself, too young to comprehend the historical weight of the ceremony conducted in his name, would be permitted to retain his title and reside within the Forbidden City for several more years under the terms of his abdication. A strange and poignant coda to an institution that had shaped the lives of hundreds of millions across 2 millennia, now reduced to a child living among the empty, ceremonial trappings of a vanished world. The empire was over. The throne room of the Forbidden City would never again hold a reigning son of heaven receiving the prostrations of his court, The examination halls would never again fill with candidates reciting the classics in pursuit of a mandarin's rank, and the elaborate cosmology that had bound Emperor Heaven and the agricultural rhythms of hundreds of millions of farmers into a single sacred order had been formally and irrevocably dissolved by the stroke of an edict. What would replace it? What kind of nation, governed by what kind of institutions, could hold together a civilization of such scale and such accumulated historical weight? Remained entirely unresolved, contested by revolutionaries, by ambitious generals, by foreign powers circling China's weakened sovereignty, and by a population that had just watched the oldest continuous system of governance in the world dissolve within a matter of months. China stood, in 1912, at the edge of an age its own history offered no precedent for: a republic without an emperor, a civilization without a dynasty, and a world that no dynasty could claim coming into being in its place.